This is Audible.
Spirited, a reverse harem fantasy romance. The Academy of Spirits and Shadows. Written by C.M. Stunich. Narrated by Kylie Stewart and Eric Rollon. Chapter 1. Brynn. The instrument of my own destruction loomed above me, casting a long shadow in the blood-red rays of a dying sun. Its crumbling facade was decorated with the morbid metaphor of a face. Soulless eyes, a gaping mouth, tangled green locks. Okay, so I was exaggerating the broken windows. The front entrance with its missing doors and the cluster of wild blackberries that had morphed into a monster of their own making. But come on, the former Grandberg Manor was bust. "This is the place?" I asked, hoisting my equipment up on one shoulder and eyeing the crumbling old house with a raised brow. "It looks half ready to collapse. You know me. If there's even the slightest opportunity that I might trip, I will. Just be honest. Am I going to fall straight through the floor?" "Probably," Jacinda said, moving around me and over the twisted, rusted remains of the front gate. Once upon a time, this place was crawling with nobility from around the world, and its gardens. Even the drawings were enough to make my mother's green thumb, well, green with envy. "Erin and I have a bet going on whether or not you'll make it out of here alive." She threw a smirk over her shoulder at me and I pursed my lips. Jacinda and Eyre were always making bets about me, despite the fact that Eyre was the flubbing prince and shouldn't be making bets with anyone, let alone my handler. I had to admit, though, if there were anyone around that was worth betting on, it was me. First off, I was a half-angel, which meant I could see spirits. And second, I was half-human, which meant those spirits actually deigned to communicate with me. A full-blooded angel was too haughty and highborn to give any ghosts the time of day, and a full-blooded human couldn't see them if they tried. This special ability of mine did end up getting me into heaps of trouble. For example, there was that one time I followed a ghost straight into the Queen's chambers and found her, indisposed, with the head of the royal guard who, also just happened to be my mother. Then, of course, there was the fact that I had the small, slight frame of my mother's desert-dwelling ancestors, but the wide, heavy span of wings from my father's side. Let's just be frank and say I toppled over. A lot. Oh, and I ended up having long, in-depth conversations with people who weren't really people but were in fact very tricky ghosts. Even my first kiss had been with a spirit. I took a deep breath of the cool, lavender-scented air and followed after Jazz, tripping and cursing in my own made-up language. "Go flub yourself." I growled at a thick tangle of blackberry that had gotten wrapped around my ankle. "You bleeding blatherer." "Are you making up words again?" Jazz said, parking her hands on her hips and sighing at me. "Can't you just say bleeding bastard like everyone else? And don't even get me started on your using the word flub instead of Hey!" I snapped, putting my palm over her lips with one hand and pointing at myself with the other. "Half angel over here. Just hearing somebody use a word with an extreme negative connotation makes me lose a feather." "Oh, please," Jazz said, pushing my hand away from her full red lips and smirking at me as I tried to rub her makeup off on my breeches. "That's a myth and you know it. Eyre told me that when you were kids, he used to chase you around the castle saying damn and bastard and the like, just to see if you'd lose any feathers. You didn't." I narrowed my eyes on her as she turned and headed up what was once an impressive flight of marble steps, now cracked and chipped like an old beggar's teeth. I shivered and followed after her, examining the red stain on my palm that stunk like copperberries. A lot of women painted their mouths with this stuff, but to me that fragrant floral scent was tinged with a metallic sting, like copper, like blood. Thus the name copperberries. As I hurried up the steps, I kept my eyes on the decaying black facade of the manor, all its intricate moldings and details stripped away by time and rain, the harsh winds that curled across this part of the kingdom in summer. "Let's do a quick walkthrough and see if you can't sense any residual energies." Jazz suggested, as I set my black leather satchel on the floor and knelt beside it. The ground around me was littered with debris. Leaves, twigs, bits of crumbling plaster, a dead mouse. Oh, that's flubbing sick, I whispered as I caught sight of the creature's spirit hovering nearby, its furred sides almost completely translucent as it took long, heaving breaths. Of course, the mouse didn't need to breathe anymore, but it didn't know that. I pulled a dagger from the sheath on my belt. Please, goddess, don't actually ask me to use this thing in combat, and prodded at the mouse's body with the jeweled hilt. Fresh blood stained the white leather pommel and made me shiver. Jazz? I started, because a long-dead carcass was one thing, but a fresh one. Hell's bells. Since hell was an actual place, it didn't count as a curse word, so no lost feathers for me. But I hoped it was just a cat that had taken the rodent's life and not something else. Brynn, you need to see this! Jazz shouted and I sighed, wiping the mouse's blood on the already dirty leg of my breeches and tucking the knife away. Before I stood up, I clasped the silver star hanging around my neck with one hand and reached out to touch the mouse's spirit with the other. The poor thing was too scared to even shy away, its soul becoming briefly corporeal as my fingers made contact with its fur. Goddess speed and happy endings, I whispered, as the image of the mouse morphed and shivered, turning as silver as a beam of moonlight and fading away until there was nothing there but the warped and rotted boards of the old floor. I stood up, leaving my satchel where it was on the ground and rubbing my shoulder as I followed the sound of Jacinda's voice. The road up to the manor was riddled with broken cobblestones, weeds, and the skeletons of long-abandoned carriages. It was too rough for any sort of pack animal to make the trek, so we'd had to carry ourselves on foot, lugging all the equipment that a spirit whisperer, that's me, might need to exorcise a ghost, or 2, or 10. Jassy? I asked as I moved past the formal foyer with its double staircases and down a long receiving hall that would have been used by servants in times past. The wallpaper was peeling like old skin, leaving behind water-stained walls and flaky plaster. At some point, thieves had come in and stripped the old place of its wood moldings, sconces and chandeliers. They'd left nothing but a skeleton behind. In here, she called out, drawing me through an empty archway where a swinging door might have once stood and into the kitchen. As I moved, I was conscious of keeping my wings tucked tightly against my back. My clumsiness was not limited to my feet. I was notorious among the castle staff for breaking things with the feathered black wings that graced my back. As a kid, they used to call me Pigeon Girl, because I caused 10 times as much damage to the royal halls as the flying rats that plagued the old stone building. What is it? I asked as I leaned against the wall outside a small servant's room, a tiny square that would have belonged to the head cook. Jazz, there was a mouse. Flub mice, she said. Only she didn't actually say flub, but I wouldn't lose a feather even thinking about the F word that famously rhymes with duck. As a half-angel, my powers were bound to the light goddess, and she was a serious stickler for avoiding words with negative connotations. I suppose I couldn't blame her. The very words I spoke held power. The more positivity and light I imbued those words with, the more powerful I was. Look at this, Brynn. There's a distinct spiritual signature written all over this room. The room itself was so small that with the collapsed remains of a small bed and a sagging dresser, there wasn't space for both of us. I waited for Jazz to step out, pushing her long dark hair over her shoulder, sapphire blue eyes sparkling with the scholar's excitement. Brynn, this could be it, she said as I took a deep breath and stepped into the room. Our big break. Jazz was always looking for that one case, that one unique spirit that we could exorcise that would prove our worth to the scholars at the Royal College. In just 2 weeks I'd be turning 21, and that'd be it. That was the cutoff date for acceptance into the prestigious training facility. It wasn't that Jazz cared about the status of being a student there, or the potential for a high-ranking position after graduation. It was the library. Only students and staff of the Royal College were permitted to use the vast, twisting hallways of the catacombs. There were books there that couldn't be found anywhere else. Not to mention ancient artifacts, exemplary professors, and vast resources that could be used for research. It was Jacinda's dream, even if it wasn't mine. I hoped she was right. I hoped this was it. I stepped over a small hole in the floor and into the tiny windowless room. As soon as I did, it hit me, the pressure of an angry spirit, bearing down on me with the cold burn of something long dead and waiting. Waves of icy winter chill tore across my skin like knives, despite the warm evening air that permeated the rest of the building. Whatever it was powerful. I grasped the silver star at my throat and closed my eyes. "Haversey," I whispered, invoking the name of the light goddess. If I were Jazz, I knew what I'd be seeing. A girl shrouded in silver moonlight, her tanned skin pearlescent and shimmering. Her hair as white as snow lifted in an unnatural breeze. I opened my eyes slowly and bit back a gasp. Every inch of the walls was covered in the word Helim, the name of the dark god. What I had originally thought were decorative splotches on the wallpaper were actually his name, written in blood 1,000 times over. It had been impossible to see in the dim half-light, but now that I had my second sight open, the letters glowed with a strong, angry, spiritual signature. I started to take a step back when my foot went through the hole in the floor, and the rotting boards around me creaked and toppled into a black pit below. "Brynn?" Jazz screamed my name as I fell through cold shadows and frost, hitting the soggy wet earth with a grunt and a crack of pain in my shoulder that almost immediately went numb. That was bad, really bad. Pain was one thing, but numbness meant that what just happened to me could be really serious. I tried to stand up, but my arm gave out and I found myself lying in a mound of decaying wet leaves and dirt, the scent of rot thick and cloying in the air. As I blinked to try and orient myself to the darkness, I felt a cold hand on my shoulder and a gust of icy breath at my ear. When I turned, I found myself looking into the face of a handsome and very angry spirit. His lips curved up in a smile meant to disarm me.
"Boo,"
he whispered, as he reached out and pushed my dislocated shoulder back into place. White-hot pain crashed over my vision, and I passed out. Chapter 2. Brynn. Waking to a rat tail slithering over one's face was about as unpleasant as it sounded, jarring me back to reality in my throbbing shoulder. The feel and smell of slimy, molding leaves assaulted me, making my stomach churn as I struggled to sit up, stretching my wings to the sides to feel out the edges of the room. I expected the feathery tips to brush up against brick or cold stone, but there was nothing but empty blackness. Not really all that surprising considering the overall size of the manor. I might have been sitting in what used to be a wine cellar, or, well, considering the level of spirit activity in this place, a dungeon. It took 3 tries to clear my throat before I could speak. "Jazz?" I called out, looking up toward the impenetrable shadows above me. There'd been no light in the cook's room, so I didn't really expect any to filter down here, wherever here was. But I did expect to hear my handler's sharp, clear voice calling out to me. In a place this riddled with ghosts, I really needed her by my side. Without a handler, a spirit whisperer was just as likely to get their soul pulled from their body as they were to push a stubborn ghost into the afterlife. I took a few deep breaths, rubbed at my sore shoulder, and tried again. "Jazz!" My own voice echoed around me, encouraging the small headache I was nursing to go full-on migraine. Still no answer from Jacinda. An icy prickle of fear teased its way down my spine as I took a deep breath and forced myself to stand. Good or bad, it seemed that my shoulder, and the pile of dead leaves that had drifted through the hole in the floor over the years, had taken the brunt of the impact. Testing out all of my limbs, wings included, I found all but my right arm to be in good shape. Hell's bells. I'd had worse falls tripping on my way out of the bath. "Not the worst mistake you've ever made," I mumbled to myself as I brushed off as best I could in the darkness and then felt around on my belt for a torch. I could summon my own light to guide the way, but then that would alert every dead thing within 100 feet. My power came from Haversey, the goddess of light, and her magic called to spirits like flame-called moths. Freeing the torch from my belt, I blew on it gently until it burst into brilliant orange, red, and yellow flame, sending rats scattering into the darkness and shadows dancing on the walls. This particular item was enchanted by a fire whisperer, giving it the ability to catch and hold flame with the warmth of a single breath, even in wet or humid conditions. "That's better," I said, continuing the trend of talking to myself. It was a nasty habit of mine, one that I was definitely not going to attempt to break since it made the staff at the palace think I was crazy. That way they were less apt to go off on me when I inevitably broke precious historical artifacts or knocked over tables laden with food at banquets when I was dancing. Here's a fun little fact about Brynn of Haversey. She has 2 left feet with a pair of wings attached. Clumsy plus 20-foot wingspan equals trouble most days. I picked my way across the rubble-strewn floor, working my way forward so that I could find a wall and then use it to guide myself to a, hopefully, unblocked staircase. Just a few steps forward and my black leather boot landed on something soft, something that squished beneath my weight. Drawing my foot back, I looked down to find another dead mouse. A quick glance around him, there its spirit was, cowering in the corner. Its spiritual signature was so slight that it had gotten lost in the metaphysical storm swirling around me. With every inch of my skin, I could feel eyes on me, ghostly hands, grinning maws ready to bite. The Grandberg Manor was a spirit whisperer's worst nightmare or dream, depending on how egotistical or prepared one might be. At this point, I was neither. I knelt down next to the mouse and clutched my necklace with my free hand. "Hey, little guy," I whispered, nesting my torch in a small pile of rocks so I could reach out and touch the translucent little creature with my fingertips. With something this small and simple, I was okay exorcising a spirit without Jacinda around, but anything bigger, even one step up like a cat, and it was a no-go. I felt the wicked smile behind my back long before I heard those full lips speak.
You should stop doing that. You're going to wake him up.
"Wake who up?" I asked, calm, collected. I reached out and touched the mouse anyway, sending the poor creature on its way. Mice were normally straightforward, simple creatures. They didn't get their spiritual panties in a twist and decide to hang around and torment the living. Something was keeping them trapped here. I grabbed my torch, stood up, and turned slowly to face the man, ghost, that had put my dislocated shoulder back in place.
Mr. Grandberg,
The spirit said, slouching like a lazy king in a tattered wingback chair a few feet away from me. Around his booted feet, a horde of rodent spirits crouched, just a white-blue cluster that blurred and blended into one another, shifting and squeaking as I stared at the man above them.
He doesn't like guests, and he really doesn't like spirit shouters.
I am not a shouter, I snarled through clenched teeth. It usually wasn't of much worth to get angry at a spirit, particularly when I was planning on pushing them through to the other side anyway, but I couldn't take an insult like that. A shouter was the derogatory term for any magic user, aka whisperer, that plied their craft in a way that harmed and used others for profit or personal gain. Me? I lived on the scraps that the royal treasury paid out to spirit headhunters, stupid. I mean, brave enough to seek out and exorcise angry ghosts.
Well,
The man said as he stretched his arms above his head in a loose, easy way that both excited. He was exceedingly handsome and had a body that just wouldn't quit. And annoyed me. He too had a pair of wings on his back, but he moved around like they were just a part of who he was, not some malformed lumps that were more trouble than they were really worth.
then if he hates shouters, he really hates bleeding heart whisperers. If I were you, I'd head for the north staircase, and I'd run.
I paused in front of him, studying the tattered remains of a shirt and coat reminiscent of the Royal College uniform, albeit from a year or so back. The front pocket was still properly located on the left breast, just over the heart, and the buttons were gold and shiny even in death. His breeches were black, tightly fitted to muscular legs that ended in a pair of standard-issue academy boots. "You're Elijah of Haversey," I said with no small amount of surprise, attempting to run my hand down the shock-white length of braid hanging over my shoulder. I grimaced as my muscles burned and ached in response. "That student that went missing last year. You're a spirit whisperer, too."
Was a spirit whisperer,
he said, his voice as cool as the air that circulated through the basement room we were standing in. I still couldn't see anything beyond the circle of orange-yellow light pooling around us, flickering and dancing in a breeze of unknown origin. I thought about opening up my second sight, but I was almost afraid of what I would see. Helm, 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 written all over the walls in blood. It wasn't that the god of darkness was bad or evil or whatever you wanted to call it, in and of himself, just that his gifts were a lot easier to bend in the wrong direction. Feeling the anger of the spirits in this house and seeing that word written in blood told me we had an extremely pissed-off shadow whisperer somewhere on the grounds.
I came here for Mr. Granberg, too,
Elijah said, tapping long fingers against the arm of his chair. The longer I looked at him, the more corporeal he got. That telltale blue-white light around him fading away until it was nothing but a haloed glow around his tall, lean, muscular body. He must have been pretty flubbing powerful to do that, make it so that he looked almost alive.
And I ended up in pieces.
Elijah flashed me a debonair smile as he rose to his feet, his expression at odds with his words. I went completely still, my breath hitching as he fingered a loose strand of snow-white hair hanging next to my face. His hand, when it brushed against my skin, was warm. Wow. Scratch what I said. Elijah of Haversey wasn't just flubbing powerful. He was a mother-flubbing master of being dead.
Helio Granberg pulled me limb from limb while I was still alive, and then made my spirit watch as he tossed what was left of my body into the blackberry tangles outside for the local wildlife to pick apart. Look, you're a very pretty girl, and I am awfully lonely, but really, I'd like you to get out of here while you still have the chance.
Elijah pulled his hand back and looked at me from eyes the color of a full-blooded angel's, a clear pale blue, almost white, like a winter sky. But his hair was dark, thick and wavy, as shiny and sleek as a raven's feathers, and his skin was pale. The human half of his biology didn't hail from the desert like mine did. He clearly had an Amerin ancestor in his background. Look, I'm not arguing, but I have been known to be a tad directionally challenged, so if you could just lead the way? Elijah laughed, adjusting the tattered remains of his Royal College uniform. I didn't mind the tears so much since, I could ogle his muscles as he reached out and plucked the torch from my fingers. Without skipping a beat, he tossed it over his shoulder where it rolled across the floor and came to a sputtering stop at the base of some stone steps.
Now,
he whispered, his voice cut through with just the slightest hint of a royal accent.
Run.
I didn't wait for a second invitation, taking off through the dark toward the small circle of firelight, my feet catching on every single piece of loose debris, broken board, and mouse carcass that littered the floor. Thank the goddess that I wore my leather boots today. Bending low, I snatched the torch on my way up the stairs and cleared a good 10 of them before I felt the first icy curls of another spirit. Brynn? Jazz was calling from somewhere ahead of me. I'm here! I yelled back, heart racing, sweat pouring down the sides of my face as I struggled up the steep steps and into a dilapidated receiving room, furnished with sagging couches and the crystal-free skeleton of a chandelier lying in the middle of the floor. Mice and rats, both living and dead, scattered in my wake, squealing their displeasure as they dove into cracks in the walls and floor. I blinked to adjust to the bright beams of silver-white moonlight. How long had I been passed out? It'd been sunny when we got here, leaking through a massive hole in the ceiling. Blowing on my torch, I put it out and slid it back in the leather loop on my belt. Jacinda? I called again, taking a second to catch my breath and starting off in a direction that I thought might lead me to either my handler or at the very least an exit. Behind me, I could feel the heavy weight of another spiritual signature, one that was definitely not Elijah's. I had no idea how many spirits were in this house, but there were a lot, and that estimation didn't even include the plethora of rodent spirits scurrying around. I pounded down a narrow servants' hallway and nearly sobbed in relief when I saw the gaping front doors and the spill of moonlight across the dirty, warped floor. As I exited through what used to be an elaborate archway, and was now just a faded, molded caricature of its former self, I rounded the corner and came face to face with a nightmare. My feet skidded on the dirty floor as I came to a sudden stop and bit back a scream. My handler was hanging in the center of the room, suspended by nothing but clawing desperately at her purpling throat. The distinct shape of finger marks was visible even from down here. As Jazz's booted feet kicked uselessly at the air, I reached up and grabbed my necklace. Closing my eyes, I whispered, "Haversey," and then flicked my lashes back open, activating my second sight. Normally, my good old regular eyeballs were enough to see spirits. Most of them wanted to be seen, so they put some effort in too. But sometimes, if they were scared or shy or just plain flubbed the hell up, they'd hide themselves and I needed my second sight to spot them. A cold, angry wash spread over me, like the first wintry curls of a wind in a blizzard, chilling me to my core, making my body quiver as I looked up at the spirit holding my handler in thrall. That had to be Helio Grandberg himself, dressed in the fashions of his day. Men never really did look that great in tights, did they? And smiling in a rather urbane manner that scared me 100 times worse than a scowl might have. Without a word, he tossed Jazz aside and sent her slamming into the wall above the front doors, straight into the shredded remains of a portrait so ugly that it was the only piece of artwork left behind in the house that hadn't been taken, stolen, or eaten by rats. I couldn't even take a moment to try and catch her as she fell. Grandberg was on me in a second. He hit me so hard and so quick that I barely had time to throw up a small circle of protection, white light blooming around me, as fragrant and delicate as Easter lilies. Grandberg's spiritual form smashed into my magic with the distinct sound of breaking glass, shattering the spell to pieces before I had time to sketch, utter, or otherwise cast another. Long, thin fingers curled around my throat this time, lifting me from the floor and straight off my feet. But by making himself corporal to attack me, he'd also left himself vulnerable. I flung the dark expanses of my wings forward with a surprising amount of strength, knocking Helio Grandberg loose and sending him skidding across the floor this time. I might not have been the most astute at keeping up with my workouts, but it took a lot of muscles to fly, and that was something I did all right at. Lifting my wings up high and then dropping them low propelled me into the air as easily as if I were jumping rope in the courtyard, only I stayed up. Air currents and gravity aside, this was magic, and an angel's innate ability to fly, even a half-angel's ability, was unquestionable. Drawing the jeweled knife from my belt, the only one that was imbued with the same magic as my necklace, I dropped down on Helio Grandberg like a Valkyrie, raining death from the sky. A pair of cold arms wrapped my waist and threw me back, my body crashing into one of the crumbling staircases. As soon as I sat up, I saw with a bright shock of fear that whoever had just grabbed me had probably saved my life. Another ghost had risen from the floor, this one dressed much the same as Helio Grandberg. Long black velvet coat, matching velvet slippers, white tights. But instead of a ring of gray hair around a shiny bald head, the newly arrived spirit had long blonde curls.
"That's his wife,"
The smooth, crisp voice at my ear said, and I turned to find Elijah by my side, see-through and glimmering, his lips pressed into a thin line.
"Flub, I told you to run."
He also didn't exactly say flub, but I was getting to the point where my mind just sort of dubbed that word into place of a lot of others. His wife. He's clearly way too old for her, I said, but I only had a split second to contemplate the ages of the spirits in front of me. Jacinda was groaning, rolling onto her side and lying in a thick, dark, ruby-red pool of blood. If even one of the two Grandberg ghosts set their sights on her, she was as good as dead. I stood up and squeezed the blade of my knife with one hand, drawing blood. Droplets of it hit the gritty floor and pooled in shimmering little globules. With the other hand, I held my star-shaped necklace.
Spells won't work,
Elijah said from beside me.
At the time of their deaths, the Grandbergs were the most powerful shadow whisperers on the continent. They'll cancel out anything you throw at them. Trust me, I found that out the hard way.
I remembered the sound of breaking glass, of my shield falling away to nothing, and glanced sharply in Elijah's direction. All that color in his eyes and hair I saw earlier leached from his body, now that he was fully back in spirit form. Currently he was just the vaguest outline of himself, glimmering white-blue and standing not quite on the step below his feet. "Any suggestions?" I asked, searching my repertoire for ideas.
Run them through with Haversey's knife?
He suggested, his voice edged with a nervous fear that did nothing to help soothe my nerves. This ghost, he was worried about me. Not a good sign. Not a good sign at fucking all. I gritted my teeth as a few feathers drifted to the floor around my feet. Oops. I adjusted my grip on the knife and used a burst of magic to heal the slice on my palm. Blood was always a good offering for any god, but only if their spells were actually useful in battle. Right now, it didn't seem like I'd be needing any. I'm not exactly combat trained.
What Spirit Whisperer is?
Elijah asked with a long sigh as the Grandbergs brushed themselves off and then looked up at me, both of them smiling genteel little smiles. Creepy as hell.
Just wing it,
he added, and I gave him a look as he reached out and ran his ethereal hand over my wing, the same shape and size as his own, only his were as white as my hair. If he'd actually touched me, I would have stabbed him with the jeweled knife in my hand, a gift every spirit whisperer received from the goddess, because to an angel, wings were as private and personal as, well, boobs. You did not just make a wing pun, I muttered, as I turned back to the pair of maniacal ghosts, and ducked just in time to avoid a flying chair. It shattered against the steps behind me, bits of sharp wooden shrapnel spinning out and catching me in the legs, arms, and back. I cursed and healed those wounds, too, polishing off the dull throbbing ache in my shoulder while I was at it. Normally, healing took way too much energy for me to risk wasting during combat, unless, of course, the wounds were life-threatening. But if I didn't need Haversey's magic to fend off these spirits, I may as well use it for something. I grabbed the banister and flung myself over, missing yet another flying piece of furniture by a fraction. I hit the floor a little too hard and cringed at a slight twinge in my ankles, rising up to my feet and lunging forward. My feet skidded on more rubble as I turned at the last second and threw myself at Mr. Grandberg, knocking him to his back on the floor as icy chills cascaded over my skin and made me gasp. "Brynn?" Jas choked out, and I felt the warm reach of her spirit as she curled her hand around my ankle, anchoring me to this plane of existence. Bare skin was better, but we'd have to work with what we could get. I was lucky that she was even alive to ground me at all. Jas was entirely human after all, and in no way magically inclined. That's what it took to be a handler, an absolute absence of power. But it was my job to keep her physically safe, and I was failing miserably. I plunged the knife into Helio Grandberg's chest and closed my eyes. "Goddess speed and happy endings," I whispered. A lame catchphrase, I know, but I was required to come up with my own, and all the good stuff was taken. Silver beams of moonlight coalesced around the spirit's body, wrapping him up in ribbons of power. His form shivered and wavered beneath me, blurring and flickering, until I felt my knees hit the wood floor, my knife scraping against gravel and rotting leaves. That was when Mrs. Grandberg hit me with everything she had, sending me flying into Jas. The three of us went out the front door and down the steps, rolling to separate stops in the mess of blackberries and prickly weeds that filled the manor's grounds. Contrary to popular belief, ghosts and spirits can leave the house in which they haunt. In fact, it's never actually a specific building or lot that they're bound to, but a central point and a radius around it. Usually that central point is where they died, but it can just as easily be the location of their first kiss, their first time, their happiest memory, or their worst one. I rolled onto my back just in time to see the angry, twisted face of Mrs. Grandberg as she grabbed my arm with one hand and braced her foot against my ribs with the other. Elijah's warning of being ripped limb from limb came rushing back at me. Before I could kiss my right arm goodbye, Elijah was there with my knife in his hand. I must have dropped it on the way outside. And he was swinging it in an arc at Mrs. Grandberg's throat. Her ghostly skin split like a second smile as he muttered some words under his breath.
All things are born in light, and to the light all things return.
Elijah's spell words were infinitely better than mine. Mrs. Grandberg shivered and shimmied, light cupping her body like a second skin. And then, she too was gone. Even in death, most whisperers retained the most basic of their powers. A real blitz. So much less sexist than the alternative word, that infamous witch with a B, when dealing with magically inclined spirits of pretty much any kind. Except right now, I was kind of grateful for it.
I've been waiting a whole fucking year to do that,
Elijah said, and I cringed, a little. Although Jas was right, I didn't lose any feathers. He tossed the knife at my feet and smiled that wicked sexy smile at me. While it was possible to exorcise a ghost without Haversey steel, it required magic, a lot of magic. That explained why Elijah hadn't bothered to try before. Personally, I was just surprised that he hadn't gotten pulled along with Mrs. Grandberg's spirit and straight out of this world, with no one to ground him, and because he was already dead. He really must have been a serious bad bum. Badass counts as cursing, okay? To get through that exorcism with the spirit intact. I sat up, ignoring him, even though I kind of wanted to just keep staring at his handsome face, and crawled over to Jas, sweeping dark hair from her forehead. There was a smattering of blood at her temple and across her lips, but she was still breathing. Reaching deep into myself, I pulled up what little magic I had left and let it wash over her, healing her wounds as best I could. For the rest, she'd need to see an actual flesh whisperer, a fairly pervy-sounding name for a healer, once we got back into town. God's bollocks, Jas growled as she finally came to, and I cringed again. What the hell happened in there? Shadow whisperers, I said, sitting back on my ass and glancing up at the dark gaping eyes of the Grandberg Manor. There were more spirits in there, but nothing like the husband and wife couple I'd just taken out. Shadow whisperers? Jas asked, cheering up considerably now that her wounds were healed. She flipped dark hair over one shoulder, blue eyes twinkling. Do you think we could put this exorcism down on our application form?
Application form?
Elijah asked, but he was a spirit and Jas couldn't see him unless I spelled her or she activated the spirit charm around her throat. It only had so much energy and it was hard as hell to make it, so she used it sparingly. For the Royal College, I answered as I sighed and struggled to my feet. I was exhausted and in need of a good meal and a nap. Who's your friend? Jas asked as I glanced over at Elijah and found him watching me with keen interest. Jas, unlike everyone else in my life, didn't question me when I started talking to people who weren't there. She was as aware as I was that spirits were real. Flub. They weren't just real, they were our whole life. Elijah of Haversey, I explained as I groaned and stretched both my arms and wings at the same time. Elijah shifted and flicked his wings out briefly before tucking them in close to his back. The missing student? Jas nearly squealed, stumbling to her feet and staring in Elijah's general direction. Oh, Brynn, this is perfect. We'll get in this year for sure. I can feel it.
I don't want to be exorcised,
Elijah said simply, holding up a hand when I raised my eyebrows in a skeptical sort of facial expression. Of course he didn't want to be exorcised. Hardly any ghost ever did. Well, any people ghost. Animals, if they were unfortunate enough to get stuck here, always wanted to move on.
And it's not what you think,
he said with a long sigh, dragging his fingers through the ebony darkness of his hair. In the distance, a razor wolf's howl cut the night air in half, making me shiver. Razor wolves were never good news. They ate spirits and kept their souls trapped inside their bellies, which, oftentimes, was a span of hundreds and hundreds of years. Imagine that, being trapped in an animal's stomach for centuries. I swallowed hard and felt my skin prickle with goosebumps. Elijah heard them too, and his nostrils flared wide.
I know you've heard it all before, but...
He paused and looked at me with a slight tilt of his head, sliding his hands into the front pocket of his black Royal College breeches.
I can't leave until I've spoken to the Queen.
The Queen? I asked, cocking a single brow. What business would a student have with the Queen? Elijah pursed his lips and shook his head.
You have to bring her here,
he told me as I rolled my eyes. It's not what you think, he says, when really he's like every other spirit out there. I was so going to exorcise his bum. There is no flubbing way the Queen is going to come all the way out here to speak with a student's ghost, I said, bending down to pick up the knife. I flashed it at Elijah, moonlight reflecting off the jeweled blade. Now, easy way or hard way, it's your choice. What's going on? Jacinda asked, reaching a hand up and letting it hover around her spirit charm. She hated not knowing what was going on. Nothing, I said with a smile, as Elijah's jaw clenched tight and he narrowed his blue-white eyes on me. That lazy slouch of his did nothing to endear him to me. No way. I wasn't at all interested in him as a man. Too bad he was a ghost. He wants to bring the Queen here. I tried my flubbing best not to roll my eyes, but it happened anyway.
I have proof,
Elijah said, stalking over to the chipped marble of the front steps and dropping into a crouch. A good 24 rat and mice spirits clustered around his ankles. I imagined he'd been the only comfort they'd had for a long, long time.
Here,
he continued, pointing into the bushes with a single finger. As a spirit, it was difficult for Elijah to touch anything without putting some effort into it. He could make it look like he was standing or sitting on something, but to actually grab an object, he needed to put forth a ton of energy. Guess he was tapped out because whatever it was he wanted me to see, he didn't grab it. Instead, when he saw that I was just standing there, he rolled his eyes and then stood up, stalking over to grab my arm. Did I mention that I was the exception to the rule? Spirit whisperers could not only touch spirits, but they could be touched by spirits.
Come look, and then, if you still think I'm full of poop...
Elijah maybe didn't exactly say poop there, but I dubbed the word in my head automatically.
I'll wait peacefully while you exorcise me.
I stared down at the pale blue-white color of his fingers, their icy cold grip locking me in place. Too bad he'd used up all his energy trying to help me. I'd preferred it when he was warm. Fine. I flipped my snow-white braid over one shoulder and gestured for Jas to follow. Elijah took me to the edge of the overgrown bush, its dark green tendrils threatening to consume what was left of the sagging front porch, and then thrust my hand into the brush, closing my fingers around a leather-wrapped scroll. Pulling the item free from the thorns and entertaining several nice long gashes in the process, I held the scroll in my hands and stared at the dried, cracked surface of the leather. Each end was tied with fraying purple, red, and white twine, the colors of the royal family. That doesn't mean anything, I muttered as Elijah released my arm, and I turned the scroll toward me, finding the chipped remains of a wax seal. And not just any wax seal, mind you, but the Queen's. What's this? Jas asked, snatching the item from my hands and thrusting hers right through Elijah's chest. They both shivered instinctively, stepping away from one another. Jas would be feeling an icy chill traveling up her arm, while Elijah would be experiencing an almost agonizing sort of warmth. My handler unwrapped the ruined leather from the scroll, yanking the single piece of paper open so she could read it, the sapphire blue of her eyes shimmering brightly. "Brynn?" she choked out, sending a small flicker of either excitement or dread, I wasn't sure, skittering down my spine. "Do you know what this is?" she asked, and I noticed Elijah's full mouth twisting to the side in a smirk.
It's a decree from the Queen,
he said as Jas flashed a bright grin and flicked her eyes up to meet mine. "It's a decree from the Queen," she repeated as Elijah adjusted the loose sleeves of his Royal College uniform, torn at the shoulders, no doubt from the whole being ripped limb from limb thing. In his spirit form, Elijah could choose to remain whole, but the clothing he wore reflected the way he died. Brynn, this is an order of free passage. Do you have any idea what this means? I did, but I didn't know how to feel about it. Finding the Queen's decree, exorcising the Grandbergs, and running into Elijah of Haversey, that basically guaranteed us a spot at the academy.
Told you.
The bumhole, or asshole as Jas might say, said as he leaned one muscular shoulder against the crumbling edge of a marble column. Okay, so he was really leaning more inside of the column, but I wasn't one to be picky.
You need to tell the Queen that I found out what she needs to know.
Just tell me then, I said, crossing my arms over the front of my leather vest. Jas was too busy reading and rereading the scroll to notice me arguing with the spirit. Elijah's smirk deepened 3 shades more infuriating.
Not a chance,
he told me, one sleeve of his jacket sliding down his arm and exposing a whole flub of a lot of muscle. His white-blue eyes crinkled in a way that both made my heart pound and my fists clenched tight.
Take that decree back to the Queen and tell her you saw me.
Elijah bent down and picked up the spirit of a tiny mouse, standing up and holding it close to his chest.
Trust me, she'll want to know what it is I have to say.
With a tightening of my lips, I used the tiniest inkling of magic I had left to heal the scratches on my hand, turned and promptly tripped over a blackberry bush. Elijah's laughter followed me all the way off the property and onto the street.
Chapter 3. Elijah. Brynn of Haversey stormed off in her leather boots and breeches, her handler tagging close behind her. I stood at the edge of the Grandberg property, watching them, wishing with every ounce of my soul that I could follow. I was tired of being alone. I was fucking done with being dead. Fortunately, the information I had to tell the Queen was good. Excellent. It was hope lost in the pages of an old book. It was a chance to escape the hell I'd been stuck in for the past year. A second chance at life. Curling my fingers around the edge of the outer wall, I watched Brynn's long white braid swinging behind her as she walked, leather satchel slung over one shoulder. I tried not to stare at the rounded curve of her ass, but I'd been alone for a long time, and Brynn of Haversey was exactly my type. I'd have been interested in her even without an entire year of forced celibacy. My ghostly form might not have had actual needs, but my soul remembered what the touch of another person's hands felt like on my skin, fingertips skimming over sweaty flesh. I craved it almost as much as I craved a fruit and jelly roll, one of those thin chocolate pancakes with sugary fruit wrapped up inside. Turning back toward Grandberg Manor, I felt this pull inside my chest, a tug that yanked at the very core of my being. It was a sickening, lurching rip, like my spirit was being torn apart from the inside out. Against my own will, I found myself being dragged backward, out of the gate I hadn't been able to pass through since the day I died, and down the broken cobblestones of the old street. If I'd been alive, I might have felt nauseous, might have thrown up on the toes of my boots. Instead, I just felt like I was on fire. "Brynn, stop!" I choked out, the words garbled and broken. Had I been speaking to a less powerful spirit whisperer, I doubt she'd have heard me. Instead, my spirit came to an abrupt halt, and I looked down to find my hands disappearing and reappearing like clouds passing over the moon. Shadows, then silver, shadows, and silver. Spinning around, I channeled my magic, because magic was always there, regardless of whether or not it had a body to go with it, into my form, making myself as solid and corporeal as possible. Brynn was staring at me from around the curve in the road, past the burnt-out shell of an old carriage. There were blackberries, fucking everywhere, and for just a split second, I was glad I was a ghost, so they didn't catch on my breeches and scratch my legs to hell like they were doing to Brynn.
Flubbing mother flubbers.
She snarled as she kicked off spindly arms and crushed big ripe purple berries under her boots. The cloying sweetness of overripe fruit filled the air as I made my way toward Brynn and her handler, each step a careful experiment. I'd tried leaving the Grandberg Manor before, but as a spirit whisperer, I'd known that where I was bound was near absolute. Near absolute. Unless, of course, a powerful spirit whisperer just happened to stumble along and unbind you.
How did you get off the property?
She asked me, putting her hands on her generous hips and then flexing her wings in irritation. The right one smacked another old carriage, this one made of enchanted glass that lay in shattered pieces on the moonlit cobblestones. Only the heavy glass frame was intact. Brynn cringed and curled her wings in with a wince. They were beautiful, ebony black and glossy as the night around us, ringing the moon in charcoal velvet. An angel's wings could come in any color, but black, that was rare. Brynn must have had a minor blessing from the dark god, Helim, Haversey's on-again, off-again lover. Maybe that was how she'd managed to beat the Grandbergs. I don't know, I said, spreading my palms wide, then kicking what looked like a skull on the ground beside my foot. Of course, my toe went right through it, but on closer inspection, I saw that it really was a skull. Probably human, too. Maybe you freed me?
Ghosts can't be freed,
Brynn said, her voice husky and warm. I quite liked the sound of it.
They can only be rebound to a different place or to...
A person, I said, letting a smile work its way across my face.
What's going on?
The sapphire-eyed Amerin woman asked. Brynn had said her name before. Now what was it? That's right, Jas. Brynn flickered her gold eyes from her handler and then over to me. I couldn't help it. When she looked at me with a pinched brow, I wanted to smirk, and the more my expressions infuriated her, the more I wanted to keep doing them. I really was an asshole, wasn't I? Let's keep walking, shall we? I said, reaching out and taking Brynn by the arm, before she could protest. I loved that she let me touch her. It had been a long time since I'd touched anything so lively. Touching Brynn of Haversey sent warm thrills through me that made me feel alive again. Heat pooled in my stomach as I ran my tongue across my lips. The only living things I'd been able to touch since my death had been mice and rats, and only then as they lay bleeding on the manor's dirty floors. Mrs. Grandberg quite liked to tear their throats out and drink their blood. For fun, of course, but she didn't gain much from it otherwise.
I didn't unbind you,
Brynn said, but she didn't sound particularly convinced. Her tanned skin glowed under the moonlight, and her wings rustled as she shifted them, her much taller handler standing next to us with her brows raised. She was Brynn's opposite in a lot of ways. Dark hair to light, white skin to brown, tall to short, thin to curvy and round in all the right places. I shuddered, and Brynn gave me a look.
What's going on?
Jas asked, forcing her long-legged strides to match Brynn's much shorter ones. The handler pushed strands of dark hair from her face, blood speckling her white skin, a reminder that not 15 minutes earlier she was dying from her injuries. Seeing her, tall and dressed in an Amerin silk shirt, reminded me of my own handler, and the brutal death I'd led him to at the Grandberg Manor. Once again, I shuddered, but it wasn't out of joy. Not everyone left a ghost, and my handler, he'd fled this world as quickly as the blood had left his body, leaving me completely and utterly alone. I supposed I deserved it, after having gotten him killed.
Elijah of Haversey again.
Brynn said, not even bothering to control the rolling of her eyes.
He thinks I unbound him. I didn't.
Well, someone must have, little spirit shouter, I whispered, leaning low and using magic to make my breath stir Brynn's hair. It took effort, a lot of fucking effort, but it was worth it to see her shiver. Goosebumps pebbled her bronze skin as I teased her flesh with my fingers. She shoved me hard enough that if I'd been alive, I'd have gone sprawling off the cliff to my death. On our left sides, a row of mansions and their once glorious grounds stretched out and backed up against the forest and the mountains. But on our right, the navy dark of the Canary Sea glimmered under silver moonlight. It was clear that at one time a decorative and probably much-needed safety fence of some kind lined the edges of this cliff. Not anymore. Now it was simply a tumble past thick succulents clinging to the rocky side, jutting boulders and a rough splash in a warm, warm sea, one that would kill a human instantly. An angel would survive the fall, but a half-angel like Brynn, that was only a maybe. I made sure to keep myself between her and the crumbling edge of the road. While I found her clumsiness to be charming, too. I'd seen the girl trip, not just once, but 4 times already.
Maybe your point of binding just shifted.
Brynn mused, using a technical term to reference the center of the circle in which a spirit was bound. She used her left arm to push long, white bangs from her forehead, those golden eyes of hers a signature feature of the nomade people. Her short, curvy body, that bronze skin, those eyes, large but slanted at the edges. There was no mistaking her heritage. Half angel, half nomade. I'd never seen that combination before, and I was spellbound. Maybe, I said, blinking to bring myself back to the conversation at hand. Or maybe you accidentally bound my spirit to you? I paused, tapping my lower lip and liking the way Brynn's eyes followed the motion. What if it wasn't so accidental?
You're a mother-flubbing bleeding blatherer.
Brynn growled out under her breath, tearing her arm away from mine and rubbing at the spot where our elbows had touched.
Are you cursing out a spirit again?
The handler asked, moving up on Brynn's other side and picking her way carefully over giant lumps of broken stone, clusters of blackberry bushes, and the bleached white skeleton of a horse. In more ways than one, this neighborhood really was dead.
I might be,
Brynn said, glancing up at me with narrowed gold eyes.
but he deserves it.
Do I? I saved your ass back there, didn't I? Maybe I deserve more than an insult. Maybe I deserve a kiss? I leaned in close, and Brynn swatted me with one big, glossy wing, rolling her eyes yet again. Maybe it was her only defense against my charm.
You're a pain in the rump and a cocky, arrogant son of a blitz.
She threw back at me as we hit the end of the cobbled path and found ourselves at a crossroads. Brynn paused to examine the faded wooden signs, turned on her heel, and started walking in the wrong direction.
Honestly.
Jas continued, grabbing onto Brynn's shoulders and turning her around to face both me and the road that led to the nearest occupied town, this close to Amerin's west border. I flashed a cocky half-smile and slouched against a signpost. Brynn's eyes catching on my biceps as my tattered shirt sleeve slid down my right arm.
Your made-up words have gotten so ridiculous. It's impossible to actually decide if you're trying to insult someone or if you're writing a very strange children's book. Flub off, Jas.
Brynn said, the edge of her lip quirking into a smile as she took out her knife and carved a more obvious arrow into the sign. Standing back up, she examined her handiwork, and tucked the blade into her belt, letting me take her elbow again as she passed. Hooking a smile, I took a deep breath, which was really for sanity's sake and not because I could actually breathe, and stretched my wings out behind me. If I bumped Bryn's, that wasn't entirely accidental. I should be careful, though. Dead I might be, but if Brynn stabbed me with Haversey's steel, she could send me to the other side, whether I wanted to pass over or not. And with the information I'd learned at Grandberg Manor, I most certainly did not. No, with what I'd discovered, I might not ever have to.
Chapter 4. Brynn. We arrived at the city on Griffinback. Unfortunately, Elijah had to ride with me because no self-respecting griffin would willingly let a ghost hitch a ride on their muscular back. I had to sneak him on. I shouldn't have cared so much about having Elijah's long-fingered hands resting against my belly, but I did. He was warm when he shouldn't have been, and I kept feeling his breath tease the shell of my ear. Oh, I wish I wasn't so cheap. I should have just flubbing sprung for an extra griffin and pretended I wanted them to carry my luggage. Then maybe my stomach wouldn't be twisted in knots. My skin turned to goose flesh from the hot heat of a ghost's palm pressed to my belly. It came in bursts, that warmth. Like Elijah was low on energy but so desperate to tease me. He wanted to use whatever he had whenever he had it. Bast. I stopped myself before the insult could slip from my mind. I was so not losing feathers over the ridiculous perfection that was Elijah of Haversey. Okay, the physical perfection. He clearly had a lot of room for improvement in the manners and etiquette department. When it came to me, anyway. And since nobody else could see him, I didn't have much to go on otherwise.
It was a pleasure being pressed up against you for the entire ride,
He whispered, making me bristle as the griffin spread his white and brown wings wide and swooped low, skimming the green blanket of a pine-scented forest and heading for the outer walls of New Acumen, Amerin's capital city. We landed outside the gates, a good 50 feet from the actual stone walls. If we flew any closer, we'd get riddled with flaming crossbow bolts. That wasn't exactly an experience I was ever interested in entertaining. Gritting my teeth, I ignored Elijah's comment and waited for the griffin to sink his paws into the flat expanse of grass between the forest and the city walls, claws digging in as we came to a surprisingly graceful stop. Most of the griffin mounts I'd had recently, like the ones Jacinda and I had taken when we left the city, came down so hard that my teeth rattled in my skull like marbles. But this one, not only was he almost twice the size of some of the others, but his thick muscles slid beneath his golden coat with slick, predatory movements that gave him a kind of feline grace I found lacking in some of the others. The only downside of this particular mount was how big his damn back was. My inner thighs were sore from being spread so wide, but I wasn't about to say anything about it. If Jacinda didn't make a joke, she would. Then Elijah of Haversey seemed to have a pervy little streak of his own. My wings were tucked in tight but spread apart so Elijah could hang on during the flight. I could feel him brushing against them the entire time, and even if he wasn't, I will not say ass, I won't even say arse, a firm, muscular bottom, Wait, did I just say firm, muscular bottom? As an insult? This ghost was getting to me in a way I didn't like, not one bit. Falling for ghosts and spirits was like a death knell for a spirit whisperer. It was a guaranteed unhappy ending for everyone involved. And I wasn't even falling for the guy. I just thought he was hot. While some spirit whisperers did the naughty with ghosts, I was not one of them. It was just too weird. Sex was all about bodies and hands and heat until it wasn't. And I wasn't going to do the dirty deed with some guy who was nothing but a soul, not unless I loved him. And I wouldn't let myself fall in love with a ghost. Ever. Which brought us back to rule number 1. Sighing, I spread my wings wide and waited for Elijah to slide off the griffin's back, groaning and stretching my arms above my head. All around us other griffins landed or took off, shared food at one of a few campfires, or exchanged gems. Amerin's official currency with customers. This was the unofficial landing spot for Griffin Mount, so we had plenty of company. Most of them were pretty entrepreneurial and ran their own routes, dealt with their own customers, although a few wore the livery of certain merchants. Personally, I could have flown the distance between Grandburg Manor and New Ecumen by myself, but I couldn't have carried Jas, and I wouldn't have been able to make it in my tired state. That fight had drained all my energy. I blamed my fatigue on the rather embarrassing dismount, stumbling onto the grass and falling straight on my ass, and losing a feather for the curse too. Elijah threw his head back in laughter, and I was beyond glad nobody could see or hear him.
That was embarrassing,
the Griffin said, moving up to stand beside me, stretching his legs out in front of him with a wide yawn, claws spreading wide and digging into the soft grass. The sunrise was peeking over the horizon, yellow and gold fingers of light taking over the darkness of the sky.
Do you need a hand up?
He shifted as he stood there, stretching into a tall, flubbing tall man, with big muscles in his arms and a chest that loomed more imposing than the city wall. Also, there were other parts of him that were big that were not muscles, namely something between his legs. Before I could even think to answer him, he extended one of his massive hands and let a wide grin spread across his tanned face. Hopefully he hadn't noticed me staring at his dick.
Oh, someone has a crush,
Elijah whispered from my right. Lifting a hand up, I let the Griffin wrap his long fingers around my wrist and haul me to my feet. Completely off balance as usual, I stumble into him and hit the brick wall of muscles before he steadied me, with 2 hands on my hips. And oh, his fingers burn like brands, stealing my breath away and making me unbelievably aware of how close that giant penis of his really was. Ahem, I said, pushing his hands off as he chuckled, shaking out brown and white wings. They were a different shape than my own, curved and sleek and predatory instead of clunky and out of place. Getting a little handsy there, huh?
My apologies, Miss Haversey,
the Griffin said as he used my necklace to identify my trade, stepping back and taking a pair of breeches from the leather bag he'd worn on our flight over. I tried to ignore his nakedness and his erectness, but it was a little hard to look anywhere but at his crotch. He yanked on the pants, crossed his arms over his chest, and nodded.
40 gems for the ride,
he said, giving my silver Haversey star another glance. Or maybe he was checking out my chest. I hope not. Flubbing perv, I thought as I dug out 2 purple amethysts, worth 20 gems each, and passed them over, depositing them into his big warm palm. If the smoothness of my fingertips sliding across the roughness of his skin made me shiver, I pretended not to notice.
And that includes your friend, too,
he added, surprising me as he nodded his head in the direction of my handler. I watched as Jas untied her pack from her own mount and then moved over to join us. Thanks for a smooth trip, and a fair price, I said as I moved around him and grabbed Jas's hand. I didn't worry about Elijah. This far away from the Grandburg Manor, there was no doubt in my mind. Elijah was no longer bound to the grounds. The fact that he was here with me meant maybe I had somehow rebound him. This was something I was going to change. There was no way I was living the rest of my life with a smirking spirit following my every move.
Hey!
The grumbling voice behind me called out, making me pause as I looked over my shoulder and found the Griffin watching me with sharp gray eyes, the color of the icebergs in the Nordilich seas.
Do you want to grab a pint or something?
His mouth curves up at one corner.
You can bring your friend, too.
Yeah, no, I said, trying not to think about how handsome this guy actually was. Yet another example of a person whose wings were an extension of themselves, instead of tacked-on weight sent by the gods to make me stumble. We're needed at the castle. The Griffin moved over to us, putting one hand on the stone wall near my head and smiling at me in a way that made my heart skip around inside my chest.
Are you going to be in town for a while? I could take you out dancing.
The Griffin stretched his wings behind him, blotting out the early morning sun and shading my face, so he could properly stare at me with his beautiful eyes. They were as light as mine were dark. He clearly wasn't from around here. Most Griffins that lived or worked in New Ecumen came from the neighboring country of Scythia, but he was obviously familiar with the area, even if I'd never seen him before. And I used griffins a lot. How the flub had I missed this guy? He was huge and quite handsome, really. If I ever saw him again, I'd remember for sure. Regardless, dancing was the main draw of Amerin's capital city. There were more places to dance here than anywhere else in the country. More teachers, more dance schools, more performances, and more casual late-night places. Of course, thinking about all of that brought sharp memories to mind of me and the prince, and... Nope. I shut that down quick. Thanks, but no thanks, I said, and the griffin raised one dark brow in response, drawing away from me and holding up two big, beautiful hands. They were inked with merchant's marks, permanent symbols that advertised his level of trustworthiness and dedication to his position in the Travelers Guild. It took a hell of a lot of work for someone to earn those, and to be fair, his rates were some of the most reasonable I'd ever come across. I could go out with him, but I wasn't going to. I was still holding out for a prince I could never have. Even though most women in Amerin had multiple husbands, it was hard for me to think about number 2 when I was so desperately in want of number 1.
All right, well, enjoy your stay then,
the griffin said, but the way he flicked his gray eyes over my body, I got the feeling this wasn't over yet. He smiled mysteriously at me before moving away from us and heading over to a crowded campfire to sit next to a slender woman with brown and white wings. Oddly enough, I felt a tiny twinge in my stomach that I ignored, something that tasted like jealousy. You're being ridiculous, Brynn, I told myself as I turned and grabbed Jess's hand again. You told that guy no? She asked, looking at me like I was insane, her sapphire eyes widening as she stared at me, like I was the craziest person in all of Amerin. He's exactly your type. Maybe he's more your type? I quipped as Elijah folded his hands behind his head and followed us in a lazy rolling gait. No wonder he got himself killed. He was cocky as hell. You're deflecting, Jazz told me in that no-nonsense voice of hers. She was a typical handler, as arrogant as Elijah but without the cockiness. You were into that guy. I saw your... She paused and lifted her hands up to gesture at her chest. You know. I gasped and clamped my hands over my boobs, squeezing them for reassurance through my tunic. They did not, I whispered, even though I knew Elijah could still hear us. He was a ghost. Ghosts had excellent flubbing hearing. And if my you-know were hard, I said, pointing at my nipples, then it was because of the weather. I'm half no-maid, remember? My people like the heat. The heat of big, beautiful griffin men, Jacinda said, flashing me a mischievous smile. You're going to tease me until I admit he was hot, aren't you? I asked with a groan, shoving the heavy thickness of my braid over one shoulder and glancing in Elijah's direction. He was watching me through half-lidded eyes, a cool presence on my left side. He was much less substantial now than he'd been earlier. Serves him right, I thought as we stared at each other, using all his energy to make his hands warm and his breath stir my hair. Jerk. A feather plucked itself from my skin and I yelped as Elijah caught it in his fist, something I was surprised he was able to do. Sure, I was a spirit whisperer, so he was much more likely to be able to touch me than anything else. But still I was impressed. Well, impressed with him and annoyed with Haversey for not letting me even think the word jerk. See? Any word with any extreme negative connotation, whoever used jerk in a positive light, counted against my feathers. It didn't have to be a curse word per se. The goddess wasn't totally against explicatives. I could get away with dams sometimes since, a dam was a useful device to hold back water, so the word itself wasn't totally negative. Stop talking to that ghost and just say it so I can stop grinning privately to myself over here, Jacinda said, drawing my attention away from Elijah in his spiffy little Royal College uniform. Gods, he was a beautiful man. Fine. The Griffin was one of the sexiest men I've ever seen in my life. Is that what you wanted to hear? I asked, raising a white brow and shrieking when a man's big, warm hand landed on my shoulder. Considering I spent a lot of time around spirits, whose main joy in life was to sneak up, tease, and scare people, you'd think I'd be used to it. Instead, I whirled to face the man, tripping on a completely intact cobblestone and spun, managing to avoid landing on my ass by doing a somersault. It was extra impressive, too, considering the wings and all. I had to spread them wide to even manage it, but there weren't a lot of angels who could tumble in Amerin like I could. True, I learned out of necessity, but when I came up on my feet and stood straight, folding my black wings in close and glaring at the gorgeous griffin man, I found him holding my satchel.
"You left this behind,"
he said, in a deep, rumbling voice tinged with humor. I coughed to clear my throat and held my hand out, like I'd intended to do that somersault all along. Being overbalanced and clumsy wasn't something I could help, but utilizing that clumsiness, owning it, and making it work for me was something I could take control of. "Thank you, sir," I said, gas lamps flickering on either side of the street. They'd stay lit until the sun was fully risen in the sky. The people of Amerin were well acquainted with the monsters that walk in shadows, and they knew better than to ever let the streets get completely dark. Things had gotten even worse after the northern kingdom of Vayan went dark. The monarchy disappeared. Messages stopped being received or sent. Messengers stopped coming back or showing up. Something wasn't right, but nobody knew why. The only thing we did know for sure was that our streets were less safe. Slicking fingers through my long bangs, I held out my hand to take the satchel.
"And this sexy man's name is Vexer,"
he said with a wink.
"but you can call me Vex. I'll be flying in and out of New Akyuman for a while. Come find me if you ever want to take me up on my offer."
He dropped the bag onto my outstretched hand and winked with a lid lined with thick, curved lashes. "Thank you, Vex," I said as I hooked the bag over my shoulder and turned away, my eyes lingering a little longer than they should be before I flicked them around and kept walking.
"You do like him, don't you?"
Elijah asked as I scoffed. "I just met him," I said, and Jacinda grinned, thinking I was talking to her. "So, instant attraction is the best kind. Let him take you to one of the nice inns, the ones they only let Travelers Guild members stay in, and have a little vacation on your back." "Jess!" I said with a laugh, and she smiled brighter. "On your knees or straddling his. Hell, put him between your thighs and have a real treat." "You're a pervert," I told her as we continued through the uncrowded streets toward the castle. The well-maintained road sloped upward, made entirely of smooth gray river rocks, the buildings getting more detailed but not bigger. Every single lot in the city was the same size, planned out decades in advance of the actual building by a very talented team of architects and building managers. Of course, their feeble attempt at egalitarianism fell short. Just because all the houses were the same size didn't mean they were of the same quality. That, and it didn't stop the richest of the rich from buying entire blocks out, connecting the beautiful little dwellings with bridges and ladders, walkways lined with flowers and carefully planted trees to add privacy. I didn't pay much attention to any of it. I was born in the castle, grew up in the castle, and I still lived in the castle. But only because my mother was captain of the guard and also, probably because she was sharing the queen's bed on a regular basis. As soon as I turned 21, though, I'd have to get a real position at the castle if I wanted to stay. Something other than freelance spirit headhunter. My mother would make sure I got something, but it probably wouldn't be something good. Or anything to do with spirits, either. The queen already had a trusted team of whisperers, including a spirit whisperer who was far more powerful than I was. And there weren't really many other positions available for someone of my skill set. Either I'd have to find somewhere else to live, or I'd have to get into the Royal College. We passed by the city side gate on our way to the castle, the metal gates locked up and shut tight this early in the morning. Amerin Royal College, an academy devoted to the study of magics, spirits, and shadows. The words filled the center of the decorative metal arch, stretching over the gate and beckoning with mysterious fingers. There were so many things inside these walls, inside the cluster of buildings that dotted the property and stretched all the way back into the waiting forest. Secrets that Jacinda would kill to get a hold of. Me? I wasn't sure what I wanted, so I was more than happy to follow my handler's dreams for now. "Do you think the queen will give us a reference?" Jas asked, eyes sparkling as she clutched the scroll underneath her arm and beamed. A reference from the queen was an automatic acceptance to the college. Doesn't matter anyway, she said, answering her own question as Elijah watched us with a curious smile on his face. As soon as we write up our report on Grandburg Manor, we'll get an invitation.
Still haven't gotten into the academy?
Elijah asked, looking me up and down with a smirk lingering on his lips. I ignored him as he ruffled up his dark hair, stopping outside the guardhouse and waiting for one of the soldiers to come out and look us over. It was a strange hour to be coming and going. That, and with Vayan in strange turmoil, the guards weren't taking any chances. The Queen's entire harem had been killed a few years prior. Her lovers cut down in the midst of a border war with the neighboring country of Scythia. Her daughters had been serving as generals in the army, and they hadn't come back either. Amerin now had one queen, and one prince.
What are you, 20?
Elijah asked as he looked me over carefully, circling around both me and Jas as she moved up to the castle wall and rung the bell.
And you haven't gotten in yet?
I gritted my teeth as a pair of drowsy-looking guards stepped out of the guardhouse and used a charm on both Jacinda and me, pausing when the clear stone turned black to indicate Elijah's presence. We have an order of free passage from the Queen, Jas said, holding out the scroll and waiting for the two women to look it over. And the spirit we have with us is the carrier, Elijah of Haversey. She gestured in the complete wrong direction as the guards checked the scroll and looked up at me. Can we see him, please? One of them asked, and I sighed. I was exhausted, and the last thing I wanted to do right now was expend the energy needed to let some Amerin human get a glance at the other side. Of course, I replied, because there was no other way we were being led into the castle with a ghost on our heels. Lifting my hand to the silver star at my throat, I pricked my finger hard enough to draw blood, wincing at the sharp sting of pain. My thumb smeared over the guard's closed eyelids before I drew the symbol of the light goddess on her forehead, a 5-pointed star with a circle in the center, the point facing down instead of up. Helem, the dark god, had the same symbol, only his pointed up. That confused some people, but it made perfect sense to me. The dark god was pointing up from the dark depths of the earth, while the light goddess shone down from above. Drawing matching symbols on my own face, I clasped the guard's right hand in my own and grabbed my necklace with my left hand. Haversey, I whispered, light flaring around us, teasing my white braid into a frenzy, ruffling the dark feathers on my wings. My body sagged as the very last of my strength was drained out, sliding through our clasped hands and sending the power of my second sight into the guard. I just hoped there wasn't anything else around for her to see besides Elijah. I didn't feel anything, but some of the dark spirits that had been haunting the city were tricky, slippery little things. Several powerful spirit whisperers had been killed inside the city walls. Shivering, I flicked my gaze over to the guard and found her with her mouth open wide, her distinctly Amerin blue eyes locked on Elijah. Holy shit, she said. But, well, you get the picture now, right? She didn't actually say ship. Change that P out for a T and then, well, I'd already lost a few feathers that night, and I wasn't about to give up another. Sure, they grew back, but they itched like crazy, and I already had to put up with molting once a year. Elijah of Haversey.
At your service,
He said with a flourish and a bow. His court manners were impeccable. Not surprising considering he was a 6-year student at the academy. Well, I mean, he had been a 6-year student when he died. Since most graduates got employed either by high-ranking nobles or royals, either in Amerin or its allied countries, court manners were part of the curriculum.
I seek free passage to the Queen.
The soldier nodded, stunned by the clear, crisp line of Elijah's spirit. This could very well be the first ghost she'd ever seen. Right this way, she whispered, letting go of my hand and blinking suddenly when, presumably, Elijah disappeared from sight. The woman shook her head, took out a heavy ring of keys, and led us through a small metal door in the side of the wall. There was no way anyone was wasting time raising the portcullis for a spirit team as insignificant as Jas and me.
So why haven't you been accepted to the Royal College yet?
Elijah asked, slipping through the door ahead of me. I bet he'd have walked straight through it if the castle walls weren't so heavily warded. No ghost, spirit, or other baddie was getting through, under or above these walls, unless they were powerful as flub. None of your business, I replied curtly, wishing I were powerful enough to mind-speak with spirits. It would save me from getting a lot of strange looks. Glancing over, I found Elijah's ice blue eyes watching me with interest. If he'd been alive, I'd have said he was interested in me, but dead men didn't come back to life. Well, not with their souls intact. Death whisperers could animate corpses, but that really wasn't the same thing, not without a spirit inside of them. No, despite his good looks and his charm, Elijah of Haversey was dead, and there wasn't a single person in all of Amerin that could bring him back to life. The guards led us through a familiar set of side passages, cut out of the thick stone walls and known only to a very select few. The fact that Elijah had an order of free passage from the Queen was a big flubbing deal, so whatever information he was supposed to get from Grandburg Manor, it must really have been important. As we slipped from the narrow passage into the main hallway, I saw the Queen in her robes, waving goodbye to my father, her other lover. Only a queen could convince another strong-willed Amerin woman like my mother to join her in bed and share her man. It was an impressive thing. I wondered if the three of them were in love. My dad paused, handsome as hell in full white plate armor. His wings at least a good half-size larger than my own, filling his back and taking up the entire hallway behind him.
Brynn,
he said, the lilting notes of his voice something I hadn't inherited. I'd gotten wings and magic, but I hadn't gotten grace, an angelic singing voice, or the air of haughty superiority that most angels had.
I'm glad to see you back in one piece.
It was a close one, I admitted, as I bowed my chin to the Queen and Jacinda went all the way down to her knees. She was Amerin through and through, and anything but pure deference was unacceptable. Although I'd been born here, I'd also spent a lot of time in Nalahari, my mother's desert homeland, as well as my father's birthplace of Seraph. So while the Queen did strike awe into my heart, I didn't feel the need to prostrate myself to show respect. My decree, the Queen said, her sea-green eyes growing wide as she rushed towards us. Her voluminous robe streamed out behind her. A moment later, my mother appeared in the doorway to the Queen's bedchamber and made me raise an eyebrow. She wasn't dressed in armor, but was instead draped in a set of robes that were almost identical to the Queen's, the purples, reds, and whites of the Amerin royal crest. Hello, Brynn, my mother said, acknowledging me with a slight smile as the Queen took the decree from my fingers and unfurled it. Her Majesty's pastel green eyes lifted to mine, shining with an emotion that was too complex for me to read. You found Elijah, I take it? Mom asked, her voice soft and tinged with sadness. I nodded and held out a hand to indicate the man in question, his spirit leaning against the stone wall, his shoulders sunk several inches inside of it. I've managed to bring him back, Your Majesty, I said, which earned me a raised eyebrow in response. Surely the Queen was wondering how a mediocre, nay, lower-level spirit whisperer such as myself was able to pull something like that off. Elijah of Haversey. Welcome, Elijah of Haversey, she said with a small nod of her head. Somehow she managed to look right into his eyes, as if she could see him there. Hell's bells, maybe she could? I might be half angel, but the Queen was half deity, a demi-goddess born of Heket, god of magics, and an Amerin noblewoman. Nobody knew what powers demigods had exactly, considering there were less than a dozen scattered across the entire continent. The other 11 continents we were much less sure about. Maybe they had their own gods. Come in, please. The Queen, Everess of Heket, said as she gestured for us to join her in her chambers. My mother preceded us in, making sure to close the doors to the back bedroom. Amerins weren't very modest or shy about sexuality, but the bedroom was considered a sacred and personal space. We wouldn't be permitted to even look at it.
Have dinner with me later this week,
my father said, nodding at me and Jas before moving down the hall with the clink of his heavy armor. My dad wasn't technically a part of the Amerin court. Instead, he was an ambassador on permanent loan from Seraph, the kingdom of angels. How my mother had managed to convince him to stay was a mystery to most. Pure-blooded angels were not known for settling down, nor were they often known for having actual relationships with their children. Guess Mom and I were the exception. Have someone bring us breakfast, the Queen told the guard that brought us up here, gesturing for Jas and me to take a seat at the table in her foyer. Each personal chamber in the castle was like its own house, the floor plans modeled on the 12 basic designs that filled the entire city of Amerin. The repetitive nature of the buildings should have made them unoriginal and tiresome, but instead, it was like having such ordinary shells force the people to be creative. Only in the desert had I ever seen such color, innovation, and design in a person's house. "I'll need to speak with Elijah," Everest said, her blonde hair loose and wavy around her shoulders, her robes fluttering like the petals of a flower as she took a seat. My mother came and sat on her left, where a captain of the guard ought to sit. She might have been wearing robes and smiling at me, but I knew she could kill me and Jacinda both before I was finished blinking. "Yes, Your Majesty," I said, lifting my hand to my necklace. The Queen reached out and put one of her own hands, as pale as fresh cream, over my sun-kissed brown one. Her green eyes sparkled as she turned to Elijah, sitting half inside the chair on my left. The hairs on the back of my neck lifted as someone used magic, strange magic, and lifted our hair and clothing, letting them float in an ethereal breeze. I tasted apples and honey on my tongue, the bright flavor of Heket's blessings. As far as I knew, there were only 2 people in the entire country that were magic whisperers, the Queen and her son. The only reason I recognized the taste and smell of that energy was because I'd spent so much time playing with the Crown Prince as a child. But as far as what they could do with their powers, all I had were vague clues based on things I'd seen Air do in the past. And the K on the end of magic? That was just a fancy old-timey spelling that helped differentiate the magic that everyone else did from the awe-inspiring power of the god Heket and his descendants. "Elijah," the Queen said, and I knew I was witnessing something that few ever learned about, and I had to wonder why of all people I was being allowed to witness it. The Queen could have thanked Jas and me, sent us back to our chambers, and dealt with Elijah herself. Flicking my eyes to my mom, she gave me a secret smile that I couldn't quite interpret.
"Your Majesty,"
he said as he flickered to life in brilliant color, not just the blues and grays and whites of a spirit form. I could see Elijah's dark hair, cool blue eyes, the gold of his buttons, the leather shoulders of his royal college jacket, as if he was sitting right there with us. Glancing over at both Jas and my mom, I could tell they saw him too. Wow. The Queen was doing what I could, with a fraction of the effort and twice the result. No wonder demigods were the only Amerins permitted to take the throne. "Tell us what you found," the Queen whispered as her skin began to glow, and her eyes took on a scintillating shimmer that definitely wasn't human.
"I found the book,"
Elijah said, and the Queen's eyes brightened even further.
"It was exactly where you said it would be, in the Grandberg Manor. Unfortunately, I was murdered before I was able to leave the grounds with it. But..."
Elijah paused and exhaled, closing his eyes and ruffling up his dark hair with his fingers. Standing up from the chair, he bowed once to the Queen and then flicked his eyes over to mine, with a slight raise of brows.
"Permission to disrobe,"
he said, and I gaped as the Queen nodded, and Elijah's clothing simply disappeared. His body was distracting, to say the least, even with both the Queen and my mother in the room with us. My eyes couldn't stop tracing the firm hills and valleys of Elijah's abs, the strong muscles in his back as he flexed his wings and turned around. Whatever the Queen's magic was doing to him, he looked alive. I knew it was just a trick, but it was impossible to glance away. My heart thundered in my chest and my throat went dry. Elijah's skin lit up with an inner fire, silver runes etching across the muscles in his back, flickering to life one by one across his shoulders, down his spine, over the firm curve of his ass. I didn't even have to feel guilty for looking. Everyone else was.
"The book itself was destroyed,"
Elijah began, and I had to wonder what book exactly he was talking about.
"But before that happened, I managed to copy down the information you wanted. Every last word."
"This is all of it?" Everest asked, her voice heady and thick with power, as her sea-green eyes took in Elijah's naked form. She stood up as he spun slowly to face us, runes glimmering from every surface of his body, even his eyelids, even his eyes. I could see a single rune etched into each one of his irises. Not even his cock was spared, half hard and pointing toward the row of shuttered windows that lined the back of the room. I wondered if he'd have to get it up all the way so we could read them. With a quick flick of his eyes in my direction, Elijah grinned, runes shining from his teeth and tongue, and then he winked at me. I quickly dragged my attention off his manhood, but it was too late. He saw me looking, and he wasn't exactly half-hard anymore. "The whole spell," the Queen repeated, putting her white hands on Elijah's flat chest. I shifted slightly in my chair and tried to ignore the bee that had just sprung to life inside my tummy, stinging me with sharp pricks of something I couldn't name. It was an emotion I didn't like and wasn't comfortable with. Not at all. It was as green as envy. "Lena," Everest said, turning to her part-time lover, my full-time mother. "Start writing it down." But Lena Robane, who was entirely human and without a god's blessing, was already way ahead of her queen, fingers clutching a quill pen, a sheet of vellum laid out in front of her. As I watched, she poised herself to write. "Which one is first?" she asked, and Elijah lifted a single finger to his face.
"My right eye,"
he said, and then my mother began to write. While Jacinda and I sat there in silent shock, the golden-skinned nomade woman who'd beaten out hundreds of Amerin natives for her position through hand-to-hand flubbing combat, wrote down a spell that made my throat tight and my blood sing, and for different reasons than I'd felt earlier. This wasn't lust. This was a calling of power, like to like. My heart lurched and my fingertips felt suddenly like they were ablaze with magic. Shifting my wings, I extended them fully and let them rest on the floor, taking some of the strain off of my back. "Are you all right, Brynn of Haversey?" the Queen asked, looking down at me with a bemused smile on her face that said she didn't think I was and that was okay. No, that was good. Not to say the Queen couldn't be a real blitz at times, but she wasn't exactly known for being cruel either. If she was looking at me like that, there was a reason for it. "There's something strange." I started lifting a hand up to my necklace. It was forged of Haversey steel, another gift from the light goddess to all of her children. It couldn't be stolen, borrowed, or bought. If I lost it, it'd come back to me. If it were destroyed, it'd reappear within hours, hanging there around my neck for the whole world to see, an announcement of who I was and what I could do. As soon as my fingers curled fully around it, I felt something shift inside of me, some lurching jolt of recognition as my eyes took in the runes of the spell, runes I shouldn't rightfully be able to read, but which started to make sense to me. The longer I looked, the clearer they became. "A resurrection spell," I whispered, beads of sweat dotting my forehead as the light goddess took over my eyes and translated the ancient language for me. I hadn't even asked for the second sight. No, it was being forced on me and I didn't know quite what to do. Hell's bells, I didn't even think I could move. Elijah finished his slow spin, and my mother scribbled down a few last runes, pausing expectantly and looking back up. The beautiful silver etchings twisted and turned dark, oozing blood down Elijah's perfect skin. Helm. I knew the change as soon as I saw it, the dark god's marks oozing ruby red. As disturbing as it was to watch, I knew there was no danger here. After a moment, Elijah reached his hands up and scrubbed the blood down his face, leaving his white skin a mask of red. A few seconds later, our hair and clothing settled and the glow around the Queen dissipated, and she reigned in her magic, leaving me trembling and confused, the light goddess a heavy weight inside my chest. The runes from Elijah faded, so did the blood, and then so did he. My mother pushed the vellum across the table. "This is a spell of resurrection," I repeated as the Queen's eyes twinkled, and I got some idea of what we were dealing with here. Her entire family was dead. Here was a resurrection spell, a promise to bring her dead lovers and her dead daughters back to life. Who wouldn't want such a thing? "It is," the Queen said as I read the runes. They were explicit instructions. How, when, why, words to speak, gestures to use, and then feelings. An entire page of vague prose on how to interpret the spell itself. and it's the only magic Brynn and Haversey have ever agreed upon. How has something this valuable stayed hidden for so long? Jacinda asked, leaning forward and making her chair creak as Elijah groaned and sunk to the floor, fading almost completely from sight. I could see a vague outline, but that was it. I mean, the scholars at the Royal College will... This isn't for the scholars or the nobles, not for professors or students or... The Queen paused and gathered some of her usual poise back around her. At least for now, this is only for Brynn. Everest paused, nostrils flaring as she exhaled. I want you to make the spell work. She held up one delicate hand and gestured in Elijah's direction, like she could still see him. That surprised me. I was pretty sure even I wouldn't be able to see him if I hadn't been entertaining a little piece of Haversey herself. I could feel her there, inside my chest, wanting and waiting, listening. If this was important to her, then it was definitely supposed to be important to me. For now, you'll use Elijah as a test subject. Test subject? I breathed, my brain scrambling to make sense of it all, my eyes reading and rereading the runes, putting together a rough idea of what this spell might entail, and it was a lot. It wasn't something that could be put together willy-nilly, nor was it something that would come cheap. Just to attempt it, I'd have to spend 30 exorcisms worth of pay, a whole month of taking on spirits like the Grandbergs. You'll have whatever supplies you need, whatever support, but nobody is to know about this. Brynn. The Queen leaned forward and tucked 2 fingers beneath my chin. This is a project I'm entrusting to you, and only you. But why? I asked, so many emotions crashing down around me. Why me? I wasn't the best spirit whisperer in the country, not even the city, not even the castle. This was a task for someone much more powerful, much more experienced, not for someone who could barely, if at all, get accepted into the Royal College. Because there are few and sometimes no whisperers on this planet who have a blessing from both Haversey and Brynn. I don't have a blessing from Brynn, I said, but I could already feel my skin getting feverishly hot, the dark god crashing into me like a lightning bolt, making my breath choke out in a wheezing gasp, blinding me as a third set of eyes joined mine and Haversey's. But you do, the Queen said as I curled forward, my fingers gripping the edges of the table, a strange dichotomy of power and emotion swirling around inside my chest. It felt like I was going to explode from the inside out. And not just a minor blessing either. Brynn? Jas was asking, alarm coloring her voice as she reached out and rubbed my upper back in small, soothing circles. The touch didn't help ground me like usual. Instead, I could barely feel her long fingers on my spine. Nobody has 2 major blessings, I gasped out. But as soon as I said it, I knew it wasn't true. The dichotomous powers inside of me tumbled together in a dangerous swirl, emotions crashing into my heart like bricks. Love, hate, sex, light, dark. It was both awful and wonderful at the same time. You do, Brynn, the Queen said, reaching out and taking one of my hands in hers at the same moment Elijah seemed to recover himself, flickering into focus and rising to his feet, fully dressed this time. The ghostly images of his star necklace and Haversey blade were clearly visible, making me wonder what happened to the real things. Were they in the wild tangles of blackberry back at Grandberg Manor along with his skeleton? Or had they disappeared the moment he died? I honestly didn't know the answer. Usually gifted items faded at the time of death, but what if the spirit they belonged to was still around? But that thought didn't last long in my head. No fucking thought managed to last. I yelped as a feather tore from my skin and floated lazily through the still air. How? Jas was asking, leaning in close and wrapping her arms around me. I really did have the very best handler in Amerin. Probably the best handler on the continent of Europia, really. Lena, the Queen continued, glancing sidelong at my mother with a strange mixture of emotions in her gaze. I saw love, lust, respect, but also wariness, sadness, disappointment. My mother was a good woman and a good lover, but she wasn't who Everest really wanted. She wanted her lovers brought back to life, and it was going to be my job to do it? This was madness, complete and total madness. I wanted nothing to do with it. My inside squeezed painfully as the hands of the two gods tussled, fighting and then caressing. It was an uncomfortable sensation, like there were two butterflies swirling around behind my ribcage, mating. Oh, flubbing gross. It felt like they were doing the naughty inside of me. I tried my very best not to throw up in front of the Queen. "Lena," the Queen repeated as Elijah moved over to stand next to me, kneeling down and letting his white wings unfold behind him in glorious stretches of snowy white, catching what little candlelight was there in the room. When he shifted them just right, they glowed gold. With the Queen's shutters closed tight, there was no hint of the morning sun anywhere, but in the beautiful shimmer of a ghost's wings. Had the love of a dark angel and a light angel at the same time. My eyes were as round as saucers. I could see them reflected in Jacinda's wide eyes when I turned to look at her, finding it suddenly hard to speak, like the souls of both gods were lodged in my throat and choking me. Of course, Jazz's gaze almost immediately brightened from fear and confusion to sheer academic joy. Ever the scholar, my friend. Both of whom were blessed and beloved by their gods. The Queen smiled, and this time there was just a hint of selfishness and desperation in it. They gave their love, and you, fully and completely to her. "Brynn is a triad?" Jacinda asked, trying not to squeal as both my mind and body reeled with the strangeness of the situation. Here was a recap. I had both the goddess of light and the god of darkness inside of me, at the same time. Somehow, even though it was metaphysically impossible, I had a major blessing from both of them. And on top of it all, I had 2 biological fathers. 1 egg, 2 sperm, but a child that did not result in twins. 1 baby between 1 woman and 2 men. It really wasn't that uncommon in Amerin, one of the reasons most women had harems of lovers. But not me. I'd only ever known 1 father. "Brynn is a triad with a double blessing," Everest repeated, and I could feel her greed and eagerness tainting the air in the room. 1 in a million. She reached out and touched my chin with gentle fingers. 1 in a million, and my chances at a once-in-a-lifetime miracle. The Queen's sea-green eyes filled with tears, and she glanced away abruptly, leaving me feeling full to bursting. Not in a good sexual sort of way like Vex probably would have if I'd let him take me out dancing, but this awful twist inside of my heart. Not only did it feel like those 2 gods were getting it on inside my chest, it felt like they were making a bet. On the table in front of me, a black steel necklace and a knife folded in the forges of hell landed with a clatter. Helm's star and Helm's steel. No mother-flubbing way. As soon as the items were given to me, there was a sucking sensation inside my chest, and I felt both immense powers drop away, leaving me gasping and choking for air, shaking as I felt the sense of heaviness collapse onto my shoulders. The weight of new responsibility. Flub. And I could barely handle the weight of my own wings. What was I supposed to do with the heavy weight of a queen's miracle?
"I thought those black wings were a sign of Helm's favor,"
Elijah murmured, reaching out a hand and just barely teasing the softness of an ebony feather. If I hadn't been choking and shaking and trying to recover from the weight of 2 massively powerful gods, I'd have punched him in the mouth. "Should Brynn be initiated into Helm's favor?" Jacinda asked, speaking aloud the thought that was at the forefront of my mind. Well, the second foremost thought, right after, why is Elijah of Haversey curling cold, but somehow still comforting fingers around my arm? All whisperers underwent an official initiation ceremony after their chosen god gifted both their symbol and whatever weapons were on offer. It was a great big fanfare that involved getting dressed up, bathing in a sacred pool, and a whole lot of chanting that was, if we were all honest with ourselves, a complete and total load of poop. A complete and total load of poop. It didn't mean anything, and it didn't do anything. Once a goddess or god had chosen someone, they never let go. There was no switching professions or choosing a new deity, and there certainly was no need for gauzy outfits and priests and priestesses dipping you into a magic pool. If a deity chose you, you were theirs no matter what you thought about it. "No," the Queen said, and I tried not to weep tears of relief. The thought of another initiation ceremony so soon after my last made me feel nauseous. Or maybe that was because I'd been possessed by 2 gods. Oh, and by so soon after, I meant 16 years after my last initiation ceremony. I'd been 4, almost 5 when Haversey took me under her wing, so to speak, and I'd attended dozens and dozens of ceremonies for friends and family since. No thank you. No? Jas echoed with a slight smile playing around her lips. She'd never been much for fanfare or pomp, but she knew as well as everyone else that the initiation ceremonies were just silly excuses for parties. But she also knew that the Queen had a thing for rituals and tradition. We don't want anyone knowing about a double blessing. Keep it hidden. The way Everest looked at me, Jas, and Elijah made it clear that that was an official order. The last whisperer to have double major blessings was assassinated within weeks of the news going wide. She was right, too. A woman from Vayan had found herself adored by both the fire and the water gods, giving her access to magic unimaginable. She was promptly murdered, of course. I didn't much want to get promptly murdered.
Although you'd still have your magic.
Elijah mused, tapping a long finger against his full mouth. When he caught me watching him, he smirked and I scowled. The Queen cleared her throat and I flicked my gaze back to her, with a bright blush staining my cheeks, as red as the copperberry lipstick that Jacinda was still somehow wearing. I bet she'd reapplied it when I wasn't looking.
I wonder if you could resurrect yourself from the dead with that spell?
A problem for another day, the Queen said, which gave me serious goosebumps, because it meant that she could see Elijah with or without my help. I guess it seriously paid to be a demigod, huh? For now, all I want is you and your handler focused on this spell. Queen Everest tapped her fingers on the edges of the curled vellum pages and looked me straight in the eyes. I could feel her power and her position, boring into me with burning force. You'll be on retainer with the castle, and you won't have to worry for a thing. I'll have accommodation set up on the Royal College grounds, and— The Royal College? Jas squealed, literally interrupting the Queen. As soon as she did it, she realized her mistake and shoved her chair back from the table, prostrating herself on all fours with her head pressed to the wood floor. It overlaid the stone in shiny, rippling patterns. Most of the rooms in the palace had been left with the plain stone floors of the original castle, but not this, not the Queen's chambers.
Oh, that's bloody rich.
Elijah chortled as he stood up and ruffled my hair with his long fingers, adjusting his uniform and making me wonder why he had a hint of royal accent. Was he nobility? I should probably know these things, but court intrigue had always interested me less than the dirt on the bottom of my boots. I remembered the scandal when Elijah of Haversey and his handler went missing, but if he was part of some high-ranking noble family, then I'd already forgotten.
Your friend here is an interesting character,
Elijah said as the Queen gestured for Jacinda to stand, and his heavy-lidded eyes took her in appreciatively. I did my best to ignore the metaphorical bee stinging my insides. You'll have access to most every room on the grounds, as well as the catacombs. The Queen continued, and Jas made an unintentional keening sound in the back of her throat. We often joke that for the right book, the right discovery, the right scientific fact, that she just might have a spontaneous orgasm. She did seem to prefer research and studying over both men and women. But I'm not going to recommend you as students, Everest continued as I locked eyes with my mother, watching as she sat back in her chair and crossed her arms under her full breasts. No-made women were famous for having the biggest, roundest, and perkiest breasts on the entire continent of Europa. And my mother, she certainly had a large pair, yet somehow, even though I was only a half-breed, mine were even bigger than hers. I wasn't sure if I should be excited about that or not. I mean, they looked nice enough in a tunic, but they could be a pain in the chest sometimes. You'll have whatever supplies you need in whatever quantity you need them. I'll set you up with an assistant. Everest rose to her feet, and I could tell this conversation was winding to a close. But I highly recommend that you do attempt to become students at the college. Her full pink lips twisted into a wry smile. I can give you access and ensure that no one stops you from your research, but I can't control the reactions of every individual. They won't like non-students, non-staff, and non-royalty living and working on the grounds. You have to apply to the college and be accepted on your own merit." The Queen paused and lifted a hand in Jazz's direction, giving her permission to speak since she was clearly bursting at the seams. "I'll write up our report on the Grandberg Manor today," she said, confidently raising her chin and reminding me that she came from a noble family too. A minor one, sure, but nobility nonetheless. Leaving out anything to do with the decree, of course. She continued, sapphire eyes alight with a fire I hadn't seen in years. Not since our first rejection from the Royal College when I was 17 and she was 21. "May I include the fact that Elijah is now bound to Brynn?" "It'd be impossible to hide," the Queen said with a slight smile. But although it was somewhat rare for a ghost to be unbound and then rebound to a person, it wasn't rare for them to be attached to someone. There were dozens and dozens of ghosts that lived in the castle, watching over former lovers or children, parents or friends. I would not be the only person on the Royal College campus with their own personal haunt. "Go rest. Enjoy the All Hallows' Eve celebration, and I'll make sure everything is ready by the beginning of next week." Everest flashed a tight smile, raised her brows and flicked her gaze to my mother, a clear dismissal for the rest of us. "I'll escort you downstairs," Lena said, rising to her feet and belting her voluminous robes around her waist.
My first day back at the castle, and I've already had an audience with the Queen. Won't my fiancé be surprised to hear about that?
Elijah mused as I rose to my feet and offered a half-hearted bow to the Queen. It was the best I could do, given my level of exhaustion, but of course the asshole ghost had to go and show me up, giving a smooth, perfectly executed bow of his own. And all this while that crazy bee inside my belly stung me 1,000,000,000 times over at the mere mention of a fiancé. My mother opened the door just as the Queen's breakfast arrived, letting Jas and me into the hallway, and closing the heavy wooden door behind the servant and in Elijah's face.
"Rude much?"
he asked, as I clutched the Helm star and dagger to my chest, feeling the dark god's power awaken inside of me, stretching its arms and yawning as I moved. Now I was a walking dichotomy of spirits and shadows. Elijah popped the rest of the way through the wooden doors and took up walking beside me. Our wings bumped together and I felt my face heat, teeth clenching as I glared at him, and he gestured at the narrow hallway like that was some sort of excuse for copping a feel. "Men have been hanged for less," I growled, but he just grinned at me. "Keep up, Brynn," my mother said as I scooted around Elijah and took up a position on her right. Jas trailing behind all of us, absently braiding her long dark hair as she stared at the floor, either fantasizing about the Royal College catacombs, or else already halfway through writing up both our report on the Grandberg exorcisms and our last chance application at the Royal College. "I have 2 fathers," I said quietly, doing my absolute best not to knock one of the torches off the wall or burn my wings to a crisp in their flames. "Why is this the first time I'm hearing of this?" My mother's mouth twisted into a secret, private sort of smile, the smile of a lover with a tale too sweetly sordid to be told. It was a struggle not to roll my eyes. I never had a real boyfriend or suitor or lover, just sex. That was it. And of course my unrequited crush on the Crown Prince of Amerin, a match that was never going to happen in 1,000,000 years. Flub. I'd be 100 times more likely to get a 3rd major blessing from a god than I would be to be allowed to marry heir. Speaking of, I wanted to pop in and say hi to my childhood friend before bed, fill him in on everything that happened. But now, there was no way. It was a struggle to keep my eyelids open, let alone try to wade through the murk of my complex feelings for Armenian. Be still my heart. And also gag. I was so lovesick it was making me, well, sick. "I never felt the need to bring it up," Lena said, grabbing my arm at the last moment and yanking me away from a terrible burning that would have taken off enough feathers to say fuck properly for 2 whole weeks. "You never felt the need to bring up the fact that I'm a dark, flubbing angel?" I whispered fiercely, trying my best to ignore Elijah's chuckles from behind. Behind me. Ugh. Why did I like the idea of him being behind me for flub's sake? He was a god's damned ghost. I squeaked as yet another feather plucked itself from my wings and floated away. God's dang it! I growled, trying out a new replacement for the word damn. Dung was gross, right? I felt like it worked. Okay, so it really did sound like I was penning some sort of strange children's book. That wouldn't and shouldn't change who you are, Mom said, the exotic hint of her nomade accent making me wish I'd grown up in the desert, just so I could talk like that. Men and women threw themselves at my mother's curvy body, bronze skin and full lips. They looked at me like I was an alien creature, sent from another planet to destroy everything they knew and loved. Of course, a beautiful accent that brought to mind exotic teas and spices, camels and sunshine over sand as white as snow, wouldn't change that. But it would have made me feel better at the very least. More attractive, less clumsy. My wings smacked a torch and sent it flying to the thick, lush rug beneath our feet. Imported from Nomade through hot sun and marauders, a week-long journey that wasn't for the faint of hearts. And there it was, going up in flames. Jacinda grabbed one of the emergency water whisperer enchanted bottles from the nearby wall, cracking the glass against the stone and dousing the fire before it could do more than singe the carpet. Sorry, I murmured, but my screw-up was already forgiven and we were moving again, down a curving set of stone steps, and into the hallway where my mother and her highest-ranking general slept. Everyone around me was used to preventing or controlling accidents. It was sort of a daily thing. But if I'm part... I started and my mom turned toward me, putting 2 fingers under my chin and stopping us right outside her chamber doors. You are still Brynn of Haversey, she said, and I felt my brow crinkle because even that absolute wasn't absolute anymore. Brynn of Haversey and Helm, I said, feeling this scintillating little spark inside my chest. Doesn't change who you are, Lena continued, ever the wise sage. I was envious of her. Her job, her heritage, the simplicity but importance of her life. I wanted that. Mom kissed me on the forehead, quirked a smile, and stepped back. This was as far as our escort went. No big deal, considering all we had to do was exit this corridor, head down one more flight of stairs, and take the first hall on our right. I lived in one of 3 rooms in this castle my whole life, each one only a handful of feet from the others. Sleep well, Brynn, and ask me if you need help with that application. She cast her gold eyes over to Jacinda, and we both knew we wouldn't need any help. It wasn't my handler's lack of effort, knowledge, or skill with academia that was keeping us from becoming students. It was me. Good night, I started, paused, glancing over at the tiny inset windows in the stone walls and the golden sunshine streaming through them. Or good morning, rather. I gave my mother a proper military salute. She deserved no less, and took off down the hall to Jas's in my chamber.
Your mother is the captain of the Royal Guard, huh?
Elijah asked, catching up to me and looking over me with renewed interest.
How have we never met before?
Why would we? I asked as he quirked a brow, like he knew something I didn't.
Because I'm the Queen's nephew,
he said, a split second before I walked right smack into the closed hallway door. Chapter 5. Brynn. Sleep was fragile and chaotic for me, coming in fits and bursts, rife with nightmares born of anxieties and fears. It was really the last thing I needed after the day, night and day, we'd had. Hell's bells. I couldn't even quite figure out how much time had elapsed since we'd arrived at Grandburg Manor and then found ourselves back here. An entire day, I think, with too much activity and not enough sleep. And still Jacinda couldn't bring herself to rest. She left me in my bed and let Elijah sleep in hers. Ghosts didn't have to sleep, of course, but those that did were invariably saner than those that didn't, while she sat at the desk in the common room of our chambers and worked furiously on the Royal College application. Even allowing Elijah to see her room was a big deal. It was supposed to be sacred. My guess was that Jas was more interested in being alone at her desk so she could concentrate than she was about propriety. You work too hard, I grumbled as I dragged myself out of my room, wearing nothing but a see-through nightie made of white Amerin silk and forgetting that Elijah might be there to admire the dark spots of my brown nipples through the fabric. "The deadline for applications is the end of the weekend," Jazz said, her lids drooping but her gaze focused and sharp. "I want to get this into Matt so he can look it over before we turn it in." Matt's was Jacinda's scribe friend, this rather hunky but rude Amerin royal who was too good at his job. I always wanted to kick his bum, or at the very least give him a black eye or something, but it'd be a shame to put him out of commission when he was as talented as he was. Stupid bleeding blatherer, I thought as I rubbed my palms down my face. I was about 90% sure that Matt's was in love with Jacinda, but since she'd never once mentioned to me how handsome he was, and as much as I hated him, he was handsome, I figured she either wasn't interested or was so interested she was pretending not to be interested. Ugh. And now I was just confusing myself. I was too tired for this crap. "What time is it?" I asked, standing up and wobbling precariously. Well-rested and alert Brynn was clumsy enough, but tired and groggy Brynn of Haversey? The epitome of walking disaster. Stumbling over to the window, I peeked out of the front courtyard and saw torches flickering orange and yellow in the darkness. "Nearly dinner time," Jacinda said, as I touched a hand to the ancient timekeeper on the windowsill. Pressing the silver button at one end released the clasp, and the top popped up, showing me a swirling mix of pearlescent colors and a clock face with the exact hour, minute, and second. Timekeepers, this type was simply called a pocket watch, were expensive as flub. One as nice as this would cost twice as many gems as I had in savings. Although I was not known for my skills with finances and tended to overspend. A time whisperer had to enchant it, and print the item with a sense of urgency. This particular one was a hand-me-down from Jacinda's grandfather, an accomplished time whisperer that worked for the Queen's mother. Staring at the pocket watch, I felt my heart start to speed up, racing inside the empty hollow of my chest. It felt stretched, bent out of shape from yesterday. Today? This morning? Stupid gods. But that didn't stop my thoughts from straying to the prince and making my pulse thunder like crazy in my throat. Why do I have to get so worked up at just the thought of him? I wondered, plucking at the chain of the pocket watch, and then jumping in surprise when I felt warm breath feather against the back of my neck.
I can't decide what I'm more interested in, that beautiful old timekeeper, or your curvy body swathed in silk.
Spinning around, I did 3 things simultaneously. Knocked Jacinda's inkwell over and spilled black liquid all over her desk and her lap. Thank Haversey's bouncing breasts that she was able to pick up the application before it got drenched. Sent the timekeeper flying out the open window, and slid my wings across Elijah's stupidly warm and oddly corporal form. "The watch, Brynn!" Jacinda shouted, but Elijah beat me to it, slipping through the wall and dropping with dizzying speed. With a massive burst of power, he caught the pocket watch and kept it from hitting the ground. At the same time, his beautiful form practically winked out of existence, his magic completely and utterly spent on touching a physical object. He didn't even have enough power left to keep it afloat for more than a few seconds, dropping it safely onto the grass 5 stories below our window. "Oh, thank Haversey," Jacinda breathed as Elijah floated back up, looking smug as hell as he walked right back through the wall to stand in front of me. "Don't act like you're some sort of hero," I said, shoving him in his broad, beautiful chest and finding him freezing cold. "It was your fault it got knocked out in the first place."
Well, on the plus side, I have decided what I'm more interested in,
Elijah continued, giving me a saucy look that should have rightfully been diminished by his blue-white spirit form, but really wasn't at all. Parts of me low in my belly warmed up, and I felt this sense of aching emptiness between my thighs that wanted to be filled. I stifled a groan and resisted the urge to put my face in my hands. Lamenting how little sex I was getting in front of Elijah of Haversey was not an option.
I'll give you a hint.
Elijah continued, leaning in close to me.
And it's not the watch.
It's the ghost, isn't it? Jacinda said, setting the Royal College application aside and glancing down at her ruined breeches. Fortunately, she wasn't angry with me. She never got mad at my clumsy mistakes, Not unless I was being intentionally neglectful or careless. I didn't ask to grow up to be 5'5" with wings almost double my own height, and she knew it. I did the best I could with what I had. "It is the ghost," I snapped, crossing my arms under my breasts. All that managed was to push them up so the dark shadows of my nipples showed through the pale silk of my nightgown. "And he is a flubbing pervert."
Do you want me to avert my eyes?
Elijah purred as Jas reached up and touched her spirit charm, a sharp flash of silver light accompanying the breaking glass as raw Haversey magic spilled out and surrounded her. She blinked several times and focused on Elijah with that same raw, wild surprise that hit her every time she got the second sight. "Yes, I want you to avert your eyes," I said as Elijah flicked his attention over to Jacinda's sapphire gaze. She looked a little ridiculous with the dark ink splotches over her crotch, but no less fierce when she crossed her arms over her chest and gave Elijah her sternest, most savage stare. "Listen," she began, and I could tell this was the tone that brooked no arguments. When Jacinda Macalina Amerin was in this mood, there was no messing with her. "You're going to be around for a while, it seems, and you're attached to Brynn, which means we don't really have the option of getting a lot of space from you. So here's the thing." Jacinda strode forward and got up in Elijah's face. She was tall, he was taller. But honestly, they made the perfect Amerin couple. They were both tall, pale, with dark hair and perfectly straight noses, full lips and sculpted cheekbones. The bee stung the inside of my tummy again and I glared, taking my irritation out on Elijah.
Here's the thing, huh?
Elijah asked, the crispness of his royal accent sneaking into his words as he flicked his gaze over to me, the edge of his mouth curving up into a teasing smile. He had this lazy, aristocratic air about him that made me both crazy and made that empty throbbing between my thighs ache fiercely enough that I had to shift uncomfortably, the cool spring air ruffling the feathers on my wings. "We have boundaries, okay? Me and Brynn, and you. You do not peep on us when we are naked."
I would never,
Elijah said, but the way he stepped back from Jacinda and leaned against the wall behind him, wings spread out to either side but drooping languidly across the floor, I sort of had the idea that he would. "No peeping on us and no making us feel uncomfortable in our own place, in our own rooms. Be respectful. Brynn has a right to wear a nightgown without you zoning in on her nipples." Elijah raised his eyebrows as Jacinda exhaled her breath in a rush and looked down at the stain on her pants. "Now if you'll excuse me, I'm going to get some fresh clothes and head down to the bathhouse. Brynn?" "I'll join you," I said, smirking at Elijah and flipping him my middle finger. It was a gesture that meant flub you, bumhole, in pretty much every country on this continent, and the 3 closest neighbors. It was a universal way of saying, "Take that, you jerk." A feather popped off my wing which made me curse, which made another feather pop off as Elijah threw his head back and laughed at me, pausing for just the briefest moment to let his eyes skim over my curvy figure, draped in silk and hiding nothing. Even as I was annoyed at him looking, I wanted him to keep doing it.
Sorry,
he whispered, just as I closed my bedroom door, popping his head through the wall to smirk at me.
I won't stare so hard at your beautiful nipples or that perfect round curve of ass again. I just wanted to make sure we were even for you ogling my dick yesterday.
And then he disappeared and I was left standing there with my mouth hanging open. Arrogant flubbing blatherer he might have been, but he also had a point. The bathhouse was nearly empty, so Jacinda and I were able to get in and out quickly, dressing in fresh clothes and taking advantage of all the wonderful lotions, oils, and perfumes that the castle staff kept stocked in the dressing room. "I smell like roses and cosmos today," Jacinda said, closing her eyes and leaning back in the white chaise, dressed in a sapphire blue Amerin silk shirt that matched her eyes, a pair of dark brown leather pants with crisscross laces on the sides, and tall suede boots that reached her knees. She looked regal, elegant, sophisticated, polished, everything that I was not. Glancing in the mirror, I tried to see myself through Elijah's eyes, taking in the swell of my breasts under a gold Amerin silk shirt that brought out my eyes, a pair of black breeches and red leather boots. My white hair was in a half updo with a complicated nest of braids at the back of my scalp, courtesy of Jacinda, and the rest hanging in a white sheet down my back, all the way to the floor. My wings stretched out behind me like a dark cloak, the slits in my shirt sized just right for the narrow bases. Shiny black buttons ran from the shoulders all the way down the front of the shirt, merging together into a single line straight down the center. It was a complicated design, made specifically so that I could slip into it with my wings and button it all up. I had no idea how anyone got dressed without a competent handler like Jacinda. "I chose vetiver and amber today," I said, hooking on my sword belt and sticking the jeweled Haversey knife in its sheath. I put Helm's knife on the opposite side, the black and red hilt impossibly conspicuous. As far as Helm's star, I held it in my palm, staring down at the black steel and knowing that as soon as I put it around my neck, it was never coming off. Oh, the chain might break or get snapped in combat, but within minutes it would be back. I'd be wearing this thing for the rest of my life. "Are you okay?" Jacinda asked, standing up from the chair and making her way over to me, her dark hair hanging in voluminous blue-black waves around her shoulders. It was just as long as mine, falling nearly to the floor. The only difference was the peppy little curl at the end of hers, keeping it from actually brushing the ground. I started, not at all sure what it was I was feeling. Helm's gift, Haversey's gift. I wasn't supposed to be blessed by both the light and dark, was I? "I'm not sure what to think," I admitted. I didn't feel any different except for, the strange feeling in my chest where the god's magic had sat yesterday, but I imagined that would go away over time. As far as Helm, I guess I'd have to try his powers out to see if they worked. Jacinda smiled at me and closed her hand over the star, raising a single brow. "May I?" she asked, and I nodded, sweeping the heavy wave of my hair forward as Jas hooked the necklace around my throat, and I tucked it beneath my silver Haversey star. She clasped it and stepped back, giving me a look in the mirror. "Do you feel anything now?" Closing my eyes, I exhaled and listened to the eternal song of Haversey's magic, playing inside the very depths of my soul. It was like a flute, airy and light and cheerful. But when I concentrated harder, I could hear something else, something unfamiliar, the dark, scintillating tones of a pipe organ. Helm. Flicking my lids back open, I glanced at Jacinda with a tight smile. "I think so," I said, running my tongue across my lower lip and letting go of the necklaces, feeling the metal warm up against my skin. "But it's minor." Turning to look at Jas more fully, I saw her aristocratic features tighten with worry. "I'm sure we'll get a nasty surprise when we least expect it," I said, exhaling and running my palms down the front of my gold silk shirt. "Dinner, then?" "You want to see air, don't you?" she asked, but even though I knew my cheeks were flaming copperberry red, I decided to ignore her, heading for the door to the bathhouse antechamber where Elijah was waiting. Technically, the bathhouses were gender neutral, but I didn't want Elijah just sitting around in there when he didn't have a body to bathe. I figured all he'd be doing was ogling either me or Jacinda, and there was just no way I was putting up with that.
"Wow,"
he said, standing up and hooking a crooked, mischievous little smile at me.
"I keep thinking you can't get any more beautiful, and yet you shock me again. Although..."
Elijah waltzed toward me in that languid, couldn't give a flub way of his, pausing in front of me and looking down with those ice-blue angel eyes. Reaching out, he tucked a bit of white hair behind my ear, making me swallow and clear my throat. He leaned down and put his lips close to my ear, shifting his beautiful white wings behind him.
"I think I preferred the nightgown."
"Flub off," I said, focusing my Haversey energy so I could walk right through him instead of around. It was meant to be a dismissive gesture, but the cold wave of his spiritual energy took over me and stole my breath away. Flicking a glance over my shoulder, I caught his gaze as he did the same, a shiver passing over his ghostly form that I couldn't miss. There was something intimate about being inside of Elijah that I'd never felt with another spirit before. It was totally weirding me out. We should hurry and go grab Air before he's late to dinner, I said, shaking off the strangely pleasant sensation of my soul and Elijah's sliding together. Prince Air was always late to dinner, usually because he was up to something he shouldn't be.
Oh, I should quite like to see my cousin,
Elijah said with a sharp grin. Looked like he was willing to brush off that encounter as nothing too. Good. I didn't want to acknowledge it. I don't ever remember seeing you here before, I grumbled as I pushed out into the main hallway with Elijah and Jas following along behind me. At least for right now, she could still see him. The power of the spirit charm she'd had hanging around her neck lasted for about 72 hours, just long enough to get her through the All Hallows' Eve celebration on Saturday night. Lucky her. While everyone was counting on spook dust to illuminate visitors from the other side, my handler would get to see them with true second sight. So you and Air can't be that close now, can you?
Well, the Queen was married to my mother's brother. Close or not, he's still my cousin.
Elijah followed alongside me as we made our way back to the private family staircase and started up it, passing guards who nodded to me in greeting. If they were creeped out by me talking to a ghost again, they didn't acknowledge it. I knew it probably bothered them anyway. It bothered most people when they couldn't see something they felt they should. But I was at least glad of the temporary reprieve and teasing. Looking at Elijah, I thought about the Queen's deceased husbands and tried to imagine which of them was his blood uncle. Probably Rannan, the Amerin lord from Tama. That would explain why I'd grown up inside the stone walls playing with Air and never once seeing Elijah. Tama was the province on the farther side of the kingdom, buried in trees and tucked in a circle of mountains with 2 narrow passes on either side. It was virtually impenetrable and Amerin's first defense against another invasion by Scythia, the country on our western border. It made sense that the Queen would marry a noble from that area, to keep them bound to the throne by blood, sex, and magic. It was a smart idea. If I were Queen, I'd build my harem like that too. Each man like a brick wall to fortify the throne.
Besides, the night before I left for Grandberg Manor, we went out drinking together and spent the night dancing with a set of beautiful dark-haired twins. I hope he feels a fucking shitload of guilt for giving me a hangover, which, really, could have been a major factor in my ultimate and untimely death.
I cringed at the words fucking and shitload, but I felt a huge surge of nausea at the idea of either Air or Elijah dancing with a drop-dead gorgeous twin. The bee inside of me buzzed with jealous rage, and I clamped a hand over my tummy to stifle it. Really, I needed to come up with a better metaphor. Ignoring Elijah's story, I continued up several more sets of stairs to the floor just below the Queen's, down the hall, and straight to Air's bedchamber doors. His guards didn't bother me as I passed. I felt honored to be one of a select few allowed to come and go as they pleased from the prince's personal rooms. He was, after all, the only heir to the throne, and a closely guarded commodity. "Please tell me you're not naked in here," I said as I shoved the wooden doors wide and stormed into Air's room to find him in front of the mirror, carefully adjusting the buttons on a brand-new Royal College uniform. Just 1 week shy of his 21st birthday, Air was a late bloomer when it came to the academy. Most students started at 17 if they could, 18 or 19 if they couldn't, and they only started at 20 if they hadn't been able to get in before. Deep inside the shadowed recesses of my heart, I always thought maybe Air was waiting for me to get into the Royal College, so we could go together. But who the flub knows? Damn, he's not naked, I thought sourly as I moved up on his left side and tried not to get sucked into his orbit. A near impossibility when we were in the same room together, but it was always worth a try. Even if Air did like me the way I liked him, doubtful, there was no way we could ever be together, so why torture myself? But all the logic in Amerin couldn't stop my heart from pounding furiously when he flicked his sea-green eyes my direction and smiled, that arrogantly handsome smile of his.
Oh, doesn't my little cousin look spiffy as hell in his first-year uniform?
Elijah said, reaching out and pretending to ruffle Air's blonde hair with his ghostly fingers. I ignored him.
Not naked,
Armenian said, his voice this clear, bright sound that commanded authority. Just the sound of it was enough to make that empty ache between my thighs go ballistic, 10 times worse than the way Elijah made me feel. Maybe because I remembered the feel of Air's cock. thick and hard, pushing between my thighs. At the time, I kind of thought it hurt like hell. At first, anyway. As the night went on, my body acclimated to the stretch of him inside me, and then it was pure pleasure. Pure fucking pleasure. Shivering, I swallowed hard as I banished the memory and watched Air snatch the feather I'd just lost from the air, bringing it to his face and running it across his lips.
Poor Brynn,
he said with a half smile and an elegant shrug.
Try not to look so disappointed.
Don't fool yourself, Jas said, coming up on Air's other side, but avoiding Elijah's ghostly form. Nobody's disappointed. She reached around Elijah to pluck at Air's white sleeve. Looking good in that uniform, though. Like a real academy kid.
I thought so too,
Air said, flashing a bright smile.
A proper academy brat, finally.
He snapped his fingers and spun toward me, scooping me up in his arms as I let out a squeak, and accidentally broke his dressing mirror by knocking it over with my wings. I don't think he knew how good it felt to be held in his arms, but holy dung beetles, it felt good.
What do you think, Brynn of Haversey? Am I handsome?
Air flashed me his slightly pointed teeth and then nuzzled against the side of my neck, turning me into a liquid, simpering mess. Ugh, ew. Flubbing simpering? No, not me. Not Brynn of Haversey. You look amazing, I admitted, studying the fitted military-style coat with the pocket over the left breast, the gold buttons, the fitted breeches and Academy-issue side-button boots. Blurg. Air was gorgeous on an average day, but dressed up in Royal College wear? He was breathtaking.
Of course I do,
he declared with another chuckle, spinning me around and depositing me on my feet as he planted his hands on his hips and looked down into my eyes, a more serious expression passing over his face, like a cloud briefly blotting out the sun.
You didn't come see me last night. I was worried sick. I sat in your chamber, on your bed, which completely and utterly scandalized your maid, before I came back down here for a change of clothes.
Air cocked a sideways smile that was the complete opposite of Elijah's. Elijah was the lazy, cocky, languid type, while Air was bright, authoritative, and arrogant. In short, they were both a different breed of bumhole. Beautiful, self-assured bumholes who knew exactly how beautiful they were.
I would have waited longer, but I was starting to stink.
Air reached out with a hand and cupped the side of my face, sending hot warmth spiraling through my body, taking over every limb, making me feel pliant and hot inside. I wanted to be on his bed, on my back, underneath him as he moved inside of me. Helm's cock. It only happened once, and that was 2 years ago. It was time for me to get over it. Also, since cock wasn't a word with wholly negative connotations, Haversey didn't mind if I used it. Score from me.
I was worried that you might end up like
Elijah. I filled in, and Air's blonde brow shot up his forehead. His golden hair was spiked up in tufts on the sides and back, the rest tucked under a black Academy newsboy cap. He looked like a prince, even in the traditional uniform. The only clue to his status, a single gold pin on his chest, in the shape of the Amerin royal crest, a pair of crossed daggers with angel wings and a heart as the backdrop to it all. Power, wisdom, and, well, heart. That was what it was supposed to stand for.
Yes, like Elijah,
Air said as I reached out and took his hand, running my thumb along the smooth surface of his palm. Do you want to see your cousin? I asked. Air gaped at me as I took the Haversey knife from my belt, carefully cutting a small gash along both our palms and pressing our hands together. It was just further proof of how much he trusted me, letting me both have weapons around him and use them on him. If I ever turned double agent and went rogue for the enemy, I could have the only heir to the Amerin throne dead within minutes. I'd rather slit my own throat. Pushing magic into Air, I used our joined hands to pull him around to face Elijah. I could have used the same spell on him as I used on the guard, but I'd rather share blood. It was an intimate sort of thing that I would never waste on a stranger. But with Air, he was so much more than that.
Hello, cuz.
Elijah said with a sly smile, like a lazy house cat.
Long time no see. Eli, Holy Haversey's cunt!
Air choked out, invoking the name of my goddess instead of his own. Amerin of Heket, god of magics.
How? What?
Rarely speechless, I smiled as the Prince of Amerin found himself with his tongue tied in a knot. I'd rather he was tying mine in a knot with it, but that was never going to happen again. And even if it did, it'd be a one-time thing that would only make me want him more. Ugh. The only thing that would make Air a worse match for me would be if he were a ghost.
Your talented... friend?
Elijah hazarded, dropping a complex glance in my direction, one that I was having serious trouble unpacking before he turned his ice-blue eyes to Air's sea-green ones.
She unbound me from Grandberg Manor and rebound me to her.
He said with a slightly triumphant smirk, crossing his arms over his chest as he leaned back and studied his cousin's first-year uniform. Elijah's was a 6 years, telling me that he died before he even got the chance to enjoy the benefits of being a Royal College grad. Suffering for 6 years and dying right before graduation? That was just the gods being cruel. I wondered why Haversey hadn't saved him.
This is...
Air started, flicking his gaze between me and his cousin, briefly glancing up at Jas and then back to Elijah. Eli, I guess. Air's lips cracked into a massive grin.
This is fantastic. You're just in time for the All Hallows' Eve celebration.
Elijah smiled back at his cousin.
Think we could find those twins again?
He asked, and Air laughed, that easy, breezy laugh that said he didn't have a care in the world. That sound had always been more than enough to cheer me up. It didn't fail to do that now, even if a little piece of me died every time I saw Air's magnanimous smile and knew it couldn't be mine.
Brynn and Jas are much prettier than those twins.
Air announced with a dismissive wave of his hand, locking his green gaze onto my own and sending my pulse into a violent frenzy. Blood sloshed around in my skull, making it difficult to hear the rest of the conversation.
Save a spot on your dance card, will you?
Air gave both me and Jassy a flirty little wink. Not a surprise. He basically flirted with anything that had tits. He never came across as sleazy, though. No, mostly he was just charming. Did it matter if he was rolling up his sleeves to help the stubborn old cook, the one who refused to retire, chop vegetables, if he was lifting up one of his younger cousins to pluck an apple from a tree, or if he was flirting with a girl our age at the tavern? Women loved Air. Men were usually jealous of him, and he ended up in a lot of fights that he didn't start. Yeah, I said, shoving back a massive fall of silken white hair, trying to act a disinterested best friend sort of vibe. It had been so easy when we were kids. Why was it so damn hard now? But I apologize in advance for stepping on your feet. Air's grin got even bigger, a surprising feat considering he was smiling as wide as a razor wolf. He reached out and gave the complicated nest of braids on the back of my head a playful squeeze.
Darling, you've been stepping on my feet since before you could even walk. Not sure how that's possible, but you have. I expect nothing less than 10 broken dishes, a small fire, and a twisted ankle from you before the night's end. Now...
Air squeezed my hand tight and cocked his head to the side, giving me a look that made my toes curl inside my boots.
We'll just have to hold hands all night then. I'd love to catch up with Eli. Not much to catch up on.
Elijah admitted with a smirking half-smile, reaching up to ruffle his dark hair with ghostly fingers.
Being dead blows, and living in Grandberg Manor with 2 angry shadow whisperers, not my idea of a good time. The first non-ghostly woman I laid eyes on since dying was Brynn.
His ice-blue gaze darkened as he pushed energy into being corporal, his good looks even more apparent when he was less see-through.
Lucky you, then,
Air said, his voice and his smile drooping slightly as he glanced between the two of us. Jas rolled her eyes from behind Elijah and muttered something under her breath that I couldn't quite hear. Yes, lucky you both. Brynn is beautiful and amazing, and any men she takes as lovers are blessed and should know how fucking lucky they are. She continued, emphasizing her words and staring pointedly at Air. I grimaced at the F word, but mostly I grimaced at the blatantly obvious hint in her voice. I'd never forgiven Air for taking my virginity and then brushing off the night like it hadn't mattered. Jacinda didn't agree with me. She thought there was more to it on Air's part, but broken hearts don't always see the clearest. Sometimes all that violent pumping and all that blood gets in the way. Cursed spirits? Maybe I was seeing things that weren't there. I hadn't exactly tried to communicate with him about it. Now, can we please go to dinner? Elijah might be dead, but I'm starving, Jacinda said, moving past me and grabbing my other hand, the one that wasn't clenched to Air's. She dragged us both toward the heavy chamber doors.
If it makes you feel any better, I'm starving too. As a ghost, I think you're always hungry. It's torturous.
Instead of walking with the rest of us like he'd been doing all along, Elijah lifted his legs up and curled his arms around them, floating in midair next to our little group. Must be nice for him after being alone for so long, to have all these people that could see him.
Should I wear my new uniform down to dinner?
Air mused, already smirking like he knew how much the serving girls were going to fawn over it.
Brynn will probably spill something on it.
Oh my goddess, shut up, I told him, letting go of Jacinda's hand and shoving our shoulders together. You're serious. I clamped my right hand over my mouth and Air roared with laughter.
A serious what, oh great Brynn of Haversey?
He teased, pinching the round curve of my bottom. I poked him in the nipple, but instead of being teasing, playful movements, both actions turned my blood to molten lava and made it harder to breathe. A serious pain in the butt cheek, I delivered with a smirk as we headed down the stairs, Elijah floating along beside us, an eerie sight considering how corporal he looked in that moment. How handsome. If he'd been alive or if the serving girls could actually see him, they'd have fawned all over him too. Air would have some serious competition. We hit the bottom of the stairs, the mood surprisingly light considering the prince's deceased cousin was a part of our posse. But then Air stopped suddenly, going stiff as a board beneath the arch that led from the royal family's private first-floor foyer into a decorative hall that led to the receiving area of the castle. He unclasped my hand, and I let out a small sound of shock as our healing wounds peeled apart, stopping the clotting process and starting the bleeding all over again.
What is this?
Air asked, stepping close to me, the sweet smell of petite grain washing over me, that woody and citrusy smell he flavored so much. But underneath the fragrance, there was his natural smell, this indescribable essence that I couldn't put words to but could recognize anywhere.
Helm.
Air breathed, his warm fingers brushing my collarbone and making me feel dizzy with the sensations that spiraled down from my chest, pooled in my arms, my legs, my wings. I felt twice as top-heavy with him touching me like that.
Brynn?
I forgot to mention it, I blurt, because that's the God's honest truth. As soon as my eyes landed on Air, I forgot all about Helm and Haversey and the resurrection spell.
You forgot to mention you're a twice blessed?
He choked out, reaching into my belt and pulling out Helm's dagger. With a spin of his wrist, he ended up holding the flat of the blade against his palm, peering closely at it. You don't have to announce it to the whole world, I returned, setting my features into a stubborn scowl that I hoped would hide my body's violent reaction to Air's nearness. Planting my hands on my hips, I waited for him to hand back the knife. He lifted his gaze to mine, nostrils flared, and then he gave me an unexpected smile.
This is a huge boost to your status,
he said, and I rolled my eyes. I didn't give two flubbing dung beetles what my status in court was. For whatever reason, though, Air seemed particularly concerned with it.
So not only can you see and exorcise spirits, but now you can see and cancel magic too.
Air's face was lit up from within like a morning sunrise. Reaching out, he clasped my bleeding hand again, and I let power shoot between us. It wasn't hard, really. Whenever I was near him, my magic called out to the prince, the same way my heart did. Too bad both their shouts had to fall on deaf ears. Chapter 6. Brynn. The next morning, I woke to a knock on my door and crawled out of bed to find Elijah on the receiving sofa where we'd left him. Jacinda had barely made it through dinner last night without passing out into her soup, As soon as we'd gotten back to the room, she'd slogged herself into her room, fallen face down on the bed fully dressed, and fell promptly asleep. I didn't blame her. While I'd been snoring yesterday, she'd been filling out our application and handing it off to Matt's. "Speak of Helm's demon and he will appear," I mumbled under my breath, the old idiom taking on new meaning with the dark god symbol hanging around my neck.
Pardon?
Matt's asked as I forced a smile. I kind of hated the guy, but I also liked getting special favors from him, such as a thorough and careful read-through of both our report for the Grandberg exorcisms and our Royal College application. "Nothing," I said, letting Matt's into the room, dressed in his fifth-year uniform and looking sharp, with that perfect blue-black Amerin hair, pale skin, and straight nose.
Is Jacinda awake?
He asked, and I stifled a small smile. "Let me check," I said, knowing she wasn't, but that she'd also freak all the way out if I didn't get her up to look over these documents. She'd make any corrections needed and turn them both in. And then she'd pace and fret and chew on her thumbnail until she made it bleed, worrying about the courier in his purple, red, and white livery. We'd applied every semester every year since I turned 17 and become eligible. 7 times we'd applied, and 7 times we'd been rejected. This was our last chance. I opened my mouth to warn Matt's about Elijah, but it was too late. He was sitting down on the couch, right on top of Eli's pelvis. They both shivered violently, and Elijah floated away to land at his feet beside me.
Gods, that's gross. I don't think I'll ever get used to it.
Yeah, well, that's the downside of being dead, I guess. Matt's gave me a weird look, but he was well aware of my idiosyncrasies and didn't comment on them. Good for him. I'd hate to have to punch a man so early in the morning.
The downside?
Elijah asked, leaning in close to me and putting a hand on the wall next to my head.
Oh, only one of many, and most definitely not the worst.
His eyes flicked down my body and then back up to my face. Too bad I was wearing a black nightgown today, one with a loose flowing robe over the top. There was no way Elijah of Haversey could see my nipples now. "What is the worst, then?" I sniffed, tying the belt of my robe into an even tighter knot. I knew I was inviting innuendo, but hey, Eli was a ghost, right? It wouldn't go any further than this, so what did it matter?
I miss sex.
He told me blatantly, but the arrogant expression on his face didn't last long. Instead, there was an abrupt change in his demeanor, and I sensed something deeper, heavier coming my way.
I miss being touched.
He whispered, leaning in close enough to me that if he'd had breath, it would have feathered across my forehead. But without purposely putting magic into his movements, Elijah's words were less substantial than air. "I should wake Jacinda," I said, using magic to push forward and through him. That same violent shiver took over us both, this sense of heat and cold, like we were exchanging secrets with our souls. I kept walking and went straight into my handler's room without acknowledging the sensation, slamming her door behind me. Elijah could theoretically walk right through, but we'd established pretty clearly yesterday that there were boundaries, and respecting a person's bedchamber was a sacred Amerin ritual. I doubted he'd risk getting stabbed in the chest with Haversey steel just to overhear our current conversation. Before I'd slipped into my own bed last night, I'd forced Elijah out the window, made him back up until his face twisted with pain and I felt an answering twinge inside my own chest. As far as I could tell, we could only be about 80 feet apart without unnecessary suffering. So for the rest of my life, I was going to be tied to Elijah of Haversey? The Queen had essentially ordered me not to exorcise him, and the chances of me pulling off this resurrection spell? Well, the phrase "a snowball's chance in hell" came straight to mind. I wondered how many years Queen Everest would watch me fail to cast this spell before she got sick of it and assigned someone else. Maybe then I could be rid of Elijah? Although in that moment I was groggy and tired and not thinking clearly, because I didn't actually find his presence to be an annoyance. What the flub was wrong with me? Being bound to some random ghost didn't bug me? "Jacinda," I said, sitting on the edge of her bed and picking a fat black curl off her pale forehead. "Time to wake up." She slapped at my hand with the lazy floppiness of a person who's clearly still asleep. Grinning, I climbed up onto the bed on my knees and leaned in close to her ear. "Your scry boyfriend is here," I murmured, laughing as she jerked awake with a bright-eyed alertness that had nothing to do with Matt's and everything to do with the papers in his leather satchel. "He's here? Already?" She shoved the blankets back and swung her feet to the floor, dressed in peach-colored silk. She must have woken up and changed sometime last night, and grabbed the timekeeper off her bedside table. "Goddess nipples, it's early," she groaned, standing up and hunting through towering stacks of books and scrolls for a robe. The whole room smelled of ink and paper, dust and cracked leather covers that belonged to books written in languages I couldn't read. "Did he say anything?" she asked, as I stood up and patted across discarded notes. Jacinda didn't have a rug, but her used note pages sure made a fairly thick covering across the stone floor, and snagged a robe that had somehow gotten squashed between two spell books as heavy as I was. "Looking for this?" I asked, turning with a smug smile, and knocking over 3 separate towers of ancient-looking tomes with one swing of my black feathered wings. "Oops." Jacinda barely seemed to notice, taking the robe from me and throwing it over her shoulders. She moved out into the common room with me following along. "Tell me what you found," she said, sitting too close to Matt's and making him sweat. She leaned in, pressing her breasts to his arms, her sapphire eyes shining as she stared into his face. Arrogant dickhead. Dickheads aren't always bad. Sometimes they're just the tips of penises. So no lost feathers for me. That he was. Matt's actually looked like his heart was trapped in his throat as he gazed at Jacinda with unbridled affection. To tell the truth, I wouldn't have been surprised to hear him blurt,
"Make me a part of your harem, O mighty Jacinda of Brynn of Haversey."
Suck that by becoming my handler, my first name took the place of her given middle and last. Jacinda Macalina Amerin was so much prettier. Then again, I'd been born Bryn Rose Rebane, but that too had been stripped of me and given to the goddess during my initiation ceremony. "She'll be there for a while talking academia," I said to Eli with a loose shrug of my shoulders, pausing next to him as he browsed the common room bookshelf. This too was filled with Jacinda's stuff. The only shelf in our entire shared quarters that I got to use was the one next to my bed. I had a small collection of fiction novels. Mostly, though, I just read from the library, because New Acumen Castle had a blitzing library. 9 towering stories worth of shelves, magical artifacts, and windows that overlooked the cliff's edge that the castle was built on. Sitting in a leather wingback chair with a good book in hand, eyes focused on the fog floating over the forested valley below us. Heaven. Or as close to heaven as one got without dying and being taken into Haversey's immortal arms. To market, I murmured, glancing back at Elijah. He was playing his ghostly fingers along the spines of the books, passing through them instead of touching them. Gathered around his feet were the ghosts of several dead mice. Huh. He noticed me looking and glanced back with eyes the color of a summer day.
"There's something about me that they like,"
he said as he flicked his attention down and then knelt, scooping his small furred body into his hands.
"At Grandberg Manor, I just assumed it was because I was the least scary entity in that house. But these started showing up last night after we came in from dinner."
He stood back up and looked into the mouse's blue-white eyes. Unlike Elijah, it had neither the power nor the intelligence to make itself look alive. It was simply a glimmering, incorporeal reflection of its former self, like most ghosts.
"Did I hear you say market?"
He hazarded, and I smiled. "Yep, I can't go to the All Hallows' Eve ball in last year's dress. I need something fresh. Something that might get Armenian to notice me," I added in my head. "Besides, if I have to sit here listening to Jacinda talk shop with Matt's all day, I'll go insane." Elijah tucked the mouse in the front pocket of his academy jacket. Referring to anything Royal College related with the word academy was just casual, easy slang, and smiled as it poked its tiny head out. Whiskers twitched as he smirked in my direction.
"It's been over a year since I visited a market,"
he said, his voice wistful and far away. "I'll get dressed and we'll go," I said, trying not to see the expression of determined hopefulness that flitted across his face. I had a feeling that whatever I felt about this resurrection spell, Elijah felt a different way. He thought I could do it, didn't he? He thought he might live again. The thought that he might have that hope, and that I'd let him down was awful. Sixth-year honor student Elijah of Haversey might have been able to pull off a spell of this magnitude, but never admitted Brynn of Haversey certainly wasn't going to be able to. I wondered how long it would take him to figure that out. I had a lot of good qualities and a lot of useful skills, but acts of big magic weren't one of them. To both my extreme surprise and pleasure, the prince volunteered himself to go with us into town. "Are you sure you want to go shop for an all-haunts dress?" I asked, wanting to yank a handful of my own feathers out for being so stupid. Why was I fighting Amerin when he wanted to go hang out with me? Because he made my stomach twist into knots? My nipples pebble? My heart pound? We hadn't been out of the castle 5 minutes and my armpits were soaked with sweat. An attractive look for a half-angel trying to attract the attention of the prince, I'm sure. I should go find that Vexer guy and take Jacinda up on her advice. I had to imagine I'd be a hell of a lot happier on my back in a temperature-controlled Travelers Guild run-in with a beautiful griffin man above me than standing here with my literally bloody hand clasped to Ayre's. Certainly he could feel how sweaty I was.
"Don't be silly,"
Ayre said, flashing a grin with those delicately pointed canines of his. Goddess, why does he have to be so hot? Wouldn't it be easier to resist him if he looked like an ogre? But then, I'd been in love with Amerin of Haket long before my body ever responded to his. No, I suspected I'd be hopelessly lost in unrequited love with him, even if he were a goblin. The fact that he was a quarter Amerin, a quarter deity, and the rest Huldra, a species whose name literally meant secret being, only made my lust for him burn that much hotter.
"If I let you go out on your own, you'll come back with some pre-made dress that hides all those beautiful curves of yours."
My cheeks turned copperberry red, but I kicked Ayre in the shin anyway. Passers-by gaped at my poor treatment of the crowned prince, but I ignored them. Our long and unbreakable friendship was well known through new acumen. Hell's bells. It was well known throughout Amerin. "I'm not wearing some scrap that shows my nipples," I said. Not that there was anything wrong with nipples or scraps of fabric, just that I didn't much feel like wearing that sort of dress. It wasn't my style.
"Shame,"
Elijah said from beside me, stroking 2 fingers over the head of the mouse in his pocket. As we passed by the Royal College entrance, the ghost of a dog joined our parade and trotted right up to Eli as if they'd been companions for years.
"I would have liked to see that,"
He continued as he reached down and scratched the spirit dog behind the ears. The way it looked now, I imagine the mutt hadn't been much loved or cared for in life. It was a mess of scruffy fur that shimmered with that ghostly blue-white glow. As soon as we got back to the castle, I was exorcising it. For now, I was content to let it follow Elijah, around the city.
"Don't be crude, cousin,"
Ayre said, his voice much rougher than usual, a slight frown on his face. "Like you're one to talk," I said, yanking on his arm as a crowd passed through Elijah and he grimaced, shivering as the violent warmth of the living washed through him. With our new connection, I could almost feel it too. "You say things like that all the time. Worse things, actually."
"Only out of love,"
Ayre said, showing me a big, beautiful grin that made my entire body flush white-hot. Love. Ha! If only.
"But first, we're buying about 100 spirit charms. I'd like to spend more time with my cousin."
100 spirit charms? I asked with a scoff and a raised brow. Ayre was kidding himself if he thought we could find a fraction of that number in town. Spirit charms were expensive and hard to make, and a lot of spirit whisperers were too possessive over the ones they did create. I didn't blame them considering the amount of blood required. To make a 3-day charm like Jassy had just used, I'd have to literally drain my body weight in blood and imbue the charm under moonlight. Not an easy task.
"I'm the prince,"
Ayre said, his voice rife with confidence. I rolled my eyes and Elijah smirked. "Prince or not, spirit charms aren't easy to come by. But come on, I know where we might be able to get some." Dragging my childhood friend down the cobblestone street, I headed past the open-air market and the stalls filled with fresh fruit, brightly colored scarves, big blocks of goat's milk soap, shiny metal weapons, jewelry, spices, and...
"Fruit and jelly rolls,"
Elijah groaned, his feet sinking into the cobblestones for a moment before he realized what he was doing and righted himself. He stumbled over to the stall with his small horde of dead creatures swarming around his booted ankles.
Oh, Haversey's tight, wet cunt. I wanted one of these.
I raised both brows, the early spring breeze catching on lingering snow from the mountains and making the hot glare of the sun above our heads burn just a little less.
Buy one and eat it for me, would you?
Eli asked, teasing the row of tightly rolled pancakes with his long fingers. The look he cast me with those angelic eyes. It was impossible to resist. With a sigh, I tossed a few gems at the shopkeeper and picked out Air's favorite, a butter-flavored pancake with orange marmalade and mango and pineapple chunks, and then followed Elijah's pale, pointing finger to a chocolate pancake with strawberries and blackberries in it. After all the scratches they'd given me on my legs, I was going to enjoy crushing them between my teeth.
Eat it slow,
He begged, getting close and using his magic to breathe warm breath against my lips. Air made a scoffing sound under his breath, which wasn't like him at all, and flicked his eyes in the opposite direction. As ridiculous as I knew I probably looked, I slowly and sensually slid the phallic-shaped roll between my lips, my gold eyes meeting Elijah's, the warm sun on my black feathers. It was one of those perfect moments, watching Eli run his tongue across his lower lip, gaze dipping from my eyes to my mouth. I bit into the pancake and chewed slowly.
It's delicious, isn't it?
He asked, sounding pained. It tastes like winter, I said, because fruit and jelly rolls with chocolate wraps was much more of a winter thing than a spring thing. Although we just said goodbye to the season, the scent of snow from the mountains made it seem like an appropriate choice for the morning. The fruit is sweet, the chocolate a tad bitter.
Fuck a god's erect dick.
Elijah growled, turning away and ruffling up his dark hair with both hands. He winced as he flexed his wings out of impulse and accidentally sent a burst of cold sensation through a few passers-by.
And where might we find these spirit charms?
Air asked, flipping a gem at another shopkeep and presenting me with a big clear glass of peach lemonade, a treat that was almost impossible to find in any other city but New Acumen. Citrus was hard to grow in Amerin. It was never hot enough unless it was too hot and unbearably dry. But the castle grounds sported the country's largest greenhouse and best team of flora whisperers. Come on, I said, using a single finger to stuff the last bite of pancake into my mouth. Elijah watched me with a greedy, hungry expression that made my heart pound. Sliding the big copper straw between my lips, I sucked down the lemonade and led the way through the packed market goers, dragging along an entourage of palace guards in our wake. They were fairly used to making themselves inconspicuous, but neither Air nor I ever forgot they were there. It was why he liked to sneak out sometimes, just to get a bit of true freedom, as he put it. Just before we passed the last of the brightly colored stalls, I thought I saw the griffin man Vexer, moving through the crowd and into the shaded doorway of an inn, his white and brown wings the last part of him to disappear as they reflected back the spring sunshine. But then I blinked and he was gone, leaving me with a hollow feeling that said maybe, just maybe, I should have accepted his offer of a date. The three of us continued on, walking down a narrow street, the sights, sounds, and colors of the market fading as we entered the Thread District, the area of New Acumen best known for its collection of tailors, clothing shops, and fabric makers. It also featured the Threads Guild, the prestigious society that overlooked all merchants selling raw or finished fashions. Thinking about trade guilds made me think about that Vexer guy again, and his big, beautiful tattooed hands. Shaking my head, I stretched my wings, promptly smacking a hanging pot filled with brightly colored flowers, and sent it smashing on the cobblestones in a spray of dirt. Flub! I cursed as I curled my wing around me and rubbed at the sore spot. Air was already on top of things, opening the shop owner's door and paying an exorbitantly inflated price for the plant.
Accident 1,
the prince said, reaching out to cup the side of my wing and then leaned in to kiss it. He may as well have tried to kiss away a boo-boo I'd gotten on my nipple. I punched him in the stomach, but his abs were so hard that all he did was laugh.
Expect 3 more before we return home,
he told Elijah, and I spit at him. I missed, but it was the principle of the thing.
Hawking loogies at the Crown Prince is a crime punishable by death.
Air challenged, hooking an arm around my shoulders.
I could have you executed for that.
He whispered against my scalp, his breath twice as warm as Elijah's. And that was why a ghost could never compete with a living person, no matter how powerful a spirit whisperer they were. Speaking of, Elijah was casting a somewhat dirty look in our direction. If you do, I warned Air, ignoring his cousin's glare and glancing up at the Crown Prince with his dazzling white smile, then I'll haunt you forever. You won't get a moment's sleep.
Who says I ever sleep anyway?
Air challenged, wiggling his eyebrows at me and elbowing me playfully in the side.
So, where is this shop we're looking for anyway?
Keep walking, O great majesty, I said with another eye roll. Air had suggested we take a small carriage through town, but I'd wanted to extend our time together by any means possible, so I'd opted to walk. Even with the sun beating down on us, I didn't regret it. I had Air's arm around my shoulders and a peach lemonade in my hand. Poor Elijah had a dead mouse in his pocket and a ghost dog trotting at his heels. If he would just let me exorcise him, his soul could move on. He could be reborn and then he'd have a life again. Why he wanted to stick around here and play games with this resurrection spell was beyond me. Besides that, Air and I had forgotten to keep our hands clasped, so the prince couldn't even see his cousin anymore. Your mother gave me a special mission, I told Air casually, playing with the double necklaces at my throat. He noticed and reached up, moving my hand out of the way so he could do the same. I didn't stop him because despite everything, all the impossibilities between us, I loved the feel of his fingertips tracing over my collarbone.
She said as much to me this morning.
Air replied, voice wistful and far away. When I glanced up at him, I saw that perfect smile slipping a little. He missed his sisters, his parents, both his biological father and his mother's other husbands, and stood to gain just as much from my success at this as the queen. Air loved being a prince, but he definitely did not want to be king. Here we are, I said, as we stepped just beyond the technical borders of the Threads Guild and into the Whisperer District. Magic sang bright and fierce from every corner, shop windows glowing with spells, storefronts decorated with the symbols of gods. I spotted Haversey's silver star right away, tucked helms beneath the white silk of the low-backed agapa I was wearing. A shirt made of thin, breathable material that tied behind the neck and sunk low on my back, giving my wings plenty of room to breathe. It was a type of fashion rarely seen in Amerin, something from my father's homeland of Seraph. It was an angel garment. To be more specific, a light angel garment. Dark angels wore a lot less clothing, and I share a quarter of their blood, I reminded myself as we paused outside the front door of the shop, Air removing his arm as we turned to face each other. I'm a triad, I said, and he smiled at me.
Mother told me.
She wants me to live on the Royal College campus.
I know.
Crossing my arms under my breasts, which only seemed to prop them up and draw both Air's and Elijah's attention, I stared him down with a huff. Is there anything you don't know? I asked, and Air flicked his eyes from my tits back to my face.
Nope.
He reached out, pinched my nose, and then promptly and confidently strode into the shop.
He's heading for a short and tumultuous reign,
An old ghost said, propped against the outer walls of the shop, smoking an incorporeal pipe. He must have had it on him when he died. Shut the flub up, I said, whipping my knife from my belt and putting the blade against the ghost's throat. Don't make me wish you got us speed and happy endings, I warned, although we both knew it was kind of an empty threat without my handler around. The spirit scowled, blinking out of sight and leaving nothing but the smoky fragrance of a long-forgotten pipe. Elijah cocked a brow at me. What? I asked, gesturing with the jeweled weapon. You know as well as I do that spirits only hang outside of spirit whisperer residences when they want to be exorcised.
Yes,
He replied with a loose, cocky smile.
But generally, it's polite to ask first.
With a wink, he whispered himself out of existence, the only sign that he was there at all a faint spiritual signature. In order to see him now, I'd need to activate my second sight. Smart move, though, seeing as he was a spirit, hanging out near a spirit whisperer's residence. The mouse in his pocket disappeared along with him, but the others, including the dog, took up a shady spot under a nearby bench. I left them and most of Air's guards outside in the creeping heat. It was getting hotter and hotter by the hour. When I walked in, I found the prince frowning slightly at the shopkeeper, an older woman with a gently wrinkled face and long, elegant fingers. Of Amerin descent, dark blue eyes, long raven dark hair, and demon instead of angel. Her wings were the color of fire and shadows, sweeping red and black appendages that took up the entire space behind the work table where she sat. Her handler was a pure-blooded Amerin man, leaning back in a wooden chair with his feet on a padded stool, a hat pulled over his eyes. Half angels and half demons could be spirit whisperers, but angels were better. Still, a spirit charm was a spirit charm no matter who made it. "Do not touch my ghost," I said as the spirit whisperer lifted her head from the glass case in front of her and sniffed the air in a very creepy way. But I didn't have to say it twice. I was with the prince. The shopkeeper wouldn't bother Elijah, wherever he was.
She only has 3 charms in stock,
Air said, but really that was the most I'd been expecting. If Air wanted more than that, we were going to have to hit up every single spirit whisperer shop in the city. The reason I'd chosen this first place was because demons were a lot less picky about selling charms made out of their blood than angels were. "What sort of durations are we looking at?" I asked, trying not to get excited by all the baubles around the shop. All a spirit whisperer really needed to do their job were Haversey's gifts, their handler, and themselves. But there were always other ways to get the job done, more fun ones too. Poultices to make the second sight brighter, powders to reduce the energy load needed for an exorcism, enchanted clothing that made it far less likely for a spirit whisperer's soul to be sucked from their body. 6 hours, 1 day, 1 week, the spirit whisperer said, her eyes as red as blood as she looked at me from beneath charcoal hair, and charcoal because she was a demon, not because of her age.
"That's hardly any time at all,"
Air said, but he smiled anyway. He spent at least 80% of his day smiling, and then another 19% smirking or biting his lower lip flirtatiously. It was very rare that he frowned or scowled.
"But we'll take them."
The woman smiled. She knew money was no object to the prince, but she also knew she best give him a fair price, and reached under the counter for a box. But Air stopped her by scooping up the leather thongs of all 3 necklaces and slipping them over his head. He broke one almost immediately, squeezing it in his fist until silver light shimmered across his skin and reflected off the black striped walls of the shop. "You should have waited," I said as he looked around with a quirked brow for his cousin. "Elijah is temporarily unavailable."
"No matter,"
Air said, turning and leaving one of his guards to pay the shopkeeper.
"We'll find more, won't we?"
"Maybe," I warned him as he noticed my eyes straying to the random assortment of goods on a nearby table.
"Browse,"
he told me, stepping close, his blonde hair falling into his face, his pastel green eyes as magnificent as the warm, shallow waters in Fritsch Lagoon.
"I want to buy you a gift."
"Why?" I asked, heart thundering as Aramenian took the peach lemonade from my sticky fingers, and then carefully grabbed my right hand, bringing it to his lips and sucking the juice from my fingertips with the hot heat of his mouth. I could feel his tongue swirling against my skin, making my head feel empty and light. "What are you doing?" I whispered, because while Air was always a terrible flirt, this was so much more intense than usual. Closing my eyes, I tried not to think of that night we'd gone out dancing for fun. Well, he had dragged me out dancing because he enjoyed it. When I danced, I broke things at about 3 times the usual rate. But we drank a lot and somehow ended up in Air's bedroom back at the castle. He'd pinned my wrist to the bed, looked into my eyes, and pushed inside of me with a deep, undulating thrust of his hips. I hadn't just felt him in my cunt. I'd felt him all over. My head, my heart, my spirit. Ugh. Flicking my eyes back open, I yanked my hand away and tried to laugh off the moment. "Seriously, Air, what are you doing?"
"Tasting you,"
he said with a flash of those pointed teeth. He seemed content to brush the moment off, too.
Pick whatever you want, and I'll buy it. It's the least I can do, considering how close you came to dying in the Grandberg Manor.
I didn't come close to dying, I muttered, but there was a certain tenderness to Air's face that I hadn't seen before. Spinning away from him, I sent every object on the table crashing to the floor. Shit! I cursed and a feather popped loose from my wing.
Accident number 2,
Air said with a bright grin, setting the lemonade glass aside and gesturing for his guard to collect the broken items and pay for them. That doesn't count, I said as I started to kneel down and felt Air's hand on my arm, hauling me back to my feet.
The guards will get it,
He said and then paused, eyes catching on a voluminous gold silk cloak hanging from the wall.
This is the same color as your eyes.
He told me, waltzing past and sliding his fingers through the material. Flicking his attention back to me, he let his usual smile return to his face.
What's it do?
Touching my own fingers to the cloak, I teased at the large paper tag from the folds and glanced at it, listening to the sound of the magic. Both Air and I could feel the heavy drumbeat of an Earth Whisperer's signature, that basic grounding sense of primal worship. But Air wouldn't know what that kind of spell would do for my line of work. Most Whisperers knew little to nothing about other magics, unless they were schooled at the Royal College, and then they knew a whole hell of a lot. Grounding spell, I said, staring at the price tag with my gold eyes bulging out of my skull. Holy Haversey's tits, that's expensive. Doing a quick mental calculation, I quite liked quick mental calculations, I figured it would cost about the same to buy this cloak as it would to get all the supplies for the Queen's resurrection spell.
Which makes it less likely that your soul will be ripped from your body during an exorcism?
Air said, and I raised my brows, wondering if Elijah was eavesdropping on our conversation. I could feel his spiritual signature in the air, this confident but somehow comforting sense of a child of Haversey. I hated to admit how much I liked it. You actually listen when I talk, I said, throwing out a cocky hip and putting a fist on it. Air ignored me, taking the robe down from the wall and tearing the price tag off. He handed it over to another of his guards, dressed in full-plate mail and making me wonder how the flub they managed in the heat, and then swinging the heavy cloak around my shoulders. I can't accept this gift, I said as I felt a rush of heat from outside as the shop door opened. Air's eyes widened slightly, and he smiled at whoever it was as I turned around to get a look. Flub. Flub, flub, flub. Oh, to hell with it, fuck. It was Felixa. Phil-ix-a. God forbid anyone ever pronounce it wrong, of Haversey. One of the few people in the world who wasn't a murderer, rapist, or enemy of the state that I hated with the scalding intensity of the Nalahari desert sun was standing right there in the dappled sunshine streaming through the front windows of the shop. Air! She squealed, grinning and flipping heaps of shimmering yellow-blonde hair over one shoulder. Felixa flicked her attention to me for a moment and wrinkled her nose slightly. Her handler, this poor boy who worshipped his whisperer's every move, stepped in behind her holding about 5 packages too many in his straining arms. Brynn, I didn't expect to see... Felixa paused abruptly, going completely stiff as her handler stumbled around behind her. My eyes widened as I realized what she was about to do at the exact moment she decided to do it. Reaching out, Felixa took her handler's arm with her left hand, knocking the packages to the floor. With her right, she whipped Haversey steel from her belt and lunged toward an empty space that presumably was Elijah. No! I screamed, throwing myself at her. Even though my fingers locked around Felixa's wrist, it was too late. The knife was already cutting through the empty air and yanking Eli into view. His eyes wide and his mouth open in shock. Despair hit, strangely palpable on the back of my tongue as I swung around, knocking another table's worth of items to the shop floor with my wings. At the same time, I threw Felixa against the window, slamming her into the glass hard enough to make her grunt. A dark shadow fell over the shop and a strange crack rent the air, dropping my gaze back around to Elijah. With shaking hands, he reached up and jerked the knife from his chest, dropping the broken blade to the ground. Every jewel in the hilt was cracked, and the steel itself shattered to pieces, like glass, when it hit the stone floor of the shop. A wave of dark energy rolled over me, and I swear to Haversey that I heard the dark god laughing inside my head. "Let go of me!" Felixa screeched, shoving me off of her and wiping her palms down the front of her red second-year Royal College uniform. Her wings, which were the same soft butter yellow as her hair, shifted in irritation as she knelt down and gathered the broken bits of the knife up. In theory, it should repair itself within a few hours' time. But then again, I'd never seen a shadow whisperer use dark magic to cancel out an exorcism. I hadn't even known that was possible. "What the fuck just happened here?" Felixa demanded as she stood back up and lost a feather at the same time. Meanwhile, I wavered in place, panting and shaking and staring into Elijah's blue-white eyes. He was hardly corporal at this point, but he was in fact still standing in front of me. No silver light enveloped him, and his spiritual signature was so thick in the air of the shop that it was almost cloying. Air hooked his fingers under my chin and encouraged me to look at him.
"Are you all right?"
he asked, looking as confused as I was. "Your Majesty," Felixa said, trying to get him to look at her. She'd been in love with Air for years, even holding off her admission to the Royal College. Of course she'd been accepted from her very first application when she was 17, while she waited for Amerin. Last year she'd gotten tired of postponing her education and went anyway, but that hadn't stopped her from paying Air far too many visits, even for the daughter of the highest-ranking noble family in Amerin. There were bets in the kingdom on who Air would marry. Whomever he chose, it had to be a woman with strong magic and a powerful bloodline. Felixa fit the bill to a T. I also wasn't 100% certain that she and Air had never slept together. They might have. He was a bit of a slut, which frustrated me to no end, but he couldn't possibly like the haughty half-angel, half-Amerin, right?
"Felixa,"
Air said slowly after I'd nodded that yes, I was okay, and taken a step back to lean against the wall. Both the shopkeep and her handler just stared at all of us like we were insane.
"This is my cousin, Elijah of Haversey."
The prince gestured to the ghostly form of his dead relative, while Felixa's eyes flicked to broken spirit charm at Air's throat. She was a perceptive one, that was for sure, so it didn't surprise me much when she noticed the double stars hanging from my neck. "My apologies, Your Majesty," she said, sweeping into a formal bow and staying bent over until Air told her to rise. Her handler stood to one side, his hair more brown than black, a trait that snooty Amerin royalty usually despised. Blue-black hair was what every real Amerin should be sporting, a lie that they perpetuated by dyeing theirs if it happened to be brown. The only exceptions were useful half-breeds like Felixa, who had the golden hair of an angel. I simply sensed a powerful foreign spiritual energy and was attempting to do my job. She snapped an angry gaze in my direction and then redirected her attention to the prince.
"You're not in trouble,"
Air said, so flubbing handsome in his red military tunic, white breeches, and black boots. I was pleased to see that after he'd given his cousin a careful once-over, he turned his attention back to me, eyes shining.
"And good save, Brynn of Haversey and Helm."
Reaching down, he pulled my hand out from where it was hiding inside the thick silk folds of my new cloak. The look that Felixa threw me was absolutely scathing, but I ignored it in favor of meeting Air's eyes. He had that strange, shimmering, hopeful look in his green irises again, the one that made my heart skip and jump inside my chest.
"Let's go get you a dress,"
he said, and without bothering to explain or apologize or clean up the mess I'd made, there were certainly pluses to being the prince, Air dragged me back outside with Elijah, following silent and shocked behind us. Chapter 7. Brynn. I'd have slept through All Hallows' Eve if Elijah hadn't popped into my bedchamber and poked my forehead with a cold finger. Blinking awake, I forgot to be mad at him because he was staring at me with such a deep sense of relief that it made my wild fatigue worth it. All that shopping plus using Helm's dark powers for the first time thoroughly exhausted me. Even though I came back from the market soaked in sweat with Air tossing me those strange, cryptic looks, I was too tired to accept his proposal that we visit the bathhouse together. And I liked visiting the bathhouse with Air because, well, I liked ogling his naked body. I wasn't too ashamed to admit it.
Jacinda has been banging on your door for the better part of an hour. She says you missed breakfast and the party starts in less than 6 hours, and if you want to eat lunch and get properly dressed for the celebration, you'll get up now.
So you're using her as an excuse to invade my bedroom? I grumbled, sitting up in the canopy bed that the Queen had gifted me when Jacinda and I were paired together for the first time. I wondered if I got to take it with me when we moved onto the Royal College campus. If we'd been staying in the dorms, that would have been a definite no, but it sounded like Everest planned to put us somewhere more private, likely the staff apartments.
Maybe,
Elijah said, mouth twitching as he patted the head of the ghost mouse that was sitting in his pocket, staring at me with beady blue-white eyes. Elijah of Haversey was very much corporal and beautiful in that moment, even if his hands were as cold as ice. But the mouse was a shimmery spirit still, and I had no idea if it was the same one he picked up yesterday or a new one. As if on cue, the ghost dog he'd acquired at the market trotted into the room and sat at his feet.
And it's a very nice bedroom, if I do say so myself.
Sitting on the edge of my bed, and doing a fairly convincing job of pretending to be alive enough to make the mattress dent, Elijah looked around the room and made me blush furiously. Jacinda was the only person who was welcome in my room. Well, her and Air. He really had stayed in here, waiting for me to come back from Grandburg Manor, and I had a pillow soaked with his smell to prove it. I'd been hugging it close every night since. "Stop gawping and get out," I said, but I didn't feel the words as much as I should have. It didn't really bother me to have Elijah of Haversey performing his admittedly sexy, lazy king slouch on my bed.
You saved my ass yesterday,
He told me, glancing over with strands of dark hair curling over his forehead. He must have been clean-shaven when he died because not a lick of stubble marred his face, nor would it ever again. That made me sad for him. Really flipping sad. Not really, I said, because Eli was already dead. Hell's bells. Maybe I'd actually done him a disservice by stopping Felixa from sending him onto a new life. He was clearly way too attached to this one, and he had a queen to back up his obsession. But I was also glad he was here. Haversey's tits, did I have a crush? I have a crush on a ghost. Shaking my head, I shoved fingers into the shock-white strands of my hair and stared at him with critical eyes. Oh my goddess, I do. If Elijah had been alive, I might have actually gone for him. He was fairly high-ranking, but he wasn't quite out of reach the way Rhiannon was. But Elijah wasn't alive. No, he was dead, and the chances of my ever bringing him back were slim.
You cancelled a fucking exorcism.
He purred, letting his head fall toward me and stretching his wings out to their full lengths behind him. Since he was dead, Elijah could curse as much as he wanted and never lose a feather. Guess that was one plus of being stuck between death and rebirth. Yes, and I also cost your cousin about 1,000,000 gems with all the ship I broke, I said, quickly making a curse word substitute. Glancing in the dressing mirror last night before bed, I swear I saw a bald patch starting to form on one of my wings from all the lost feathers. My bronzed skin bright and obvious amongst the ebony down.
And he has 1,000,000,000 gems to spare,
Elijah said with a loose languid shrug of his shoulders. The ghost dog panted and laid his head on Eli's knee, his fur matted and stuck through with debris. I wondered how he died. The poor thing looked like it'd been through the ringer.
Besides,
Eli started with a small sigh.
It was absolutely his pleasure.
What do you mean by that? I asked, sitting up and letting the sheets fall around my waist. I'd forgotten I was wearing a sea-green nightgown that was thin enough to show off the brown of my nipples yet again. Elijah glanced at them and I saw fire flare in his eyes. Ghost he might be, but if I invited him into my bed, he'd take the offer. And gods, why did I feel like inviting him into my bed? I did not sleep with spirits, never had before, not once. Of course, I could count on one hand the total number of times I'd had a sexual encounter with anyone, living or dead, so I suppose that wasn't a particularly definitive statement.
What do I mean by that?
Elijah puzzled aloud. turning a look on me with those pale blue eyes of his like I was insane.
Amerin is crazy about you.
Heat surged through my body at the same time I cocked a brow at Elijah's jealous tone. He couldn't possibly be jealous of me, right? Maybe he was just jealous that his cousin was alive and able to both crush on a girl and... Wait, what? Air is not crazy about me. I scoffed with a dramatic eye roll. We're just friends.
Just friends?
Elijah asked, scooping the mouse from his pocket and putting it on the floor. He sat back up and cocked a perfectly curved dark eyebrow at me.
You've been spending too much time with dead people. The prince is in love with you.
I scoffed and stretched my wings out to the sides, hitting the kerosene lamp on my bedside table, the one Air screwed into the wood so I couldn't knock it over anymore. Ha! Take that, natural clumsiness. Air is not in love with me, I said with a haughty wave of my hand. Only, the nonchalance was on the outside, but it definitely wasn't on the inside. Inside, my heart was thundering and my emotions were going completely haywire. Heat suffused my cheeks as I sat forward and watched as Eli's eyes dropped to my breasts again. When he stared at them, they felt heavy and round, like they were as curious as I was what it would feel like for him to heft one in his hand. Ugh, no. If Elijah were a man, I'd be interested. But he wasn't. He was a ghost. A ghost with an erection tucked inside his black Royal College breeches. Mother-flubbing son of a female dog. I cursed internally, and it was then that I felt like I might have figured out the strange Amerin tradition of keeping the bedroom sacred. Now that Elijah was in here, sitting on my bed and staring at me with heavy half-lidded eyes, I was getting ideas. Clearly all of that dark magic Helm had let me had somehow twisted up with Haversey's and confused the hell out of my brain. My thoughts weren't making nearly enough sense.
He's in love with you,
Eli repeated, but I was already shaking my head.
He is. Deny it all you want, but that's the truth.
And how would you know that? I asked, giving him a golden-eyed glare. Inside, though, a surge of heat and feeling was rushing through me like fire, scalding me in places that hadn't been touched for a long, long time.
Because he was in love with you before I died, and it's only gotten worse.
Eli paused and closed his eyes for a moment, running his tongue over his lower lip. I could feel him gathering energy, a whole hell of a lot of it, and pouring it into his body, making himself so real that I had to reach out and touch him, finger a lock of dark hair. His skin where I brushed it was warm.
You like that little trick?
He asked me, cracking one eye and smirking. You're one of the most powerful ghosts I've ever seen, I said, and Eli smirked at me.
Then you haven't seen enough ghosts.
I dropped my hand in my lap and pulled my legs out of the covers, flashing bronzed calves and thighs at Eli. He definitely didn't fail to notice. I'm not a very accomplished spirit whisperer, if you haven't noticed.
A not-so-very-accomplished spirit whisperer that unbound and rebound me, scored an exclusive decree from the Queen, and has a double blessing from 2 of the more powerful gods.
He raised his brows as I stretched my legs out, my toes grazing the white feathers of his wings.
You seem like such a failure, Brynn of Haversey.
I wiggled my toes and teased Eli's white feathers, wondering how pretty it would be if we were having sex, my black wings and his white ones rubbing together. The thought made my cheeks feel hot. Well, that and the fact that I was touching Eli's most intimate part with my toes and he was letting me. Okay, one of his most intimate parts. The other I had seen erect and lit up with runes. With a sharp exhale, I yanked my feet away from him and hopped out of bed. Swishing the curtains wide, I let gold streams of sunlight filter into the room. But even though it was a sunny day, winter still had her fingers in the weather pie, and the stone floor beneath my feet was freezing cold. Don't let all those things fool you, I said as I moved over to the fireplace and knelt down, blowing on the logs and igniting the same fire whisperer spell that lit my torch in the Grandberg Manor basement. I'm also a near 21-year-old spirit whisperer who's been rejected from the academy 7 times, who has one more shot to get in, and who... I stopped abruptly as I turned around, smacking Elijah with my wings and flushing 2 shades brighter. Grr! I may as well have turned and whacked him in the face with my tits. But with the heat and tension evident in the room, it all felt more like a caress. Suddenly we were too close together, and I was well aware of how tall and how handsome he was. If he were still alive, he'd have made a nice husband. And if Eyre really did like me, imagine that, the prince and a high-ranking noble as my lovers. The fantasy was nice, especially when it extended to having both Eyre and Elijah naked and in my bed, 2 hot bodies pressed against me on either side. A nice fantasy, but still, a blatant stretch of reality that was never going to happen. Never. Eyre needed a strong, capable bride with connections. Someone like Felixa. Gag. And Elijah was dead. Personally, I would be lucky to get 1 ordinary husband, let alone 2 royal ones. Still, Elijah was a very powerful spirit whisperer, and the only physical sign that he was dead was a very slight glow around his form. But almost like the sunshine was liming him from behind, and not because this was the literal incarnation of his spirit.
Despite all of that, my cousin is in love with you,
Eli repeated, warming me up from head to toe. He reached out a finger and traced the rapidly beating pulse in my throat, making me shiver and cementing the idea that he was as much an incorrigible flirt as Eyre. He can never have me, I repeated, and Elijah's lazy, sexy smile twisted up at the edges. Eyre needs a woman who... Elijah cut me off by cupping his long fingers around the back of my neck and leaning in close, warm breath feathering across my parted lips. He isn't real. Well, okay, he's real, but that breath is all fake. That warm, sweet-smelling breath that's making my mouth tingle. It's all manufactured with Haversey magic. That didn't stop my lids from getting heavy, drooping halfway shut as Eli pressed his luck and touched his lips to mine. Magic sparked through me, hot and needy, and for a split second there I remembered one of the other reasons I didn't fuck ghosts. The magic overload was intense and heady like a drug. I felt like a spook dust addict, snorting sparkles and wandering the streets in a haze, seeing shadows of creatures from other realms that no resident of Amerin should ever see. Things that didn't exist here. Most people knew of and believed in other realms or dimensions, layers of existence on either side as well as above and below our own. Flub, heaven and hell, Helm's and Haversey's personal domains were thought to be directly above and below us. But nobody should ever see it, not while they were still a part of this world. I didn't feel like I was a part of this world, with Elijah's warm lips against mine. They should be cold. They should be cold. They should be cold. My logical mind chanted, but I ignored it. I blamed it on All Hallows' Eve, the one day a year when the other side didn't feel so far away, where the dead and the living mingled without judgment, where spirit whisperers weren't the only citizens in Amerin that could see ghosts. Not only was Elijah almost literally made of magic, but it was in the air. The barriers between our world, between hell and heaven, were thin and passable. That wild energy surged through me, making my toes curl against the stone floors as the firelight flickered and danced, warming my left side and encouraging me to lean into Eli. His chest was muscular and flat, his belly traced with hard abs that I delightfully discovered by sneaking my fingers underneath his Royal College jacket, shivering with pleasure at the feel of his hot skin against my hand. For a second there I decided to not care that his warmth, his breath, even his heartbeat were all falsehoods. I was riding the magic and the high, and does Eyre really love me? Even if I couldn't have him, it was a thrilling thought. Elijah pulled me closer, opening my mouth with his tongue as my lids closed the rest of the way, reveling in the sensation of our lips slanting together. It'd been too long since I'd kissed someone, even a ghost. I really should have taken that Griffin guy Vexer up on his offer. My fantasy expanded to include a high-ranking member of the Travelers Guild, and I chuckled against Eli's mouth at the same moment I felt a rush of liquid heat between my thighs. Reflexively, my wings curled forward and brushed against his. ivory and ebony feathers tangling as a deep, aching groan burst from Eli's throat. In an instant, he dropped his hand from my neck to my hip, fingers curling tightly around my curves. He did the same with the other hand and angled us back toward the bed. As soon as my thighs hit the edge of the mattress, I fell back and Elijah leaned into me, his hard body encouraging me to spread my legs. Let him grind the hardness of his arousal against my very bare core. My nightgown was short and clingy, and I never wore panties to bed. Never. Eli whispered as my arms tangled around his neck, our tongues dancing a violent, heated rhythm that obliterated all my rational and logical thoughts. How long has it been since I last did this? A year? Maybe longer? Oh, gods. Kissing Elijah was lighting up every nerve in my body, turning me into a limp, whimpering mess. Are those sounds really coming from my throat? I thought as I gave in to my seraphic instincts and curled my wings up and around Elijah's body, encasing them in a dark cocoon of feathers. The peaks of my stiff nipples hardened to the point of being painful, and I came very close to letting out a scream when Eli dropped his left hand to my breasts and freed the right one from the silk, closing his hand over the full mound and stealing my breath away. His hips ground against me and I wiggled back, muscles tightening inside of me, reminding me that I was empty when I could be full. Arching my back off the bed, I pressed my breasts up and into Eli's eager hand, at the same time dropping my fingers to the buttons of his black Royal College jacket and frantically tearing them open. Not only were Royal College uniforms the finest made garments in the country apart from the royal family's clothing, but Eli was dead. If I snapped a button or two off, they'd fix themselves eventually. A ghost's clothes always returned to their original state after a while. My left hand took a short break to reach up and snatch the loose right sleeve of Eli's jacket, tearing the already rent fabric off and tossing it to the floor so I could smooth my hands over his beautiful biceps, caress and squeeze the tight muscles.
Gods!
I heard him grumble as he trailed his fingers down my rib cage, over the tiny curve of my waist, the overly generous swell of my hip, past the high hem of my sea-green silk nightie, and down the smooth bare length of my thigh. Yes, I whispered in triumph as the door burst open, and I glanced up in shock to find both Air and Jacinda standing there, gaping at us. Oh my goddess, Brynn, Jassy choked out, clamping both hands over her mouth to stifle a chuckle at the same time Air strode into the room and gaped at his cousin. I'd never quite seen the prince look so shocked before.
Why are you in her bedroom?
Air asked in a low, almost terrifyingly empty tone. His words were as cold as ice and his eyes were thunderous pools of dark green.
Elijah of Haversey.
Air ground his slightly pointed teeth together as Eli sat up slowly, pulling me along with him. Carefully, I folded my wings against my back and tried to get a read on the very awkward, very interesting confrontation that was happening. In Amerin, it wasn't uncommon for women to date multiple men at the same time, so I was surprised to see the rampant jealousy snake across the prince's face. Besides, if I got jealous over every serving girl or low-ranking noble he dragged into his bed, I'd be, well, ship. I was jealous of every serving girl and low-ranking noble he dragged into his bed. I was constantly sick over it. Men were not supposed to have more than one lover. That was a woman's role. Goddess, I'm so old-fashioned, I thought as I tried to remind myself that men could now legally have more than one wife as well. That is, if they could find any Amerin woman that was willing to share. I started, but then I got angry as I realized I had no obligation to defend myself. If Air really were in love with me as Elijah had stated, then why the flub hadn't he told me that sooner? We were making out.
I can see that,
Rhiannon said with a haughty air and lift of his chin. The room was perfumed with the strong, sweet fragrance of nicotiana, a night-blooming flower that covered the castle walls. I assumed either Air or Jas was wearing its scent.
My question is why? How long have you two known each other?
4 days, I snapped, curling up the edge of my lip in a slight snarl. which is 4 days longer than most of the women you make out with. I should have said flub, but that was the exact moment when Air's green gaze dropped to the swollen mounds of my breasts, and stuck there. I had noticed some time ago that when we bathed together, my eyes weren't the only ones that wandered, and right now, I could feel his powerful gaze on my nipples, sensation zinging through me as Elijah adjusted himself and his erection ground against my heat again.
Get out,
Air said quietly, menacingly, striding across the room and pausing next to the bed.
I want to speak with Brynn alone.
I fixed the sea green silk, pulling it over my breast. It took Elijah a heaven of a lot longer to move away from me than it should have, considering he'd just received a direct order from the prince. Then again, he was dead. I'd almost slept with a ghost. What was wrong with me?
This is bullshit, Air, and you know it.
Eli ground out, but Air Rhiannon threw him a look dripping with menace.
You mean to be resurrected and return to court?
He asked with narrowed eyes.
Then get the fuck out.
Elijah turned to look at me, almost like he was asking with his gaze if he should stay. Frankly, I had no idea what to do. But an order was an order, even if the prince was a friend, or a cousin. I sucked my lower lip under my teeth and nodded. As soon as Elijah caught my expression, he faded, flickered, disappeared completely. I felt his spiritual signature, and his rage, move from the room at the same time Jacinda stepped back and closed the bedroom door softly behind her. Princes aren't supposed to be good at picking locks. I mumbled, and Air raised a blonde eyebrow.
I didn't pick the lock,
he said with a baffled twist in his expression.
It was open.
But, I started, completely confused and wrinkling my own brow. I didn't get long to contemplate it because Air Rhiannon was striding across the room and pausing so close to me that the black knees of his breeches rubbed against my bare legs.
I thought you didn't fuck ghosts.
Air asked, and I cringed. That made him smile slightly.
Fuck, fuck, fuck,
he said with slightly more humor in his tone.
You know that doesn't make you lose any feathers, Brynn, so don't be so dramatic.
Why? Because that's your job? I asked with a derisive sniff, lifting my chin and flexing my wings. Air took another step forward, forcing my legs apart as my knee slid between his. Those sordid memories of our one night together flooded my head and made my limbs feel heavy. And my body? Well, my body was already worked up at having Air this close. It was torturous.
My job?
He asked, crossing his arms over his chest. His blonde hair mussed up but silky and beautiful as usual. Clearly he hadn't been up long despite the late hour, which made me wonder who was in his chambers last night. There was usually someone. It was a hot night in heaven or a cold night in hell when Air's receiving sofa. He didn't actually take girls into his bedroom. Was empty.
And what is that supposed to mean?
It means you're an arrogant, cocky prick who thinks too much about himself and what he wants. Air's eyes flashed with emotion, but he kept his arms crossed and hooked a smirking smile down at me.
That's true,
he said, which didn't much surprise me. Air Rhiannon knew his faults and had no trouble acknowledging them. He also didn't do shit to try and change things or improve himself. But I loved him anyway, faults and all. I never cared about those sorts of things. In fact, I kind of liked them. The prince wasn't just a sum of his positives or a sum of his faults. He was an equation of both things, and I wanted him just as he was. All right, fine. I could have lived without his constant whoring himself out, but that was just jealousy talking. It was because I liked him so much that I wanted him to stop sleeping around. The only person I wanted him sleeping with was me.
Is there a reason I should be thinking of you, Brynn of Haversey?
He asked, his eyes trailing down my body with stark appreciation. But it wasn't just my body that I wanted Air Rhiannon to look at. It was my spirit. I spent enough time with ghosts to know how fleeting the physical really was, and how important the soul inside became. There's no reason the future king of Amerin ever need worry about someone as insignificant as me. I breathed, but I didn't mean it and we both knew it. I was what the blue-blooded Amerin nobles called an anti-royalist. I didn't really believe that significant worth came with birthright, nor did being born poor or magicless mean someone was worth less. Unfortunately, I was in the minority on that front.
But I'm not just the future king of Amerin to you, right, Brynn? And we both know you're far more than some double-blessed whisperer.
Am I? I choked out, as he leaned closer and put a hand on both sides of my body. Our faces were so close, and I could feel his pelvis as he leaned in against me, swooping in and stealing Eli's place. He fit nicely in it, although so had Elijah. But the two men each stirred up something different inside of me, and I liked them both.
Do you remember?
Air started, and then paused, flicking his eyes to one side and then turning his gaze back to my face. We were so close. I could feel his breath on my mouth, and his was real. I didn't want it to matter so much, but it did. Ghosts were meant to move on, and those who were still living were meant to enjoy this life together. Do I remember what? I asked, feeling Air's cock thicken inside his breeches. It was impossible to miss, pressed up against my pulsing heat like that. Fuck, I want him inside of me again. I yelped as a feather detached, and he caught it between his flubbing teeth. Don't do things like that, I said with an eye roll, but our compromising position kept me from whinging any more about it. Besides, even though it was cheesy, it was kind of hot, watching the future heir to the throne catch an ebony feather between his slightly pointed teeth.
Do you remember that night we slept together?
He asked blatantly, pulling the feather from his mouth and making me want to scream as he pushed forward and ground us together. My clitoris was humming a hot, sweet song, and the only thing my body didn't like about the equation was the fact that Mianin wasn't inside of me. You've never brought it up before, I grumbled, turning my eyes to the side and refusing to look at him. That night, I thought that maybe it was the beginning of something between us, something new and ardent, something worth fighting for, worth dying for. But I'd woken up in Air's bed to find him missing, slogged down to breakfast, and then sat in the royal family's dining room reading until lunch rolled around and he showed up, flopping down next to me and then sitting there sullen and quiet. I'd stopped talking to him, through a silent fit of my own, and then 3 days later we were back to picking on each other and goofing around. We had literally never mentioned it, but I thought about it a lot. And I hated him for not noticing when I disappeared into a Flora Whisperer's shop and came out with a spell to keep from getting pregnant. My family was ridiculously fertile. I had 11 sisters that lived in Nomade with my mother's extended family. According to Lena, every single time she'd had sex without taking a Flora Whisperer's birth control potion or getting a morning after spell, she'd gotten pregnant and had a successful live birth. Thus her nickname for me, the last mistake. Ha! After that night, I started taking regular spells for birth control, as well as a Flesh Whisperer-made disease prevention spell, just in case the opportunity for something hot and heavy ever arose. Not that it often did, but I was prepared anyway. I even had a whole case of potions in my drawer for ghost pregnancy. Yeah, believe it or not, a ghost and a human could have a baby together, although it wasn't really something I'd recommend. Children born of living and dead flesh were known as shadows, and they didn't exactly grow up to be pillars of society, no matter how hard their parents tried.
You never brought it up either,
Air said, and I scooted back all of a sudden, up the bed and away from him. He followed, crawling onto the mattress and using a hand to push one of my knees aside so he could sit between my legs again. I let him. But, I started, realizing that was true. Was that why Air had strode into the dining room and stood beside me like he was waiting for something? Had we both made the same stupid mistake? I had to get a morning after potion. Air's eyebrows went up and I realized he was used to girls with more experience than me. He probably hadn't given it a second thought. Or maybe he used birth control spells himself and didn't think to mention it?
Brynn,
he began, but I didn't want to hear apologies or excuses or whatever else was going to come out of his mouth. So I leaned forward and kissed him. Hard. pressed my lips so firmly to his that he groaned against my mouth. Air teased my lips with his tongue, flicking the slick tip of it against my lower lip and grinding his pelvis forward at the same moment. Heat surged through me, violent and overwhelming, taking up residence in every inch of my body, from my head down through my toes. With a frenzy I didn't know I had in me, I tore his silk shirt open and pressed my fingers into his chest, dragging my nails down his skin and reveling in the noise that tore from his throat. Air was always so wonderfully pompous and self-assured. He sounded a bit like a ragged, desperate man in that moment. Using his right hand, he shoved the thin silk of my nightgown up my hips, exposing my heated skin to the cool air. The fireplace had yet to warm the room, but it didn't matter. The only flames I needed to be warm were roaring inside of me, my feelings igniting into a blaze that took my breath away. Good thing I didn't need that either. I had Amerin of Heket to breathe for us both. As we kissed, I tasted the sweetness of his breath, that mint and chocolate taste that was distinctly Air's.
We should probably stop and get ready for the celebration,
He murmured, but I was curling my fingers in his blonde hair and pulling our mouths together for another kiss. Cursed spirits. If I'd known all I had to do was make out with his cousin to get his attention, I'd have tracked Elijah of Haversey down a lot sooner. I wished I'd tracked him down sooner, when he was alive. The thought trickled through my mind, but it was sobering and melancholic, so I pushed it back and focused on the prince. I could care less about the celebration, I whispered, my hands dropping to the prince's breeches, tearing the button open and slipping my hand inside. My breath whooshed out as I felt the thick, velvety length of his shaft slide against my palm. Air shuddered and trailed his mouth along the side of my jaw and down to my throat, sinking his pointed teeth into my skin and making me buck my hips. It was just painful enough that it highlighted the pleasure of his right hand closing over my breast, thumb tracing back and forth over the peak of my nipple.
Me neither.
Air groaned as he thrust into my palm, encouraging me to stroke his shaft. I used the pearl of liquid at the tip as lubrication, squeezing the base of his cock with tight fingers.
Brynn of Haversey, your fingers are positively addictive.
Don't use lines on me. I growled back, but in reality I liked it. I liked that he was using his lines on me and not someone else, and really, I just found his over-the-top flirtatiousness sexy. That confidence spoke to me. While I was fairly aggressive and able to stand up for myself, I didn't have that inner core of steel the way Air did. The inner voice that told him he was good, he was righteous, and he had worth. I wanted it, but I'd also settle for basking in his glow. Air dropped his mouth to my nipple, sucking it through the thin silk fabric. His tongue traced designs around the hardened peak, making me twist and writhe and thrash beneath him. The pleasure was so intense that when he used his teeth on my breast, I lost my grip on his cock. The prince shoved his pants down below his ass and positioned himself to enter me, our eyes locking just a split second before he drove his hips into me and filled up that aching emptiness between my thighs. Thank goddess, I thought as tears of relief and pleasure pricked at the edges of my eyes. And even though he didn't have wings, Air was smart enough to know that mine needed caressing, kissing, touching. He dug his fingers into the feathers and gripped tight, moving his hips in rhythmic undulations that spoke of great practice and careful control. When he briefly moved his mouth from my breast to tease his tongue beneath the feathers on my left wing, I almost lost it completely. Fuck, you sure know how to please an angel, girl. I choked out as Air used the fingers of his right hand to spread my feathers, drawing designs on the skin of my wings with his tongue. He may as well have been licking my clit. The flesh there was so flubbing sensitive. But as I cursed, a feather came loose and ended up in the prince's mouth. With a sharp look and a hard drive of his hips, Air reached up and pulled the ebony feather from between his lips.
You little vixen, you,
he said, readjusting his grip and pushing my left leg up and back, opening me even further. This time when he drove in, it felt like he was twice as deep, his balls slapping my ass as our pelvises clashed together in a slick, sweaty mess. I loved every flubbing second of it. Grabbing fistfuls of Air's hair, I yanked on it until he made an animalistic sound in his throat and started to pump faster, sending lightning bolts of electricity through me. He might have been a magic whisperer, but I felt like I was being electrocuted by a storm whisperer's lightning bolts. His fingers the bright blue zigzags of energy from the sky, his groans the thunder. The walls of my cunt locked tightly around him, making Air curse so colorfully that I would have sworn he burned a few feathers off of me. Wrapping him with the slick muscles of my body and my wings, I pulled him close to me and threw my head back into the pillows. Amerin took that as an invitation to bite me again, hard enough to draw blood. I could smell the metallic copper sting the air, and when he flicked his tongue out to drink a drop, I lost it. My climax ripped through me, that wild storm tearing me apart from the inside out, a rainstorm of pleasure falling across me as I pulsed and fluttered, caressing Air's thick, heavy shaft. He kept thrusting forward, kissing and sucking the small bite on my neck as he screwed me into the mattress, and then came with a violent-sounding cry. His nails curled into the sheets next to my head, and he bit down on my neck a second time. Hard. The excruciating mixture of pleasure and pain whipped through me, and a second orgasm took hold, locking the muscles in my body as Air gave me the hot tide of his own climax, filling me with semen that I was at least prepared for this time. Last time. Well, I wasn't going to think about last time. Not now. "Are you two done in there yet?" Jassy asked, opening the bedroom door a crack and then gaping. She must have gone downstairs for lunch and missed the, sounds of our lovemaking, because she looked shocked to see us in such a compromising position. Although Elijah is stuck with me, he definitely heard, I thought, and then I felt guilty for trading him out for Air.
"If you would, just close the door for a moment, and we'll be right out,"
Air said, his usual pompous tone back in place. Jacinda stood there blinking and gaping for a moment, a pastry clutched in her right hand, and then slowly reached out and pulled the door back toward her.
She's going to chew me out later, isn't she?
Air asked, looking back at me and propping himself up with an elbow next to my head. Just so long as you don't break my heart, she'll be thrilled, I thought, and then I opened my mouth to ask one of the million questions racing through me, but I couldn't bring myself to put words to any of them, not with my heart beating so fast, with Air still buried inside of me, his weight pushing me into the soft down of my mattress. "Maybe," I whispered, looking up into his pale green eyes and wondering if this was all a dream. Last time I would have truly believed it was if I hadn't been so damn sore. Right now I just felt liquid and languid and surprisingly happy. Happier than I'd felt in, God, it's 2 years? But it was worth it, right? I asked, touching a hand to the side of Air's face, loving the droplets of sweat clinging to his forehead. The way he looked at me in that moment, I would have sworn to any god or goddess in the pantheon that he was going to make me his queen, as improbable, unlikely, and foolish as that might have been.
"Completely,"
he said, and when he took my lips again, I swear I felt my soul binding itself to him. Later that night, I'd find out that really, it was the other way around.
Chapter 8. Vexer. There was absolutely no missing her, standing across the room in a gown of glimmering gold to match her eyes. With that copper skin, the snowy white of her hair, and a body full of generous curves, I was spellbound. "That's the girl you have a crush on?" my brother Yared asked as he stood there gawping stupidly, his jaw on the floor. "Are you insane? She's the prince's consort. Everyone knows it." "Everyone is a fucking idiot then," I said as I sipped a glass of de Bolshevik, a type of alcohol brewed by demons. It was spicy as hell and liable to put a man flat on his ass in a matter of sips. Pretty sure I was the only at the All Hallows' Eve ball that was drinking it. "They don't know shit," I continued as I watched the girl with the big ebony wings spin in a tight circle, dancing with her Amerin handler. "A woman like that isn't satisfied with the title of consort, and the queen will never let the prince marry her. If he were a woman, he could probably marry whoever he wanted. But he's a son, and sons have to marry for political gain in Amerin. Nodding my head in the direction of the blonde half-angel currently dancing with the prince, I struggled to put a face to a name. Brynn of Haversey, I continued as my brother rolled his blue-gray eyes. He loved gossip, but he was not a fan of politics. Too bad. She's the most likely candidate for the throne, her or some foreign match that the queen is scheming. Taking another sip of my drink, I finished it off and set it on a passing servant's tray. My eyes were locked on that girl, Brynn of Haversey, and I felt my cock stirring inside my breeches. Gods, she's beautiful. Having her on my back for the entire ride from Calmer to New Achiumen was torturous. The second I laid eyes on her, I knew. I wanted her as my mate. My people weren't like the Amerins. We each took one mate, and I wanted this woman to be mine. I'm going to ask her to dance, I said, and heard Yared mumble something under his breath. Flexing my wings, I strode across the floor, noticing that Brynn's mouth was pinched with jealousy. Her long white hair loose and curled in gentle waves that hung down and brushed against the brilliant orange-red wood of the castle's ballroom floor. Her eyes were flicking over to Prince Ermianen and Felixa, crinkling at the edges. I didn't miss the fact that the prince's eyes kept sliding over to her, too. No matter. Once I saw something I wanted, I didn't let it go until it was mine. And the most basic, primal parts of me stirred to life as soon as I saw this girl. Even though Amerins were famous for their overuse of fragrances, lotions, and hair oils, her natural smell was intoxicating, like amber and sunshine, cut through with the juicy sweetness of peaches. Fuck. I felt so male when I looked at the generous feminine swells of her curves, and the urge to breed was unmistakably powerful. Still, I was a gentleman, not an animal, and I was damn sure going to act like one. May I cut in? I asked, stepping up close to the two women. While Brynn was wearing a gown of heavy gold silk, Amerins and their silk, good gods, with a thigh slit that went all the way up to her hip. Her handler was dressed in sapphire and a raven mask, her grin bright beneath it.
Absolutely,
she said with a sweeping bow, stepping back and allowing me to take her place. Brynn didn't hesitate as she put a small bronze hand on my shoulder and let me place a huge one on her round hip. Fuck, Rysender, help me. As soon as I touched her, we both shivered, and I knew she could feel it. That sharp, unexpected sting of attraction.
You,
Brynn said, reaching up to her white hair and pulling down her mask. It was a caricature of a ghost, its face painted with that distinctive white-blue shimmer. Dark purple circles around its eyes. It was a beautiful piece. Probably a gift from the prince with that price tag. But all I really wanted to see was this girl's alluring face. Me, I said, twirling her across the dance floor in time to the haunting purr of a cello. Its eerie sound the perfect companion to the flickering candles and the silver shimmer of spook dust. A mineral so rare that it was only used, liberally used, once a year. It was sifted from the heavy wooden rafters above our heads, turning the top of Brynn's white hair a glimmering silver. The dust was mined and then ground into a fine powder that could quite literally touch the spirit. It stuck to the ghosts in the room, all the wandering spirits that had shown up for tonight's party. Because on All Haunts' Eve, not only did the bindings that kept ghosts tethered to one place break when the moon was at its peak, it let them wander freely until the sun came up. I just hope this holiday isn't a nightmare disguised as a blessing. I thought, as I took Brynn across the dance floor and noticed the prince watching us carefully, sipping spiced cider and keeping his green eyes firmly on the pair of us. Smiling slightly, I tilted my head in his direction. He wasn't my competition. No, men were foolish in thinking they needed to compete with each other for a woman's heart. The only person who could make those sorts of decisions was the woman herself.
Not to sound rude or anything, but I'm surprised to see you here.
Brynn said, her voice this husky purr that made me grit my teeth. Good thing I decided to take up the ridiculous Amerin tradition of wearing a jeweled codpiece to the All Hallows' Eve ball. My cock was rock solid and felt like it was growing thicker by the second. With this stupid bejeweled black cup over my dick, I didn't have to worry about stabbing Brynn. My mouth quirked with a slight smirk. You didn't think a griffin would be invited to the palace? I rumbled, and Brynn ran her tongue across her lower lip, drawing my attention to the copperberry lipstick she was wearing. Gods, she had a pretty enough mouth as it was, and to paint it up all red like that, I could hardly think straight.
Well,
she hedged as I dipped her and then held the position for several seconds longer than was proprietorial. Her long white hair pooled on the wood floors, already covered with spook dust. The shimmering feet of a spirit passed near us as I lifted Brynn up and found a man with the large eyes of an Amerin and an irritated smirk watching.
Elijah of Haversey,
Brynn said as he swirled past and his mouth tightened. Elijah. Right away I made the connection. The prince's cousin, the one that was killed last year. As the master of the Travelers' Guild, I had to keep up on politics. As frustrating and useless as I found them, they were necessary if my guild wanted to keep their head above water and turn a profit at the same time. Are you racist, then, Brynn of Haversey? I asked, fixing a necklace that had gotten twisted around. The pendant was hanging down her back instead of over her admittedly impressive cleavage. Shit. As soon as the jewelry fell into place, I realized what I was looking at. The mark of Helm. Brynn of Haversey and Helm, I whispered, and the girl's nostrils flared.
I'm not racist,
she said, which made me smile. I doubted a half-angel, half-nomade woman living in Amerin would be, but it still amused me to ask. I shifted my wings and let the long, muscular length of my tail twitch in bemusement.
But since your people attacked Amerin not quite 15 years ago, we're all a little wary.
You didn't seem so wary when you were straddling my back, I whispered, leaning in close. The Amerin people had a right to be angry. What my king had done was despicable, attacking outlying villages and slaughtering innocents. But not every member of his kingdom agreed with the things he'd done.
You're a high-ranking member of the Travelers' Guild?
Brynn asked, glancing down at my hand as it rested on her hip, studying the tattoos with golden nomade eyes that stole my breath away. I'd seen this girl a handful of times before, coming and going from New Akyumen, but after the first time I saw her, I had such a violent reaction to her smell, her curves, that I kept myself hidden in the shadows. The one and only time I'd ever approached and allowed her to hire me was last week. I couldn't help myself, and I was tired of just watching. Now I was actively going to pursue. You could say that, I replied cryptically as Brynn furrowed her brow and reached down, trying and failing to peel my fingers off her hip. My response was simply to tighten my hold, drawing a surprised squeak from her throat and a small growl from her lips.
Let me see your damn hand,
she said, and then cringed as a black feather plucked itself from her wing and tumbled through the air, finding itself covered with spook dust before it settled to the floor and was promptly kicked about by dancing feet. "You're supposed to be courting this girl, Vex," I told myself, not trying to piss her off. Releasing the thickness of Bryn's hip, I held out my hand and let her read the symbols inked into my flesh. Beneath her spook's mask, her eyes widened.
"Oh,"
she said, and I felt a grin spread across my face. "Oh is right," I told her, loving the way her hair sparkled in the candlelight. All around the room, fresh fruits and vegetables had been carved to mimic the faces of spirits, candles sputtering inside their hollowed insides. My favorites were the ice pumpkins, large and round and pale blue. The squashes were harvested right after snowmelt started to trickle from the mountains. And as they heated up, they melted like wax, their tiny, heat-activated flowers sprouting from the warmth of the candle's flames. Besides, their pink flesh was delicious when ground up and shaken with spices.
"You're the master of the Travelers Guild?"
she said, putting my hand back on her hip. A flare of triumph shot through me as we started to move again, a pipe organ joining in the musical mix. There were a lot of spirits in here tonight. I just hoped they were all dead Amerins, and not those things that had been infesting the city for the last few months. Gods above and below. "In the flesh," I replied as I tried to think of a clever way to ask Brynn out to tour New Acumen. It was tradition on All Hallows' Eve that as soon as the clock struck midnight, the ball ended, and the revelers went out, moving from house to house to collect treats. Most young adults made it about a dozen doors down the line before they flocked to the dance houses in droves and spent the rest of the night grinding on one another. But at age 28, I knew what I wanted. And what I wanted was Brynn. If she was going to be grinding on anyone tonight, it was going to be on me. And maybe the prince too. But like I said, I wasn't worried about him. The queen would never allow him to marry so far down in status, not even with the double blessing I'd somehow missed before. It would elevate Brynn, certainly, but while a man could legally have a harem of spouses, it was frowned upon. The people of Amerin would riot if the prince took the throne and started collecting wives. He had to pick a strong queen, and then let her choose a harem. It was sexist, but old traditions die hard.
"You're so..."
she started, waving her hand around as she searched for the right word to say, and inadvertently smacked me in the side of the face. I grinned as Brynn mumbled an insincere-sounding apology. But it didn't matter. I found her clumsiness charming. She was so short, and yet her wings were almost the size of my own. Full-sized angel wings on a nomade half-breed. I'd never seen the combination before. And I loved it.
"Young."
Yes, well, I started, trying to figure out how to explain my quick rise through the Travelers Guild ranks. It didn't hurt that I'd been blessed by the god of wanderers, nomads, and travelers, Rysender. It wasn't nearly as prestigious as a blessing from either Haversey or Helm, let alone both. But it was also extremely rare. Just lucky, I guess. Now, have you changed your mind about that drink? Brynn gaped at me as that ghost boy Elijah appeared at her side and offered his shimmering silver hand, draped in spook dust and visible even to the eyes of talkers, Amerin slang for those who had no magic, non-whisperers. "Would it be possible for me to have the next dance?" he asked, giving me a quick once-over and a quirk of lips, like he knew what I was up to, and didn't much care for it. Well, fuck him. Brynn was going to be my mate, and unlike the spirit standing in front of me, I had a real cock, a real heart, and arms to wrap her up in. It wouldn't even be a fair fight.
On All Hallows' Eve, a ghost's hand is always accepted,
Brynn told him, nodding to me and moving away to dance with Elijah of Haversey. I watched them go as my brother sidled back up to me, adjusting his codpiece and groaning. Almost all the men were wearing them, codpieces as well as cloaks. It was the traditional attire for the night. Meanwhile, the women wore gowns and masks. Back home, All Hallows' Eve was an autumn festival, with decorations made of brightly colored leaves and barrels of apples. Here, it was a late winter, early spring festival, and the clothing, decor, and masks showed it. Looks like she has more than just the prince in her harem, Yared joked as I slid my eyes in his direction, shifting my wings, and gave him the coldest stare I could manage. The thick, tawny furred length of my tail twitched in irritation. She has a ghost, too. I'm not worried, I told him as I turned away. Brynn's beautiful gold silk dress flowing across the floor like sunshine. Not even a little.
Chapter 9. Brynn. The ghost mask on my face made me sweat like crazy, causing the black hole around my gold eyes to run like black tears down my cheeks. Pushing it up into my hair, I stared into Elijah's eyes as we danced, and tried to get a read on his emotions. I was pretty sure he was pissed. "You're not upset about me flubbing air, are you?" I asked as he raised a dark brow. To everyone else in the room, Elijah of Haversey was just the faintest outline of a man, the spook dust giving him this scintillating edge that actually made him look less real to me.
Flubbing,
he said with an infuriating chuckle, his hand touching the spot where Vexor's giant paw had just rested. The man's hand was the size of my entire head. He was huge, and frankly he smelled good, and had a smile that made my heart flip-flop. I'd only ever seen him 2 times in my entire life, and yet my nipples perked when I flicked my eyes in his direction. We had chemistry, sure, definite chemistry. But I had too many other things to think about at the moment. I was still drunk with the happiness of having slept with air, excited at the promise in his eyes, and wondering for the first time in my life if a relationship really was possible between us.
Have you ever wondered why fuck is a bad word to Haversey? I mean, fucking someone has a positive connotation, and yet she still doesn't like it. And then there's the word jerk.
Elijah raised his brows at me.
Jerk can have very positive connotations, and she doesn't like that either.
He mimed the up and down motion of a hand jerking a cock, and I punched him right in his ghostly nipple. If a spirit allowed itself, it could indeed feel pain or pleasure. From the way Eli winced, I knew he was wired for it. I have no idea, I sniffed, wanting to change the subject back to me and air, back to almost screwing a ghost when I always swore I never would. Maybe more people use the duck with an F word and the J word in a negative manner. Maybe she can sense the balance of positive to negative.
Murder has a negative connotation, and she lets spirit whisperers say that.
Eli continued, his ice blue eyes crinkling mischievously at the edges. I punched his nipple again, discovered that it was hard, and realized that I actually kind of liked touching it. The goddess is fickle and arbitrary, like all deities. Does it really matter? I don't want to have a philosophical discussion on a holiday. Eli smirked, spinning past a row of carved yellow squashes with gaping maws. The candlelight played with the aristocratic features of his face and made my throat feel tight. Now you disappeared after air came into the room, and you didn't show yourself once until we actually got into the ballroom. Are you jealous?
Jealous?
He asked, that lazy, slouchy attitude of his making it frustrating to watch the play of emotions on his face.
No, I'm not jealous. I'm pissed off that we had something going on, and then you dropped me in a hot second. Obviously, the Crown Prince is an ideal compeer.
He continued, using the term men gave their wives other husbands. That was presumptuous as flub of him, though, because where in Haversey's heaven did he get the idea that he was going to be a husband of mine at all? Not only had we just met, but he was a flubbing ghost for Hellam's sake.
But you didn't have to kick me out like I didn't mean shit.
Elijah's smirking half-smile faded, and he let those beautiful lips of his turn down in a grossly exaggerated frown. "We just met," I said, but he shrugged his shoulders anyway. "Not to mention the fact that you are dead, Elijah. You are a ghost, and you should move on."
I won't be a ghost forever.
He growled back at me and we stopped dancing, so suddenly that Jacinda and Mats bumped into us. If I hadn't been so upset with Eli, I might have been excited to see my handler dancing with the handsome scribe. Maybe she was finally into taking a lover? Jacinda hardly ever let herself have any fun, and that was mostly my fault. As far as spirit whisperers went, I was a handful and then some.
You are going to make sure of that,
He whispered, using phrasing that would easily be misconstrued, so as not to give away our secret. Good for him, but his confidence in me was, quite frankly, kind of annoying. "Ghosts aren't meant to come back to life," I hissed, so quietly that I wasn't even sure he could hear me in the mix of music and laughter and clinking glasses. "New babies are born every day, and they need souls, and there are no souls to give them if the old ones just hang around and haunt shit." 2 feathers flew off my wings, which was totally unfair because I'd only cursed once. Haversey was feeling feisty tonight. "Spirits are supposed to move on, Elijah,"
No.
he said, and there was a deep sadness in his eyes that made my heart ache.
Not all of them. Not me.
Taking a step back from me, he shook himself free of spook dust and then disappeared. I expected him to stay in the room, but within a few short seconds he was gone, taking his mice and his dog with him. On All Hallows' Eve, spirits were free to travel anywhere they wished. As soon as the sun hit, they'd be snapped right back to their haunting zones and everything would go back to normal. But as Elijah fled the room, I felt an emptiness escape inside of me that I didn't understand. I wanted him back. But why? "You okay?" Jas asked, leaning close and swiping some bangs off the forehead of my mask. "Fine," I said, stepping away from her and heading straight for the refreshments table. Considering the fact that Rhiannon was dancing with that blitz, Felixa, I was going to need at least 2 or 3 stiff drinks to calm my head. Pausing next to the table, I surveyed the black silk tablecloth for treats, snatching up an entire platter of orange, red, yellow, and green bell peppers, stuffed with cheese and spices. I didn't hesitate to shovel 2 into my mouth at once.
Lively party,
a voice said from across the table, making me jump. A spirit appeared out of the shadows, with a meager candlelight the only source of illumination. It was pretty dim in the ballroom, and grinned at me. Even with all the spook dust sifting down from the rafters, this man had managed to stay completely invisible. As for sneaking up on me, I wasn't surprised. There were so many ghosts out and about right now that my senses were going wild. I could hardly even comprehend the undead surge descending on the All Hallows' Eve ball. "Lively," I started, and then realized that the man was making a joke. My mouth split into a smile as I straightened up, clutching my plate of peppers to my chest and looking him over. Holy goddesses clip, this guy's flubbing hot. I wasn't sure what it was, maybe some sort of pheromone surge or something, but I was running into way too many sexy dudes for this to be coincidental. It felt as if the goddess herself was sitting in the sky and watching me, penning my fate with vellum and ink. I like your sense of humor.
It's as dry as the cunt of the Virgin Goddess,
he swore, tickling his fingers over the plate of food on the table with a dramatic sigh. His hair was as red as the carved apples being used as centerpieces, their white flesh making rictus-looking grins in the flickering candlelight. "Well, it's appreciated," I said, trying not to appreciate him. With air and Elijah? And I think that Vexer guy was hitting on me again. The last thing I needed was to start crushing on another ghost. I'm having a simultaneously amazing and awful sort of night. As excited as I was to have slept with air again, he made my emotions go all crazy and haywire. I sort of felt like I might puke. But maybe that was because I'd just shoved 4 more peppers into my mouth?
That's the way with beautiful things,
The man said, a bandolier strapped over his chest and filled with vials. A poison whisperer, blessed by Venom, the god of venom, poison, and pestilence. People spoke his name with both reverence and fear, doing their best to strike some sort of balance between not pissing him off and not giving too much power to a deity that dangerous.
There's always an ugly side.
I stood there for a moment, eating my peppers and studying him. His hair was spiked up in the back with a generous swath of red bangs covering his forehead, and a long thin braid on the left side of his face. It hung down to his shoulder and was threaded through with tiny claws and fangs attached with beads or bits of leather. It was all a part of his trade, objects that could poison and kill a man as large as Vexer in minutes, maybe seconds. The scariest part about it all, even a dead poison whisperer could inflict pain and death on the living. I'd have to be careful not to tick this guy off. You seem familiar somehow, I said, and he grinned at me, like this big naughty grin that made his amber eyes sparkle with mischief. It suited him, that look. The man had a lean, wiry frame, but the bare arms below his sleeveless tunic were corded with muscles and covered in tattoos. Each one of those beautifully inked designs was yet another spell that could be used to infect, poison, and kill. But holy hell, they snaked down his arms and over long, thin fingers that teased the polished silver on the table like he'd filch it if he could.
Do I now?
He said, smiling and standing upright, his black tunic and tight leather pants a very impressive sight. I mean, if I were even inclined to look. Which, I wasn't. I had Air and now Eli to think about. Yes, some women had harems of up to 12 men, but frankly, I wasn't even sure if I could handle one.
And why do you think that is?
The ghost leaned forward, his face emerging from the shadows and giving me a much closer look at his features. Sharp eyes, narrow but handsome face suited to his thin form, and that mouth. Oh my goddess! It's you! I screeched, dropping the plate of peppers right onto my foot. The glass hit the open toe of the hideous peep-toe shoes that Jacinda had made me wear. I'd argued for boots because, they'd be hidden under the dress. Then, of course, she'd pointed out the deep slit that flashed my black lace panties and thigh-highs. It was intentional, to show off lingerie like that. Every Amerin noble was wearing a dress just like it, but it gave Jacinda the ammo she needed to make me wear the sparkly peep-toes. The plate smacked my foot and it hurt. Then it bounced off, hit the floor, shattered to pieces, and flung back one sharp shard to make me bleed. I was starting to wonder if I wasn't double blessed, but double cursed, perhaps? Air and Vexer appeared on either side of me, both of them looking concerned, which was just so male and ridiculous.
Everything all right?
The prince asked, giving the spirit a look that promised pain, ghost or not. He could order the royal spirit whisperer to exorcise him. That woman was a beast. She could take a spirit out from across the room without moving a single muscle. It's him, I repeated as Vexer bent down and picked up the shards of glass, snagging a napkin from the table as he went, and using it to mop up the blood from my foot. I didn't even know the guy and he was cleaning up one of my messes. That boded well for him, to be honest. I tried not to like him more for doing it and failed miserably.
It's me,
the ghost said, walking right through the table and standing inside of it so he could look me straight in the face. The spook dust seemed to settle around rather than on him. I knew spirits could shake it off if they wanted, but I'd never seen one resist it so thoroughly.
Your first kiss.
He tapped a finger to his lips and smirked, not unlike Elijah. Well, no. The cockiness was there, but the lazy ease wasn't. This guy was sharp as the knives he had strapped to his waist, legs, and down his back. As soon as I realized it, I wondered how it would taken me even a second to figure it out in the first place. This mother flubber, he tricked me, I said, pointing at him with an accusing finger.
I never tricked you,
The ghost said, his pointed ears a clear sign that he was a daemon, one of Hallam's favorite species on all the planet. I didn't trust them because they had tiny bat-like wings that graced their shoulders. What could a person possibly do with wings that small anyway? And also, maybe I was slightly jealous that his wings didn't make him topple over like a one-legged razor wolf.
That was a kiss rightfully given, and it's mine. You're the fiend that stole Brynn's first kiss?
Eyre asked, his eyebrows raised as he reached out and snagged Jacinda's wrist from the dancing throng, yanking her close enough for me to touch, so I could exorcise the red-headed daemon ghost if I wanted. It was against the Queen's decree to take any ghosts on All Hallows' Eve, unless they specifically asked or they threatened someone with bodily harm. I guess Eyre either thought he was above his mother's rules, he might be, I wasn't sure, or he thought stealing my first kiss was close enough to harm to count.
I didn't steal anything,
the man said, chewing on his lip for a moment.
Wait, rephrasing that. I didn't steal anything from you.
The spirit paused to glance over at Vexer, whose lips twisted in a violent scowl. Huh. Guess the Griffin man did have a bit of a crush on me.
Except maybe an inappropriate glance or two, but those were mostly accidents. You've been haunting the castle?
Eyre asked, his green eyes widening.
For 4 years? 5, actually, but I spent the first figuring out how to avoid getting caught.
The ghost crossed his arms over his chest. He was shorter than either Eyre or Vexer. To be fair, the latter man was huge, but much taller than me. Hell's bells! Everyone was taller than me. Well, except for my sisters. They were all pure-blooded nomade, and the tallest of them topped out at a whopping 5'3". She could still gut a man with her knives before he even realized she'd come up on him, though. Size wasn't everything. Glancing quickly at Eyre, I decided that maybe size was something when it came to
And I didn't steal the kiss. I made you like me, and then you kissed me.
My cheeks flushed as both Jas, Eyre, and Vexer, what was he still doing over here anyway, glanced over at me. I thought you were alive. I spluttered, and the ghost laughed. I was young and inexperienced, and I thought you were that you were... I paused and my nose wrinkled up. Wait, how old were you? I was 15, you perv. Eyre looked like he was about 2 seconds from murdering. Oh wait, the guy was already dead. Well, he looked about 2 seconds away from something, the rampant jealousy in his eyes making me feel all warm and fuzzy inside. I'd always thought Eyre was mad about that kiss because he thought of me like a sister or something. But after the afternoon we just shared, I was pretty sure that was an incorrect assumption.
19,
the ghost said, canting his head to one side and making the tiny red braid at the front of his hair swing with the motion.
I died when I was 18, kissed Brynn of Haversey when I was 19, and...
He continued, giving Eyre a smug, confident sort of look.
Overheard the Queen discussing a resurrection spell when I was 23. A resurrection spell?
Vexer growled, and the poison whisperer grinned again.
Oops, maybe I shouldn't have said that out in front of the master of the Traveller's Guild.
But the way he smirked and crossed his arms over his chest, thick arm muscles dancing and bulging with ink, he might have said oops, but I had a feeling that this ghost knew exactly what he was doing. A spirit didn't exist completely undetected in the royal palace without being a mother-flubbing master at subterfuge.
Who are you?
The prince demanded, lifting his chin with a haughty royal air. He too crossed his arms over his chest and stared the ghost down. The red-haired daemon man split his lips in another grin as he took a sharp bow, rising up and tossing a very derisive look in Eyre's direction.
Talon of Vanin at your service,
he said with a swanky little swagger. Meanwhile, Vexer was standing next to me, raking his tattooed fingers through his hair and looking at me like he wanted to cart me off on his back and have one of those weird, monogamous griffin weddings.
Mother had you hung.
Rhiannon choked out, blinking stupidly and dropping his arms by his sides.
You were hung in the castle courtyard for your crimes. You stole my mother's panties. Excuse me,
Talon said, planting a hand on his hip.
but your mother had god gems sewn into the fabric to hide them. A clever spot. Not many would think to look there, but I have a knack for these things. There's a reason I was known in life as a master thief.
Talon delivered the title with a roll of his eyes that almost made me kind of like him. A little. Sort of. But god gems? The queen had god gems. Just one tiny sliver of a god gem could gift a person magic from a god whose blessing they didn't have. They were rare, illegal, and extremely dangerous in the wrong hands. The hanging they spoke of, I never personally saw, but I did hear of it. I'd always wondered why such a harsh punishment. Thievery wasn't exactly a crime that was punishable by death in Amerin, but now it all made sense. Once Talon found the god gems, he had to be getting rid of. Speaking of, both Air and I turned to look at Vexer. Ship. Mother flubbing son of a blitz. Please don't hurt him, I said, spinning to look at Air and fully and completely smacking the griffin with both of my wings. If he hadn't been such a big, strong man, I'd have sent him flying into the table of food. As it were, I felt his wings brush mine, and chills exploded all across my skin.
The resurrection spell.
Air started, looking at me with his green eyes whirling in turmoil.
So, are you going to hang the master of the Traveller's Guild too, your majesty? A man completely and utterly innocent of any crimes? I didn't have you hung.
Air snapped, flicking his eyes over to Talon as Vexer stepped around me, tossing a much too appreciative look in my direction.
That was the Queen's decree. Sometimes she makes decisions that I don't approve of.
Yes, well, and now it's your turn to make a decision. The griffin over here knows about both the god gems and the resurrection spell. What are you planning on doing with him?
Air
started, trailing off and looking down at me. With our gazes locked, it was impossible for me to forget about the sex we'd had earlier. His caresses had left fiery brands on my skin. Just standing this close to Air made my cunt tighten and clench with need.
You need not worry about me, your majesty,
Vex said, dropping into a half bow, his brunette hair reflecting back the orange flicker of the flames. When he turned his thundercloud gray eyes to mine, I found myself wetting my lower lip on accident. It was Air's fault for sure, stirring up all these hormones. I'd had like a handful of sexual encounters in my entire life. I wasn't like Air, with a new person in my bed every night, and yet here I was, acting like him and flirting with anything that moved.
You have my word as master of the Traveller's Guild that I won't speak of this to anyone outside this circle, not without your permission.
His eyes flickered at the same time his tail did, twitching with frustration. When he lifted his hand showing off his tattoos, the center one glowed. It was a promise of magic, given to the Traveller's Guild master so he could make binding deals with other trade guilds, the Crown, and establish foreign trade and commerce. It gave him the power to both accept and give binding bargains. If they were broken, Resender, the god of travelers, would punish the party in the wrong. I'd seen guild deals go bad before. It wasn't a pretty sight. The symbol in the center, a stylized image of a griffin in its animal form, shimmered with blue light, the color leaking out to the rest of the tattoo until his entire hand was shining as brightly as Jacinda's eyes. Beautiful, she murmured in awe as Vexer dropped his hand to the side and gave the prince a small nod.
I accept your decree,
Air murmured, turning his attention back to Talon.
What I don't get, though, is your angle. What do you want, thief? Other than the exorcism you so rightly deserve, I mean. What do I want?
Talon asked with a laugh so caustic it burned like the poison he was no doubt able to inflict.
I want to walk the earth again, like any other spirit.
As he spoke, I took a deep breath in and tried to get a read on his spiritual signature. It smelled like nicotiana flowers and was oddly familiar to the one I'd sensed when... You picked my lock! I gasped and Talon flicked those amber eyes back to mine. the color of vibrant yellow, whereas mine were burnished gold. So pretty, though. Why did he have to be so damn pretty? On my bedroom door this morning.
You needed to get laid, and this idiot wasn't going to make a move without the right sort of pushing.
Talon scoffed, giving the prince another look.
I want to be resurrected too. Let me act as a test subject along with that weird cousin of yours, and I won't tell a soul a thing. Cross my heart and hope to die an agonizing death by arsenic.
Talon drew a wild X shape over his chest.
You're threatening the crown prince in order to get what you want?
Eyre asked, his voice growing low and cold. His mother, Everest, was a good ruler, and she'd done things for the country of Amerin that nobody had thought possible. But she was also the daughter of a god, and her son. It was obvious that he knew where his lineage lay. Oh, Rhiannon. What's wrong with another test subject? I asked, curious about the thief that dared steal the queen's panties, convinced me to give him my first kiss, which, now that I thought about it, I think Eyre wanted, and had the balls to try and barter with royalty. If he gets on my nerves, I'll just exorcise him.
You could try.
Talon purred, sticking his tongue out at me.
But the royal spirit whisperer has suspected my presence for years, and not once has she ever been able to catch me. Think you'd fare well, Academy reject?
I stomped on his foot with my heel and he howled with pain. Ha! Ghosts were so used to people being unable to touch them that they tended to forget that spirit whisperers could.
You trickster!
He chortled as soon as he was done wailing, clutching his foot and taking a seat in, well, midair.
You want me to give in to his demands?
Eyre asked, giving me a look like he'd never seen me before in his life.
I'd highly recommend it.
Talon said as he rubbed the top of his foot, removing his leather boot and sock to massage the tattooed surface of his skin.
I know every secret there is to know in this castle. Every secret, Prince.
He locked eyes with Eyre and I saw every ounce of color drain from his face. We could probably use another test subject. Jacinda interjected, moving around Eyre to stand next to Vexor. She gave him a very curious look before turning back to me. This is important research we're doing. One guinea pig is hardly enough to draw distinct conclusions from. Eyre looked at her like she was insane and then flicked the most hateful glare I'd ever seen in my life onto the thief.
Fine, but if you think something might backfire, make sure you use it on him instead of my cousin.
Eyre reached out and took my hand, pulling me a little way away from the group. As angry as he was, his fingers seemed to burn against my skin as he touched me. He might be an arrogant dick and an overconfident butthole, but he was my butthole. Wait, that totally sounded wrong, didn't it?
Brynn.
He started, turning his green gaze to the side and away from my own. That expression scared the bejesus out of me, but I pretended not to notice, stepping closer to him and feeling a surge of hope when he didn't pull away. You're not regretting fucking me, are you? I whispered, and maybe it was because of the soft reverence in my voice that the goddess didn't take any feathers for that one.
Definitely not,
Eyre said, his jaw clenched tight as he looked back at me.
No, not at all. But there is something I want to talk to you about.
He looked up as Felixa walked by, flipping her yellow-blonde hair over one shoulder and purposely smacking the prince with it. The smell of peonies drifted in her wake. Oh, I'm so sorry, Your Majesty, she said with a giggle, handsome as hell in her purple silk dress. It dipped even lower than mine at the neckline, showing off 2 plump, ripe mounds of breast. Not nearly as much as I had, but she was Amerin, and she was noble, and even with my double blessing, she outranked me 10 to 1. Eyre looked at her for a moment and then turned his attention back to me.
I want to talk about...
He started, paused, and then sucked in a deep breath.
I want to talk about getting married.
I just stood there completely frozen, trying to interpret his words. Could he be any more vague? Married to whom? Me? Felixa? Some beautiful foreign princess from a kingdom I've never heard of? What? I asked, feeling the blood rush from my face so fast that I got dizzy and lightheaded, and even more clumsy than usual. I didn't dare move for fear of toppling over. My heart was racing and sweat was pouring down the sides of my face.
But not now,
Air said, looking up and across the room. I followed his gaze and found him staring at the Queen. She was deep in conversation with Felixa, which only further confused me.
Now,
He said, flicking his eyes back to me.
I want to take you dancing.
The clock struck 12 as I stared up at Air, feeling so sick inside that I could barely breathe. It was tradition to flee the ball at 12 and go from house to house, asking each resident if they'd been tricked by ghosts, offering up a blessing that was purely for fun, and receiving a handful of treats. We'd done it every year together, Jacinda, me, and Air.
We'll go from door to door. We'll dance until we can't stand up. And then...
He continued, exhaling.
Then we'll talk.
You're scaring me, I told him, but all he did was laugh and throw his arms around my shoulder, leading me toward the ballroom doors with the rest of the crowd. Air grabbed my new cloak from a servant's outstretched hand before throwing it over my shoulders and pressing a kiss to my forehead.
Don't be scared, Brynn of Haversey. Just trust me.
He took my hand and led me outside where a cadre of guards was waiting. With all the awful spirits and shadows taking up residence in the city, the prince would need to be extra careful. In fact, I told him earlier that I didn't think he should go at all, and neither did my mother. But Air always did what Air wanted to do, and I was a strange mix of elation from the sex and equal parts dread from his announcement, so I didn't have it in me to protest. Besides, even though I hated dancing, was terrible at dancing, it reminded me of our first night together, made my aching heart feel needy and greedy. Even though I knew it wasn't safe, the Queen hadn't forbidden Air from going, and I really wanted him to take me dancing. Just in case he broke my heart afterward, I'd have this night to hold on to. And if he didn't, if his talk of marriage had something to do with me, it would be a night I'd remember for the rest of my life. I only wanted to prolong it. I didn't think a simple All Hallows' Eve ball would change all of our fates forever. If I had, I would have worn better shoes. Chapter 10. Brynn. Both Vexer and Talon followed us out of the castle and into the city, knocking on doors and peering inside to the laughter of the residents as we hunted for ghosts. We were given candied apples, sugared nuts, fruit and jelly rolls, and all sorts of other things that the prince wasn't allowed to eat until the royal poison whisperer had checked them for contamination. It was still fun, though, moving through New Acumen in a crowd, my cloak billowing out behind me, the ghost mask parked firmly on my face, and Air, dressed in a giant jeweled codpiece that I kept squeezing with a drunken giggle. Yep, we'd carried a bottle of spiked cider with us, drinking deeply and stumbling across the cobblestones. Air kept tossing glares at both Vexer and Talon, but I didn't mind them tagging along. They were good company, actually. Or at least, as drunk as I was, they made good company. Vexer was sturdy and grounded, and every time our bare arms bumped, I felt a zing of attraction run through me. And Talon's dry humor was twice as funny with a little booze in my belly. "Do you think Elijah's okay?" I asked Air as we paused in front of the Vibrant, a tavern and dance house all in one. Orange pumpkins glowed in the windows and cast strange shadows across the street. All the gas lamps were lit and there were soldiers with torches in every nook and cranny. But even though New Acumen was the safest city in Amerin, there was something almost ominous tonight. Or maybe I was just upset because Air and I had serious communication problems. Married? Why couldn't he have just told me who he was marrying? I'd asked 3 times after we left the castle and gotten the same answer each time. "You'll see." And then he'd laughed, but I couldn't tell if he was teasing me or if we were back to being just friends. Flub. Harry flubbing goat's balls. I hated not knowing, and I hated checking over my shoulder every 10 seconds to see if we were being followed by an ancient evil spirit. There were people everywhere, visitors and locals alike, swarming the cobblestone streets in droves. But I had to admit it was a relief when Air took my hand and led us into the dance house.
Eli's fine,
He said, but his voice was slurred with cider and mine wasn't much better.
He went to the old clock tower,
Talon said, tugging on the small red braid at the front of his hair. How do you know? I asked as Air snagged us a table. Okay, well, snagged maybe wasn't the right word considering he was the crown prince. Rather, a woman stood up from one of the tables and hauled 2 men up with her, quickly clearing her dishes and bowing as Air Mianon and I walked up. Air ordered us a few rounds of Der Bow Switch, which was pretty pungent stuff, and then gestured for me to take a seat at the decorated wooden table. Black tapers melted wax onto the tiny carved faces of green, purple, and yellow squashes as I folded my dress beneath me. Talon and Vexer didn't ask, sitting down along with us. I think at that point Air was too drunk to care about them anymore. I wasn't particularly sure why they were both following us, but I didn't much mind either.
How do I know Eli's at the old clock tower?
Talon asked, shimmering with spook dust. He'd finally allowed it to catch on his skin after we left the castle and people started throwing it up in the air in handfuls. Only spirit whisperers, nobles, royalty, and members of the royal college staff were allowed to buy and sell spook dust, but on All Hallows' Eve it was customary for the royal family to give out generous amounts to the citizens to use. However, anyone caught hoarding spook dust that wasn't permitted to own it would be jailed for a month if caught with it in their possession. And the queen? She was fair and just, but she believed in short, harsh sentences. A month in New Acumen jail was not a stint any person would soon forget. Yes, I said, lifting my chin and accepting the shot that the barmaid presented me. I am mighty curious about that. Do all ghosts, share secrets? I slurred, fully aware that I wasn't making a lick of flubbing sense. I didn't need to ask questions about ghosts. I knew all about them.
Elijah and I made our acquaintance at the castle,
Talon said, leaning back on the bench and looking wistfully at my drink.
It's fairly easy to hide from living people, but the dead, well, we ran into each other. Let's just say new ghosts don't come into the castle often, and if they're not welcome friends or family of anyone in court, they don't stick around long before the royal spirit whisperer gets to them.
Talon drummed his inked fingers on the table. They were covered in color from his nails to his shoulders. In my inebriated state, I could barely look away.
And when he left tonight, I asked where he was going, and he told me.
Talon shrugs and then stiffens when I pick his hand up in mine and trace my thumb over his fingers. You have stars and a moon and ghosts, I whispered, playing with his hand as he shivered and blew out a puff of air, sending his small braids swaying.
That feels so fucking good. I haven't been touched in, years.
You don't have sex with serving girls? I blurted, flicking my eyes at Air and then using the hand that wasn't holding Talon's to knock back my drink. He watched me with a pained sort of expression on his face, and then threw back his own shot.
Having sex would expose me,
Talon said, leaning forward and throwing me a look across the table.
But once you tell the queen to pull her dog of a spirit whisperer off my dick, then maybe I could be open to new experiences.
Vex growled low in his throat and drew my eyes over to him. I was sitting across from Talon and Air, but next to the big griffin man. He was unbelievably warm, his wings shifting and bumping mine accidentally as our gazes met. I don't fuck ghosts, I slurred stupidly, losing a feather and then cursing, only to lose another one. Flubby mother flubber son of a blitz. I mean, not usually. I continued, digging myself another hole. Just once. Well, almost once. I paused and blinked up at Vex, feeling his gray eyes bore straight through my own. I prefer the living.
Same here,
he said, his voice a rumbling growl that I bet I could feel if I were to put my cheek to his broad chest. And where did that thought come from? I was drunk. I was most definitely drunk.
Speaking of the living,
Air said, slamming back his second shot. Not one to be outdone, I took mine and almost choked on the spicy demon liquor. Helm's balls, that's rough.
Are you ready to dance, Brynn of Haversey?
Glancing up, I caught sight of the busy dance floor, the swirling silk skirts and glittering masks, The men in their silly codpieces and cloaks. Jacinda was already out there dancing with some random page from the castle. She looked like a sapphire in her blue dress, the raven's mask on her head the same color as her hair. As soon as she saw me looking, she waved a hand for me to join her and I stood up. Vex caught my arm as I stepped away from the table, his fingers burning hot against my skin and making my feathers bristle with the sensation of being touched by such a forceful and interesting sort of man. Gods, I really did like him. And he was alive, too, which was a nice change of pace. I wondered if Eyre was going to ask me to marry him, and then let me marry Vexer, too. I giggled from the rush of booze, black and silver sparkles of spook dust catching on my lashes. There was a solid core of logic in me that was proclaiming how incredibly ridiculous I was being right then. But in that moment, I just didn't care.
Save me another dance, Brynn of Haversey and Helm.
Vex whispered and I grinned, slipping my arm from his grip and racing over to Jacinda, letting her spin me in a crazy circle before she deposited me back in Eyre's arms and took up dancing with the green-eyed stranger.
Have I made you nervous with my decree?
Eyre asked, putting his mouth up close to my ear. My breath hissed out and my heart started to thunder inside my chest, making me feel even more dizzy and lightheaded than I already was. You're not marrying Felixa, are you? I whispered, and Eyre chuckled again, wrapping me in his arms and hugging me more than he was really dancing with me. He smelled like honey and apples, fall scents in some countries, but spring scents in ours. Stop laughing, Eyre, you're scaring me.
No, I'm not marrying Felixa,
he said, his mouth against the side of my head, his lips stirring my hair. Have you ever slept with her? I asked, terrified of the answer but too drunk to keep the burning question to myself. My inhibitions were gone, left at the castle gates as soon as I started sipping spiked cider.
No,
Eyre said again, but I couldn't decide if he was lying to me to make me feel better or if he was serious.
Would you be jealous if I had?
I'm jealous of every girl you sleep with, I mumbled against his beautiful black tunic. It was long-sleeved and very striking with silver buttons, the Amerin royal crest in purple on the breast, and epaulets on the shoulders. It emphasized that air of royalty and poshness that hung around Ermianen.
I'm jealous of every boy,
he whispered back, and this time it was my turn to laugh. There weren't a lot of boys in my past, enough to count on one hand. I wasn't the most sexually experienced person in the world. I liked sex. After what happened between us earlier in the day, I was pretty sure that I loved sex, but I hadn't had nearly enough of it. Who are you marrying? I asked again, squeezing my eyes shut and wishing this evening would just go on forever and ever.
Well,
Eyre began, the huskiness in his voice making me shiver. I thought I knew what he was going to say, but I didn't want to let myself hope for too much. Instead of asking another question, I squinched my eyes shut and took a deep breath, waited for his genteel voice to wrap around me.
I was planning on...
Before Eyre could finish his sentence, the back window on the dance house blew in, shattering glass over the crowd. I could feel pieces nicking my wings as Eyre tucked his arms around me to shield my neck. I did the same to him, using my wings to block the flying bits of debris. A high-pitched screaming echoed from the alley outside the window, and then the body of a female guard crashed into the room, rolling across the floor headless. Blood spattered everywhere, staining my legs, my feathers, the gold silk of my dress. Nobody was running. Instead, they were all frozen in shock, staring at the broken window as guards raced in from behind us as well as from both ends of the alley.
You should run,
Vex said, appearing behind me in Eyre.
Your Majesty, I can take you and Brynn back to the castle.
Before we could take him up on that offer, though, something hopped down from the roof of the nearby building and landed on top of the confused guardsmen. What the fuck is that? Jas screamed, stumbling up next to me and curling her fingers around my arm. If she didn't know what it was, then how the hell was I supposed to know?
It's a Gashado Kuro,
a voice said from behind Vex. I flicked a glance over my shoulder to find a boy with long curved purple fox ears on the top of his head, lavender hair and a mask that covered the entire top half of his face. He was sporting a katana, a type of long, slightly curved sword that was more often used in Vayan than Amerin, and a deep-set frown with silver rings pierced through either side of his lower lip. What?" I asked, just as something else moved into the room behind the stranger. Without even a pause to blink, he turned and swung his katana out at the monster. Explaining what it was, my alcohol-addled brain was having a serious problem processing the information. The first monster was a massive skeleton creature, a random assortment of bones that didn't seem to make any anatomical sense. The second was a giant snake. Reaching up, I clutched the necklaces at my throat. "Haversey," I whispered as several of the other whisperers in the room revved up to help the guards. But as I was calling out to my goddess, I felt Helm's necklace in my fingers. I had little idea what calling on the dark god might do for me, but it was worth a try. "Helm." Magic flared around me, sending my white hair whipping around my body in a violent wind. As soon as I activated my second sight, I sensed it. Both of the creatures in the room were shadows. Shadows were essentially spirits that had never been alive. They existed in the other side, the place that all ghosts occupied, but they weren't human, angel, griffin, or anything else. They were simply shadows of living things. With both Haversey's and Helm's power in hand, I could sense their spiritual signatures like any other ghost. As I watched a fire whisperer use his magic on the skeleton creature, the Gashadokuro, I realized with a startling shock of fear that it wasn't going to work. Fire magic, water magic, human weapons. None of that was going to stop the creatures in the room with us. Flicking my gaze back to the man in the fox mask, I found him fending the giant snake thing off with a katana. As it sliced through the air, I realized it was definitely not a regular sword. It was the weapon of a blade whisperer, one of the rarest magics in Europia. "Vex," I said, turning and locking onto those stormy eyes of his. Moments ago I'd been dizzyingly drunk, but with Haversey's and Helm's magic pouring through me, I felt the booze being burned away. In an instant I was completely sober. "Get Air out of here, and quick."
I'm not leaving you or my people.
Air declared, his hand wrapping around the six-pointed star at his throat as he activated Heket's magic. I watched as he gathered power to him, and trying to take off toward the Gashadokuro. Only my hand on his upper arm stopped him, as guards were flung like dolls against the dance house walls. The skeleton paused to pick up one, and we all watched in horror as it literally tore the man's head from his shoulders, spraying us all with blood. "These are shadows," I screamed, shaking him. "You can't do anything about them. We need spirit whisperers and shadow whisperers, that's it. Get everyone out of here. Go collect some and come back."
I'm not leaving you here.
Air growled out, but I ripped my arm from his grip, feeling Vex's large form moving behind me. Even though he was a stranger, I wouldn't have put it past him to try and stop me either. Flicking my wings back, I knocked both men away from me, turned, and took off toward the skeleton beast, Talon appearing suddenly beside me.
Need some help?
He asked, jumping up and launching a vial from his bandolier at the monster. The small glass bottle hit the creature in the face and exploded, making it scream as its skull started to melt. Ghosts could always fight other ghosts. The damage they inflicted to each other was temporary, but whereas spirits could decide not to feel pain, shadows had no choice in the matter. "Thanks," I said, as I threw my wings downward in a sharp motion, thanked the gods that the vibrant had high ceilings, and rose above a violent sweep of the creature's claws. Beating the black feathered appendages behind my back, I pulled out Helm's steel and hoped that my mix of magic would make me a worthy opponent. The thing about being a spirit whisperer and needing a handler was that you had to find some way to deal with combat situations and not get that person killed. Since a shadow whisperer did not need a handler, I was hoping to break the barrier on the creature with that magic first. That was the only way to take down a shadow, break its magic shell, then exorcise it. It was going to be interesting, being able to do both. "Please let me get into the Royal College so I can learn how to be a proper shadow whisperer." I prayed, hoping hell, that Helen was listening to me. I'd been apprenticed to a spirit whisperer from the age of 5 to the time I turned 17, but now I needed to learn how to use my shadow magic, and I highly doubted any shadow whisperers were looking to take on a 20-year-old apprentice. Pulling my wings in close, I dove at the creature with Helm's knife and slammed it down as hard as I could into its melting skull. The blade of my knife sank into the gooey mass, and I felt it, a crack like breaking glass, the magic around the creature shattering the same way Mr. Granberg had shattered my shield back at the manor. Ripping my knife from the creature's head, I used my wings to propel myself backward and dropped fast, right into the middle of the suddenly empty dance floor. The only dancers here right now were corpses and several confused spirits. Not everyone left a ghost, but it was All Hallows' Eve and about 100 times more likely for a spirit to stick around. Some might move on naturally, but that took a lot of magic and a lot of heart. They had to really want to move on. Most would have to be exorcised. But that was tomorrow Bryn's problem. I'd be rounded up with all the other mediocre spirit whisperers and sent into the city to clean up ghosts. "Jess!" I yelled as I slipped in the blood and just barely caught myself, my handler sliding into place behind me. Flub! I knew I should have worn the boots. Jacinda and I moved like a unit as I switched my Helm knife out for Haversey steel and grabbed my necklace. It was up to Jas to make sure we maintained contact. Theoretically, I could have used magic to exorcise this thing, but it was big and powerful, and I was afraid I'd get pulled right to the other side along with it. Cloak and handler be damned. With a battle-ready cry that probably sounded stupid as hell, I swung my knife in an arc and slashed across the Gashidokuro's massive rib bone. "Goddess speed and happy endings." I growled as adrenaline surged hot and heady through me. Silver light swarmed up and around the creature, and in the blink of an eye it was gone. Before I could even think to get too excited about it, I spun around and found the guy in the fox mask sliding his katana through the center of the snake. It fell to the ground bleeding and thrashing as something else slipped in, something old and powerful, something that turned my bones to ice all the way from the other side of the room. The fox-masked boy turned toward it just in time to be sent flying by another skeleton creature that squeezed through the double front doors of the dance house. One was ripped off and the other hung askew, letting in a surge of small, shadowy creatures that were hard to make out, even with my second sight. Fox Guy smashed into the wall with a groan and crumpled to the floor as I noticed Rhiannon near the tables, sweeping magic through the air with wide arcs of his arm. Like I said, I knew little to nothing about Heket and the powers he granted to his descendants. But as I watched, I saw the prince obliterate several of the small, shadowy creatures, the ones that moved like broken feline marionettes across the scuffed wooden dance house floors. Maybe there was a reason the ancient metal sign above the Royal College gates read, "An academy devoted to the study of magics, spirits, and shadows." Everyone knew the flubbing sign was outdated, built in an era when the school was so elitist and privileged that it only served the royal magic whisperers and a handful of the most powerful spirit and shadow whisperers. But maybe there was something else to it? Because between me and Air, we seemed to have this ship on lockdown. His power seemed fairly similar to mine, a combination of spirit and shadow magic. Interesting. Jas and I started toward him when Vex appeared from behind the Gashadokuro in his griffin form, grabbing onto one of the monster's back legs and yanking. The giant skeleton went down with an all-too-human scream exploding from its non-existent throat. It crashed to the wood floor and literally shattered into pieces, the skull rolling toward the tables, the toe bones scattering like marbles. But it was only down for a second. I didn't even have time to feel a small surge of triumph before the white bones were rattling and quivering, sucking back toward the rib cage of the beast like they were inexorably drawn to it. Fuck. At that point, I didn't notice or care if I lost a feather. If there were ever a time to curse, this would be it. Redirecting my attention back to the largest shadow, I realized it wasn't just a swirl of smoke and nightmares like the smaller creatures. It was a woman in a cloak made of storm clouds. As I stared at her, she dropped the hood and flashed long lavender hair and eyes the color of aged bronze, the same as the boy in the fox mask. She had ears just like him too, tall and curved, and a mask that was melting down her face like wax. Pulling out Helm's blade, I hefted it in my left hand, keeping Haversey's in my right. "Stay with me," I told Jacinda, as she stood between my wings and kept a palm on my back. The reason most spirit whisperers weren't trained in combat was because there were few real situations where we needed it. Hostile ghosts could be taken down from across the room with the right spell, and most simply needed to be hunted down and flushed out. They didn't fight like the Granbergs did. But a situation like this? Well, I wasn't trained for it, so I had to improvise. There really was no other choice.
Don't hurt her,
Foxguy said, shoving to his feet and spinning his katana in an impressive circle with just one hand.
I'll deal with her. Help your friends instead.
His eyes met mine, that shimmering bronze color that was more brown than gold, a muted, less yellow version of my own eyes. In them, I could see how serious he was about that statement. I had a feeling that if I approached the woman with the melting face, I'd have a blade whisperer's katana to answer to. Suit yourself, I said as I turned back around and came this flubbing close to getting my head knocked off by a third Gashadokuro. It was Talon that saved me, shoving both me and in turn Jas back and into the front counter. At the same time, Foxguy jumped over it and stood with his back to us. I almost forgot about you, I said as the thief held out a hand and jerked me back to my feet.
I come in handy sometimes,
he said, but he was already busy pulling out another vial and tossing it at the skeleton monster's skull again. Same trick, same result. The thing melted and started thrashing. But as Jas stepped back and I readied myself to fly up toward its head, Vexor roared a warning in a sound that reminded me of the Nalahari desert lions. Flicking my gaze over, I found air backing up slowly, still swinging magic at the small shadow creatures, and moving directly toward a fucking giant boar with gleaming black tusks and blood oozing from its lips. He didn't know how to check his back because his back was essentially to a wall. The shadow creature had walked right through it. Air! I screamed, launching myself toward him and throwing my body between him and the pointed tusks. Magic exploded from my chest in silver and red tendrils, snaking around me like tentacles and stabbing the boar right through the heart. Its shield broke at the same moment I exorcised it, shouting my spell words just as Talon used every ounce of his strength to throw Jas into me. If he hadn't done that, and if I hadn't been wearing the ridiculously expensive cloak, I'd have had my soul sucked straight from my body and sent to the other side. The boar disappeared in waves of silver light, but I guess third time's a charm, because Talon was suddenly in front of me, face grim as he yanked me into his chest. Jas was clinging to my arm, and like any proper handler, she knew to never let go, her nails raking my flesh as the three of us tumbled to the floor. That was when time stopped, I think. That moment right there when I flicked my gaze over my shoulder, past Jas's wild sapphire eyes, and saw the blood. There was an awful, awful lot of blood. No! The word fell from my lips, just a whisper, a tiny sound that nobody heard. I thought I'd screamed it, but I guess my heart knew better, because by the time I'd uttered that simple syllable, another boar spirit had slid through the wall and gored the prince directly through the chest. Ruby red liquid sprayed everywhere as a horde of people stumbled through the damaged dance house doors and started flinging magic and spell words in the steel of both the light and the dark deities. But it didn't matter. It didn't matter because they were too late. Tremors racked my body as I stood up, the world melting away from me the way that woman's mask had poured down her face. I saw nothing as I stumbled over to air, those same red and silver tendrils lashing out from my body and striking the boar spirit through the skull, my lips mumbling spell words that didn't mean anything to me anymore. Jacinda was there, still clinging to my arm, but I didn't notice her, as Air's body collapsed to the floor and I fell into the pool of blood next to him. No sounds escaped my lips as I rolled him onto his back, his sea-green eyes wide and his face frozen in shock. He didn't gasp or choke or tremble because he was already dead. "Get a flesh whisperer!" Someone was screaming behind me, but a flesh whisperer wasn't going to be able to help Air, not unless they could perform the Queen's precious resurrection spell. Lifting my eyes up, I met Air's shocked ones across the surface of his bloody chest.
This isn't happening.
He told me as he reached out and clawed at the pocket of his black tunic.
Not yet. Gods, please don't let this be happening yet.
Even gods can die, Air. I said as Jacinda looked at me in surprise, reached down to the only bit of floor that wasn't covered in blood and grabbed a handful of spook dust. She tossed it in the direction of my gaze and then gasped as it settled onto the prince's hair.
I wasn't ready yet!
Air screamed as he dug at the coat pocket in frustration, blue-white fingers disappearing into the fabric but refusing to take hold of anything just yet. It took time for ghosts to learn the type of skills that Elijah and Talon knew.
Oh, fuck. Brynn, you have to believe me that I wasn't ready.
He breathed, looking at me like he'd just made the biggest mistake in all the world. Jacinda reached over his still warm body and dug her fingers into the pocket of the coat, sliding out a gold ring with the Amerin royal crest on it. I'd seen this particular ring before, on the finger of one of Everest's husbands before he died. It was an engagement ring, and when Jas passed it over, I slipped it onto my ring finger and found that it'd been resized for me.
I wasn't ready.
Air moaned, sitting back on his ass and curling his fingers into his hair.
What happened?
Elijah screamed a moment later, walking through the wall and pausing next to his cousin, with an expression as close to true horror as I'd ever seen on a person's face.
Air, what have you done?
And it was then that I realized that no matter how hopeful Elijah of Haversey pretended to be about this resurrection spell, he didn't truly believe in it.
I wasn't ready.
The prince repeated for a third time as Talon approached from his other side and looked at him with something akin to pity. In the distance, somebody wailed and I felt my heart stutter and stop at their sound of anguish. It was too much. I just wanted them to shut up so I could think. And that's when Jas reached out and hugged me, pulling me close and taking my mask away so she could stroke my hair. It was me. I was the one who was wailing.
Let's get her out of here,
Vex said, his strong, solid warmth kneeling on my left side, back in human form and totally naked. I had absolutely nothing left in me with which to appreciate it. Taking me from Jacinda's arms, he lifted me up and let me bury my face into his chest. I don't think I left that spot for days. Chapter 11. Brynn. This is unbelievable, the Queen was saying as she paced ruts into the stone floor, moving back and forth in front of Rhiannon's coffin. Her only son, the last heir, dead. Gone. And Everest was glaring at his ghost as he sat next to me on a stone bench, gazing at his glass coffin and the washed, dressed, and styled corpse residing inside of it, hands folded neatly across his Royal College uniform jacket, as if he were sleeping. But Air didn't sleep like that, all perfect and coiffed. He was mussy and loud and he drooled a lot. I always found it funny because it was the complete opposite of how he was when he was alive. I mean, when he was awake. Awake, not alive. Although not alive was a more accurate description for the state of him now. Your Majesty, Ame of Haversey, the royal spirit whisperer was saying, as she stood next to Ombre of Helm, who just happened to be the royal shadow whisperer. As soon as you give us the go-ahead, we'll get started on the project and— Project! The Queen roared, turning in a flutter of purple, red, and white robes and looking like she was all of 10 seconds from backhanding the other woman in the face. This is my son! She pointed at the ghost version of Air instead of the corpse, which I much appreciated. He is not a fucking project. Understandable. Ame gulped out, keeping her ice blue eyes on the corpse's waxy, overpainted face instead of on the Queen. She was hard to look at now, Everest was, all sharp edges like broken glass. Just sitting here made me feel sick, but what choice did I have? Air wasn't bound to the Vibrant or the castle or even to his own mother. His spirit was bound to me. I just can't quite grasp your reasoning for putting a girl in charge of such an important undertaking. Double blessed she might be, but she's inexperienced and ill-equipped for this job. Give us the freedom to harness her magic, and we can get the prince up and breathing again before anyone knows the difference. Everest continued her pacing, slicking her fingers back through her blonde hair and cursing so colorfully that I automatically shifted my wings in response, although I wished I hadn't done that, because she flicked her sea green eyes over to mine, stealing my breath away. And to be honest, I didn't feel like I had a lot of it left. For 4 days I laid in Air's bed, smelling his blankets and his shirts, and weeping tears for him that wouldn't stop. Tears that seemed silly when he was lying beside me and stroking my back with ice-cold fingers. But he wasn't strong enough or skilled enough yet to make himself warm to the touch. The only thing keeping me going at this point was surprisingly Vexer, the griffin man that I barely knew. He was warm and solid, and he was alive. That was a hell of a lot more than I could say for anyone else in my life right now. Jacinda was a mess. She kept trying to be comforting, but I saw my own pain echoed back at me from her face. Air wasn't just my childhood friend. He was hers too. So, Vexer was a stranger who didn't much care about the Crown Prince, and he was a big, broad, warm chest to cry on. His arms were strong and muscular, and his hand was large enough to take up my entire lower back, pressing brands of hot comfort into my silken PJs. Pretty sure both Elijah and Air wanted to murder him in his sleep. "You work it your way," the Queen said, nostrils flaring as she stopped pacing for a moment and exhaled. "And they'll do it their way. 2 different approaches to the same project." She spit that last word out, and I got the impression that she was regretting bringing her own whisperers in on the resurrection spell. But then, they'd been the ones to find the prince and they already knew he was dead. So maybe she figured why not. At least I wasn't the only one who'd be throwing themselves at a useless spell, one that was never going to work. Now that Air was dead, I was sure of it. He was gone. Forever. He was gone and he wasn't warm anymore, and his hot breath wouldn't stir my hair, and he was never coming back.
"Don't cry, Brynn,"
he choked out, sitting between me and Jacinda as she fingered one of the spirit charms they'd taken off the prince's body. It was around her neck now, broken and wielding its magic so that she could see him.
"It'll be all right. We'll figure this out together. She doesn't want to talk to you right now."
Elijah hissed from my other side. He was sitting next to Talon, something the Queen really didn't like, but she'd already had words with Air's spirit behind closed doors while I sat in the hallway and curled my knees to my chest. So she knew about Talon and his participation in the project. Her son had given his word, and she wasn't about to go back on that. Not now that he was dead. She was angry with him, but I could see in her eyes that Air could ask for the world, and she'd deliver it on a silver platter. So for now, the thief was safe. Safe and also bound to me. I had no idea how this kept happening, and at that point I honestly didn't care. The only thing I wanted to do was crawl back up those stairs, climb into Air's bed, and snuggle up with Vex again. Today he was in town working on something for the Travelers Guild, but he'd promised me he'd be back by nightfall. I had literally no clue why he'd want to spend his days with a soggy, weeping woman, but as long as he was content to offer his services, I'd accept them. "Yes, Your Majesty," Ame said, nodding her head in deference at the same time she cast me a scathing sort of look that said she wouldn't try very hard to resurrect me if I were the one in spirit form. I wasn't sure what I'd done to piss her off, and, you guessed it, in that moment I did not fucking care. Another feather popped off and floated around me, but I ignored it. Both my wings could go bald for all I gave a shit. Everest moved over to stand beside us, my mother guarding the single door that led into the room. The only people allowed in it were the ones standing here, and the 3 that had just left. Ame, her handler, and Ombre of Helm. Other than Vex and 2 flesh whisperers sworn to secrecy, we were also the only people who knew that Prince Ermianen was dead, and Everest intended to keep it that way. With the country of Vayan dark, Scythia hostile and unstable, and our neighbors to the south and east total unknowns, the Queen could not afford to let them know that her demigod heir was now a silent corpse. She moved over to me and Jacinda, and our collection of ghosts, slippers whispering across the stone floors of the empty worship chamber. It used to hold massive altars to the gods, But nobody prayed or worshipped like that anymore, except priests and priestesses, those with only minor instead of major blessings. They did not get to take the name of their deity, nor did they get any gifts, like Haversey Steel, nor many powers. So they worshipped and prayed and held ceremonies that didn't do a God's damn thing. Frankly, I didn't understand their motivations. "She can't keep wearing the ring, you know," Everest said, her voice soft and neutral. I felt my stomach twist into a knot so complex and violent that I almost puked on her silk slippers. I wondered how she would have liked that, having to clean my vomit off her perfect toes.
"I want to marry her,"
Air said, his voice this even, quiet menace that echoed in the stone room.
"It's her ring now."
"And that's fine," Everest said, so devoid of feeling that I literally had no clue how she felt about me or Air's proposal or any of it. "But not yet. If people see that she's engaged to you and you're not around, imagine the trouble they'd stir. We'll wait until you're whole and then she can have it back. You can propose properly then." Air was looking at me like he was trying to gauge my emotions. He could stare all he wanted. I didn't have any. Okay, so that wasn't true at all. But I cried and cried and cried until I felt like one minute I was going to sit up, look down at the pillow, and find all my insides lying there in a bloody heap. There was just nothing left inside of me right now. I needed sleep, peaceful sleep without nightmares, as well as a hot bath and some fruit and jelly rolls. Plus a tankard or two of Der Beau Switch, so I could chug the foul liquor and then pass out. That sounded nice. Unconsciousness?
"Brynn keeps the ring,"
Air said finally, reaching over and taking my hand. I let him do it, but I closed my eyes too, trying to understand why I couldn't just be happy that he was still here with me, instead of freaking out over the fact that he was so goddamn cold.
"But she won't wear it, yet. Once I am back, however, I'm putting it on her finger and we're getting married."
"If she'll have you," Everest said, and then both mother and son stared at me like they expected an answer right then and there. Quietly, I slipped the ring from my finger and shoved it into the pocket of my silk robe. I hadn't bothered to dress, not even for the Queen. And I came this flubbing close to puking again. "Air was going to ask you to marry him," a secret inner part of me squealed. "Elijah was right. He did have a crush on you." My lips pursed into a thin line as my cynical side popped up and reminded her, "Yeah, but now he's flubbing dead, and the only way that'll change is if Haversey and Helm swap realms, forgive each other their eternal feud, and bless me 1,000,000 times over, so I have the strength to cast this spell." Ha! Like that was ever going to happen. But glancing over at Air, finding his shimmery, incorporeal form looking right at me, I knew that I would try. Fuck, I knew that I would do whatever it took, including trade my life for his to bring him back. When he reached up to touch my face, though, I turned away and glanced at the stone floor. "The courier tried to deliver this 12 times, but you two haven't been answering your door," the Queen said, reaching into one of the big pockets on her voluminous robes and removing a scroll tied with purple, red, and white twine. The wax seal on it was clearly from the Royal College, but had been broken and someone had retied the string. Probably the Queen herself. "Pack up your things. I am moving you." Everest pointed back at the glass coffin, infused with a flesh whisperer spell to keep things, fresh. "And that, to my personal residence on the Royal College campus." "We got in?" Jas asked, sniffling as she unfurled the scroll and shaking hands. I glanced over at her, but although I tried, I couldn't find enough joy in me to smile. Not yet. Not when I could still close my eyes and feel Air's hot blood on my hands. Remembered the sound of my own violent wailing echoing between the dance house walls. "On your own merit," the Queen said, but she didn't smile either. "Orientation isn't for a week and a half, but you're moving tomorrow. Arrangements have already been made so that you'll have everything you need to get started on this spell. I don't have to tell you again how little time we have."
"We'll do the best we can, Mother,"
Air snapped, and I realized how much animosity was in that room. sitting thick and heavy over all of us. It was cloying and hot, scorching my throat and making my eyes burn. I didn't want this. This wasn't supposed to be how things were. I felt so stupid now, imagining my jealousy over Felixa, my constant stomach aches over Air's bed partners, and my refusal to acknowledge how goddamn good I had it. Now I knew, and it was too late to change things. The more classes you miss, the more suspicious people will become. The Queen continued as Elijah bent low and tried to look me in the face. I wasn't sure if it was out of respect for Air or what, but he hadn't bothered to make himself warm or breathe or turn corporeal since All Hallows' Eve. But right now, looking into his eyes, I wished I could see their true color. That pale ice blue that went so well with his raven dark hair and lush pink mouth. We have a month at most before I'll have to come up with something other than he's not feeling well. We can do this, Jacinda said, sucking in a sharp breath and letting the scroll wind itself back up. She clutched it in her hand like a sword, and as I glanced up at her face, I saw her sapphire eyes shining with determination. We will do this, especially now that the flesh whisperers have restored his body. Jas looked over at the glass coffin, a scholar's gleam in her gaze sharp and hungry. As long as Air's body rested inside of it, the magical contraption would keep him from rotting. Licking my lower lip, I felt my lashes flutter and my stomach churn. We've hired you an assistant, Mats of Athena, Everest continued, and I was surprised to see that in her melancholic but hopeful state, Jas's cheeks turned pink. Now that was a new development. Athena, the goddess of knowledge, wisdom, and memory. Honestly, I couldn't think of a better partner for Jas than one of Athena's blessed. I wish they just realized how lucky they both are to be alive and fuck already. I thought as a feather peeled off my wing and went drifting to the floor in lazy swoops. He'll be informed of the situation prior to moving.
He's moving in with us?
Air asked, and I felt my stomach churn. Us? There was no us. Ghosts didn't need kitchens or clothing, wash basins or toilets. Talon, Elijah, and Rhiannon would be there with us on campus, but they wouldn't be moving in. Not really. I'm having a room prepared for him on the first floor. The rest of you will stay on the second.
We all get rooms?
Talon asked with a sharp grin, his hair blood red and his eyes as yellow as the sunshine, streaming through the small windows on the right side of the room. Unlike Eli, he wasn't in mourning, so he didn't bother to mute his colors. The Queen, who obviously had no trouble seeing spirits with her own magic, glared at him as he tapped inked fingers on the glass vials in his bandolier. Everyone gets a room, she snapped, swallowing against what looked like a surge of emotion. Air will sleep in a bed next to his body. Everest stepped back and then waited in silence for so long that I had no choice but to look up, my gold eyes meeting her sea-green ones. I wondered as I stared at them if I'd ever get to see the color on Air's face again, or if I'd have to look at his mother and be forever stuck with my imagination. Don't fail me, Brynn of Haversey, she said, and I felt that ancient god power run through her mouth and straight into my ears along with her words. You can't fail me. But if I succeeded in this, and if was a huge concession on my part, then I wouldn't be doing it for her. No, I wouldn't even be doing it for Air himself. If I wanted to make this work, I'd have to do it for me. Because this world was made for the living, and whether I liked it or not, I was still alive. True, if I could have traded myself out for Air, I'd have done it in a split second. But until I could actually make that happen, I'd have to try the spell. Reaching my hands up to my double necklaces, I felt both Haversey's and Helm's power swirling around inside my chest, flickering up to peep through my eyes. Both the light goddess and the dark god were watching to see if I'd succeed, or if I'd fail not only them, but myself too. Jacinda answered the heavy knock at our chamber door while I was busy stuffing clothes into large cloth bags. She'd put me in charge of the little things, like making sure all our jewelry was collected from the windowsills and various shelves where we often tossed it, and put back in the jewelry box. Meanwhile, she had a whole team of pages that the Queen had sent up to move our things. Jas directed them like she was royalty herself, observing with shrewd eyes as they filled wooden crates with irreplaceable old tomes. It was going to take the 6 of them all day just to move her books.
Is there anything I can help you with?
Talon asked, squatting beside me and yanking a black bandana from a small leather bag attached to his belt. He slid the fabric under his fall of red bangs and the little braid on the left side of his face, and tied it at the back of his head.
I can't lift much, seeing as I was hung for stealing underwear, but what I can do is tell dry jokes.
I barely glanced at him, trying not to compare the sea-green silk PJs to Air's eyes, and the way he looked when he was making love to me in them.
Dirty jokes? I bet that'd work better.
The thief continued as Eli and Air sat on the edge of the bed and watched me.
What do you call a man who can't get it up?
I'm not answering that, I said as heavy footsteps approached my bedroom door. A second heavy knock followed, and I knew that it was Vexer waiting outside. Sacred and holy a bedchamber might be, but for the last 4 days we'd been in Air's room and I'd been mourning. I was still mourning, but I had no idea what to do with the stranger I'd been so vulnerable around.
You're not going to let him in?
Talon asked, apparently forgetting his dirty joke altogether.
After all that, he seems like a decent enough guy. Which is why you tried to get him hung by revealing court secrets?
Air asked, but there was none of his usual flavor, that self-assured confidence that always lit up the room like afternoon sun. Speaking of, I'd shuttered my windows in favor of torches and a roaring fire. I just didn't much feel like sunshine right about then. Darkness and flickering flames seemed to suit my current mood better.
I didn't think you'd do it, but I wanted a witness there just in case. If you'd had Vexer of Rysender dragged off and imprisoned or hung, then I'd have known to make a run for it.
Talon shrugged, apparently ignoring all the ways his little test could have gone wrong, for him or for Vex. After a moment, I stood up and went to the door. I may as well tell Vex what was going on. After all, a stranger who was willing to simply lie still and let a girl he didn't know cover him in tears and snot was probably someone who should be treated with a fair amount of respect. "Hey," I said as I swung the wood door wide and swallowed against a lump in my throat. Just seeing Vexer standing there with his thick brown hair and gray eyes made me want to leap into those big arms again, feel his massive hands with their navy blue tattoos rub circles against my spine, while his rumbling voice whispered soothing words into my hair. Good goddess, what the hell was wrong with me? Well, you know, other than that my very best friend in all the world was dead, and that he'd been planning to ask me to marry him before he died. I had a right to be a blubbering mess, didn't I?
Brynn,
Vex said warmly, running his tongue across his lower lip, and waiting there in the doorway like he knew exactly what it was that he wanted to do. He didn't seem unsure or wobbly like I was.
I almost didn't believe it when the guards told me you were back in your own room.
He looked around at the empty walls and their missing paintings, the cloth bags on the floor that were stuffed with clothes, and then at the small wood crate on my dressing table that had my hairbrush handle sticking out of the top.
You're moving out?
His voice had a deeply strained quality to it that I just didn't understand. We were strangers, me and him. Strangers. We'd shared a business transaction. Not that kind of business transaction. I meant the ride from Colmar to New Acumen. And a single dance. That was it. Okay. That and 4 days of cuddling in PJs and feeling his arousal against my bottom and wishing I was the sort of person that could fuck away, goodbye feather, all their worries because he felt so warm and so strong and so alive that I could barely take it. Still, where did that leave us really? Jacinda and I were accepted to the Royal College, I said, trying to force a smile. Maybe if I pasted on a happy face, this guy would stop worrying about me so much, and, well, I didn't want him to go away, did I? But I also didn't want to start a new relationship, when the one I'd wanted more than all the world was fractured. You need to talk to Air, Brynn, I told myself, but I was also fairly inconsistent when it came to taking my own advice. Vexer smiled, his full lips irresistible, buried in all that dark stubble. The fact that he shaved it off and that it kept growing meant that he was still alive, and I needed that right now. Reaching up 2 bronze-skinned hands, I touched my palms to the scratchy surface of Vex's cheeks.
Congratulations,
He rumbled, with just enough enthusiasm that it sounded genuine, but not too much that he sounded like a serious bumhole that was somehow ecstatic about the prince's death.
But don't they open the doors on the Saturday before orientation?
You seem to know a lot about the Royal College for someone who's never been, I said with a slight smile of my own, dropping my hands to my sides and glancing over my shoulder to find all 3 ghosts watching me. Talon wore an expression of bemusement. Elijah was neutral. Amerin was ticked all the way off. I looked back at Vex. "Come in," I said, before he could respond. I stepped aside and watched as his huge frame strode into the bedroom, with sturdy footfalls and brown work boots, leather breeches, and a sleeveless tunic that showed off his massive biceps.
I've never been to the Royal College, per se, but we do have schools where I come from,
he said with an amused chuckle, moving over to the edge of my bed and fingering the sheets. Just looking at them and thinking about Air's body pushing inside of mine made me feel sick again, and I glanced away sharply.
If you just talk to me.
Air started, standing up off the bed, his feet sinking a few inches into the floor.
Brynn, please don't be sad. I'm right here.
You're not right there! I screamed, even though it was probably a strange thing for Vex to witness, considering he couldn't see the man I was arguing with. Tears pricked the edges of my eyes as I looked at the prince's shimmering form and tried to keep a cool head. It felt impossible, though. With him incorporeal like that, little more than a shadow. He couldn't even play around and convince me for all of 5 minutes that he was alive the way Elijah could. You're not right there, I repeated as Vex moved back across the room to stand beside me, like a shield, like an anchor. He was a living version of the grounding cloak that Air had purchased for me, something with a beating heart to keep my soul tethered to the world around me. You know that I feel this realm is for the living, Air. You know how I feel about ghosts.
But this is different,
Air said, moving toward me and kneeling low, bolstering his voice with some of that soothingly familiar confidence. I stared down at him and I wanted nothing more than to be able to drop to my knees and throw my arms around his warm waist, listen to his heartbeat, feel his hot breath stir my hair. That was it, my one and only desire. Nothing like wishing for the impossible, huh?
We will fix this, Brynn.
He smiled at me and my heart jumped wildly inside my chest. It was half nerves and half appreciation because, even as a ghost, Prince Amerin was pretty. A resurrection spell that nobody knew existed, that nobody's ever performed. It's a long shot, Air.
And what if it never works, Brynn?
He whispered, his voice going low and husky with emotion. I wasn't surprised to feel my body react to it. I still loved him, alive or dead. But I also felt like it was wrong to keep him here. Spirits were supposed to move on and be reborn, not suffer as they watch those around them live life, grow old, die, and then leave them behind.
If it never works, is this not enough?
Don't do this to me right now, I said, taking a step back and bumping into Vex's chest. He wrapped his huge arms under my wings and around me, hugging me close, infusing me with the hot warmth of his skin. He didn't wear fragrances or scented lotions the way most people in Amerin did. Instead, I could smell the faintest hint of fresh sweat from the heat outside, along with something like sunshine and new grass. In that moment, it was intoxicating. Air frowned as he rose to his feet, but I reached out and took his hand anyway, shivering at the ice-cold feeling of his fingers in mine. One day at a time, Air, I told him, knowing that even if it broke me, even if every minute made me sad, made me long for what we could have had, what we already had, that I would never be able to give up on him. I'd rather have Air with me like this than not at all, even if that was the most selfish thought I'd ever had in my life. Pulling away from both men, I flexed my wings and glanced back to see Vex doing the same, almost like he was desperate to rub his brown and white feathers against my black ones. As if he could sense the thoughts running through both our heads, Elijah also adjusted the white wings on his back.
I think Vexer wants to be a Mr. Rebane,
Talon teased as he sat on the edge of my cedared chest and smirked. I tossed a glare over my shoulder, but it didn't seem to faze the thief. I guess after stealing royal panties, getting hung in the castle courtyard and living in shadows for 5 years, not much did. But talking about me having a Mr. Rebane in my life was depressing. Eyre had been about to flubbing ask me to marry him, and then he died. I would have been a Mrs. Rebane. Women became a Mrs. when they marry one or more men, but they always keep their own last name, while Eyre, despite his status as crown prince, would have been referred to with my last name as well, but only on those very rare occasions when he wasn't called Amerin of Heket. A god's blessing was always more important than a surname, but there were uses for it. Sometimes people just didn't know a person's blessing, or else couldn't be bothered with a mouthful of trying to say something like Brynn of Haversey and Helm every 5 seconds. Jas and I are moving into special housing on the Royal College campus, so... I paused as I realized Vex already knew all the secrets. Wow, poor guy. He'd sort of waded knee-deep into a total poop fest. I didn't envy him that. The Queen wants us to start working on the resurrection spell as soon as possible.
It's a smart move on her part,
Vex admitted, moving up to stand next to me.
if you think you can pull it off.
Staring into the flames, I could feel the eyes of all 4 men. Well, 1 man and 3 ghosts, boring into my back. Could I pull it off? I guess I wouldn't know until I tried now, would I?
Chapter 12. Amerin. There was no etiquette on how to be dead. No books on propriety or social niceties. No way to know if I was doing this right, or if I was simply making an ass out of myself. You're positive that this is how you learn to pick things up? I asked Elijah, as he slouched lazily on his bed in the room my mother had set aside for him. I couldn't decide if she'd given us all our own rooms because she firmly believed in the resurrection spell, or if she was just so hopeless that it made her feel better. Dear Grandfather Hackett, please don't let that be the case. Give us some divine intervention, please. Please, I've never asked you for anything before, and you know it. Outside, thunder cracked in the clouds like a garbled response from the god himself. Keep trying, and eventually... Elijah shrugged in a loose, easy, casual sort of way. That drove me, gods damned close, to going insane. Since I could touch another ghost without much trouble, maybe I'd wrap my hands around his neck and squeeze until he gave in. Whenever my mother dragged my sisters and me to Tama, Eli and I would wrestle in the cool shadows of his family's courtyard. I always won. But sometimes in the middle of a particularly long tussle, he'd also fall asleep on me, while in the middle of a headlock. I glared at him as he sat there with a mouse spirit in his pocket, ghostly fingers resting on the head of a dead dog. All he did was smirk back at me, his lips a sharp curve and his eyes half-lidded and dripping with arrogance. Please, he'd have made a better prince than I had. Than I am. Fuck. I couldn't let myself start thinking of, well, myself in past tense. That wasn't how one approached a project that needed doing, assuming failure from the start. All I'm doing is waving my fingers back and forth through an unripe peach, I growled at him, trying not to think of the peach lemonade I'd purchased for Brynn on our day at the market. That was the last thing I needed to be focused on, especially considering she was planning on going out with that griffin to pick up her Royal College uniform, the one with the handsome white military-style jacket and the gold buttons. She looked stunning in it, with all those curves. and although students were welcome to choose between breeches or skirts, I was hoping Brynn would pick the latter. My fingers caught on the fruit and squeezed, juice oozing over my see-through skin before a massive wave of fatigue swept over me, and the peach, as well as its sticky blood, splattered on the small wooden tabletop. Elijah made a lazy, exaggerated sort of clap and then stood up. "Told you that you'd figure it out," he said as he bumped me with one of his wings and headed for the staircase. I followed along behind him because although I enjoyed the occasional alone day when I was alive, the constant echo of my thoughts was maddening, like a booming wave of thunder that never stopped. It was a storm that threatened to steal my spirit and drag me under. "Only because you so magnanimously agreed to help," I quipped, pushing past him and taking the rest of the steps 2 at a time. Being upstairs with the coffin made me feel nauseous, and after finally touching my first solid object, that had already made my head spin. Even dead, body aches were part of life. Pausing at the bottom of the stairs, I looked across the room at Brynn and felt everything inside of me twist up in a tangled mess. My heart felt heavy and empty at the same time. All the mistakes I'd made crashing down on my head like lightning. Just another part of that awful, awful storm. Fuck. If I hadn't been such a moronic idiot the night we'd first slept together, maybe we'd already be married and none of this would be happening? Of course, you can't predict fate. I might have died either way, but at least she'd have really known how I felt about her. I'd been in love with her for a long time. How long, I wasn't sure. But that night, that had cemented it for me. The problem was when I'd woken up and marched to my mother's bedchamber to demand one of the royal rings. She'd laughed in my face. 18 and stupid is what she'd called me. And while that was probably true, I'd had to hear for 2 straight years what an impossible match Brynn of Haversey would make. I'd thought the double blessing might help, elevate her status enough that Everest would at least consider it. She'd refused, but I'd stolen the ring anyway, and now look where I was, standing in shadows across the room, too fucked up to figure out what it was I should say to her, what the hell I was supposed to do.
You don't have to stay all the way over there,
Brynn told me, sitting on the red chaise lounge that served as the receiving couch for guests. She was braiding her long white hair, golden eyes watching me as she sat there in a dressing gown so tight and thin that I could see the black lace of her bra and panties underneath.
You can come out and talk to me, Er.
Slowly, I moved across the U-shape of the downstairs area, modeled after one of New Acumen's dozen houseplans. The stairs were in the middle of the room with the kitchen behind them, a bedroom on the left and the foyer, common area, on the right. Upstairs there were just enough bedrooms for Talon, Elijah, Jacinda, Brynn, and myself. The scribe, Mats, I think his name was, had the single downstairs bedroom. Although, we'd been here several nights now, and I hadn't once slept in my own room. Instead, I sat up every night and watched Brynn sleep, racked with nightmares she'd never had before, nightmares that I'd given her. By trying not to be a coward and refusing to run, had I doomed both of us to an awful living hell? And as much as I wanted to punch that griffin in the throat, the fact that he wasn't allowed on campus was starting to bother me. Brynn had done much better when he'd held her. I was too cold to do it. That, and I was pretty sure she didn't want me right now. "Are you angry?" I asked, moving across the shiny wood floors and accidentally walking right through the small table next to the couch. Damn it! It took a lot of effort to walk straight without my boots sinking into the floor and then having to avoid furniture. Apparently, being a ghost was all about multitasking. Hecat's cock, I hate this. Magic surged through me, hot and vibrant, and I had no idea what to do with it. It tingled my fingertips and danced there like hot flames, licking at my blue-white skin and making me shiver.
I'm not angry, Air.
Brynn said as she worked on finishing the supply list for the spell. It was extensive. She'd started it the day after we'd arrived and had barely taken any breaks. The only time she'd eaten was when Jas put food in front of her, or when a messenger came to tell her that Vexa was waiting at the gates. Of course, we'd all had to attend their dinner and drinks date at the Travelers Guild Inn, but it was better than watching her suffer. And knowing that I was causing her suffering was killing me in ways that Shadow never could. I'd gladly take that feeling of shock and pain, all of that blood. I'd take it every damn day to spare Brynn an ounce of this heartache. That morning, I told her, even though I knew Elijah was listening, leaning against the wall and spreading his wings out straight on either side of him. I'd planned on asking you.
What?
Brynn asked, her normally vibrant, carefree nature obliterated by the All Hallows' Eve disaster. I was afraid that no matter what happened with this spell, that I'd never see the same person in her eyes again. And that destroyed me. The morning after we first slept together, I said, stepping back out of the table and leveling myself against the floor. I hadn't bothered to tell her I was taking a birth control potion. She thought she had to go by herself, that I would do that to her. Gods, I was a right proper arsehole, wasn't I? I was going to ask you to marry me then. Brynn's gold eyes flickered up to mine, but now they looked terrified.
You were not,
she said, her breath hissing out as she stood up and grabbed the loose black silk dress off the chaise lounge, slipping it over her head with a sigh.
I don't believe you.
I wouldn't lie to you, I told her with gritted teeth as she turned her attention back to the list and picked it up off the table, rolling the parchment and tying it with twine. Brynn, I tried to get a ring from my mother and she said no. I saw her stiffen then, but I wasn't done with the story. I wasn't going to be done until I'd laid it all out. It felt almost meaningless at this point, but it was all I had left. Words were all I had left. And if something happened, if I found myself exorcised, then at least she'd know the truth. I was upset, but I wasn't going to let that stop me. I went looking for you, planning to propose anyway. But when I finally found you, you were upset and sullen, and neither of us brought it up. I couldn't. I tried, but I'm not good at communicating with you, Brynn. She just stood there for several long moments and stared at me like I was insane. I didn't know the right words then, but I know them now. Uh-oh, Talon said from somewhere in the kitchen area. Maybe this is something I don't want to hear? I flicked my eyes his direction and curled my lips, waiting until he'd floated up and through the ceiling before turning back to look at Brynn. Haversey's cunt, Elijah cursed from behind me, and then he made a show of pounding up the stairs in his boots. Show off. I looked back at Brynn, her hand trembling as it clutched the scroll, eyes wide and mouth agape. This is not how I wanted this moment to go, I thought as I imagined the feel of her warm, curvy body in my arms, swaying across the dance floor at the vibrant. She'd pressed her head against me and let me hold her so damn tight. A knock at the door made us both pause and turn toward the sound. Mats, the scribe, and Brynn's and Jacinda's new assistant moved into the room warily, like he expected ghosts at every corner. If I'd had the strength to poke him in the ear with a cold finger and shout, "Boo!" I'd have done it in a heartbeat. Instead, I crossed my arms over my chest and waited for him to leave.
The list is done,
Brynn said with a long sigh, moving over to him and slipping her feet into her boots. She handed the scroll to Mats, and then turned to face him, folding her ebony wings tightly against her back.
Some of these things are going to be hard to come by, but I added notes on where I think you can find most of them. Other items on the list, I'll have to deal with them myself. I've starred those, so don't worry about them.
Mats nodded, his face neutral, despite the fact that he was both a noble and a fifth-year being ordered around by a first-year who'd just barely gotten into the academy. Good for him. If I saw any disrespect leveled in Brynn's direction, there'd be hell to pay. "I'll get started on it right now," he said, not even bothering to remove his coat, and heading back out the front door. It was raining right now, a spring shower that made me feel even less connected to this world than the sunshine of the last few days. No, I couldn't feel its warmth on my skin, but at least everything was bright and sunny and cheerful. The rain, it slid right through me, hit home the fact that I was as insignificant as my namesake. Nothing but air.
What are the words, then?
Brynn asked as she flicked the lock on the door and turned to face me, leaning her back against it. Gold eyes met mine and stole my breath away. Well, at least it would have if I'd had any breath to give. Damn it, air, focus! Lifting my chin, I steeled myself for rejection, just in case. "I love you," I told Brynn, and it felt like shackles were being slid off my wrists and left to rust on the floor. For a moment there, I felt weightless.
Chapter 13. Brynn. How am I supposed to gossip when they're standing right there? I ground out through my teeth, waiting for the seamstress to finish flubbing around with my skirt. I hadn't really wanted any skirts, considering my propensity for toppling over, but Jas insisted I get an even mix of pants and skirts. That and I knew Air liked them. Flub. Flub, flub, flub.
"I love you,"
He'd said. Like, how was I supposed to react to that? Just whisper and glare at them to make sure they're staying put. Jacinda said as she craned her neck around the dressing screen and narrowed her eyes, in the complete opposite direction of where all three spirits were sitting. It was appreciated, but also sort of funny. Or it would have been funny if the seamstress hadn't just purposely stabbed me in the thigh with a needle. "Flub!" I griped as I rubbed at my backside, and the woman gave me a look that was twice as scary as Mrs. Grandberg had been. "If you move, I'll stab you. It's as simple as that," she barked, her raven dark hair twisted up in a bun on her head. Yep. Amerin through and through. Completely human. 100% arrogant blitz. "And maybe you should lay off the fruit and jelly rolls because your cheeks are—" The woman paused and made a shape in the air that might have been offensive if Vex hadn't been standing so close, and if he hadn't growled. Oh, and also if the man I'd wanted my entire life hadn't just confessed his love to me after he was dead. But heaven's holy hallelujah. I squealed inside, closing my eyes and trying to hold stone still. The sooner I got this fitting over with, the better. For years, I'd entertained secret fantasies about getting fitted for a royal college uniform. Even though I hadn't much cared about actually attending the school, I wanted the flubbing outfit. Opening my eyes back up, I stared at myself in the mirror, the chatter of dozens of other students filling the small, crowded shop. The top of the uniform was the same for everyone. A coat styled after the Amerin military, made of wool and topped with leather shoulders, a row of gold buttons down the front and a pocket over the left breast. The style was the same for every student, but the color depended on the year. First years wore white. Frankly, I was a little excited about that because not only did the uniform match my hair, but it also looked striking against the bronze of my skin. Side button boots in black were mandatory for every student as well, but male or female. We all had a choice on whether we wanted to wear black breeches or a pleated black skirt on any given day. "You look adorable," Jacinda said when the seamstress muttered something about my seriously big butt. I'm sorry to say this, but she was a total witch with a B. and stood up, leaving me to study my reflection. Long white hair, big black wings, and a tightly fitted coat that managed to accentuate both the large swell of my breasts and the narrow curve of my waist. The skirt wasn't half bad with my bronze legs and those fabulous flubbing Royal College boots.
You're a dream and a nightmare both,
Elijah purred, peeping his head through the screen. I'd have punched him if I wasn't so preoccupied by his stupid cousin telling me he loved me, and like several days too late, too. Pre-death romantic confessions were always preferred. Then again, I felt this fire in my belly that I hadn't felt in days. Amerin of Haversey, the crown prince of Amerin, had literally just admitted his feelings for me. And he'd died with a ring in his pocket. A ring for me. My eyes started to water, but I blinked several times to clear them, taking the black newsboy cap, an optional part of the school uniform, and jamming it over my head. "Why a nightmare?" I asked Elijah as I stepped down off the platform and helped Jacinda grab the rest of our garment bags. Vexer was right there, of course, taking them carefully from my hands and making sure his long, hot fingers brushed mine, sending chills through me.
because you have that silly I don't fuck spirits rule.
Elijah said, and I rolled my eyes, ignoring his smirk and waltzing past Talon and Air, like I didn't have a thing to say to either of them. Air definitely had at least one phrase coming his way, but I wasn't about to say it with all these people around. That'd have to wait until later.
You never did get to hear the punchline to my dirty joke,
Talon said as he took up walking beside me, inked fingers idly teasing the vials of poison on his bandolier.
Want to hear it now?
Not particularly, I said, as Vex took up my left side, Jacinda on my right. It's Talon again, isn't it? Jacinda asked, because she'd heard me tell him to shut up at least 5 times a day for the last 4 days. It is, I replied, trying not to enjoy Vex's wings bumping against my own as we walked. He was so flubbing chivalrous and kind of awesome. I had to admit, I missed him at night. I missed Air, too. I was going to have to do something about that.
You said you liked my dry sense of humor.
Talon inserted, tossing me a grin that was sharper than the knives he had strapped to his thigh.
So, maybe I'm just getting a little too wet for you?
Good one, I muttered with an eye roll, popping open an umbrella before we stepped outside just in case. It seemed like the rain might have slowed down, but an Amerin spring was always an iffy thing. Did you stay up all night coming up with it?
Nah.
Talon said as we moved along the cobblestone paths, away from the Thread District and toward the city-side gate of the Royal College. Vexer had invited me out for dinner and drinks, but there was something else I needed to do tonight instead. Flub these rules about him not being allowed on the Royal College campus. I wondered if there was some way to make an exception. Maybe I could get him a part-time job teaching about the Traveler's God, Ricender. It was a rare blessing. Not the rarest blessing, but pretty damn close. Surely the Academy could use another expert on the subject.
Just a couple of hours.
Elijah chuckled at the joke, but Air stayed quiet, his sea-green eyes watching me like a hawk. Speaking of hawks, well, lion, peregrine, falcon hybrids to be exact, I turned to Vex. This is where we part ways for the night, I said, and he nodded, looking me over with those silver eyes of his like he'd already made a decision about something important, but had forgotten to inform me about it. Oh well, I liked him anyway.
So it is,
He said, reaching up and hooking the wooden hangers with my leather garment bags over the edge of the decorative arch. With his hands now free, Vex stepped forward and placed his palms on either one of my hips, the warmth and feel of them making me shiver in the best way possible. I could live with ghosts if I had to. I could fight my way through this. But I needed an anchor to the living, and I was tired of putting all of that burden on Jacinda's shoulders. She was my handler, not my emotional punching bag. And she was hurting too from Air's death. But Vex...
I'm going to kiss you,
he said with a shrug of his big muscular shoulders. My heart started to thunder, and I found my throat was tight with anticipation.
Unless you tell me you'd rather not.
Vexer trailed off and reached out, running a single thumb across my lower lip as I groaned and let my lids fall closed.
No objections, I see.
Vex laughed, the sound rumbling through his chest and into me as he pulled me close, enveloping me in his musky scent. His wings wrapped around us, creating a cocoon as Jacinda quietly, surreptitiously stole the umbrella from my fingers. Vex even took my own wings into the embrace, granting us the single moment of peace in a chaotic world. It was just the two of us in there. 2 hot bodies and 2 hot mouths. No distractions. Vex leaned in and pressed his lips to mine, taking control of the kiss with his tongue. There was a tussle there for a moment, but it felt too good to surrender. I wanted it. I wanted him, and the rapid thump of his heartbeat, the cadence of his breath, the slight scrape of his stubble against my smooth cheeks. My fingers curled against the front of his sleeveless black tunic, our mouths exploring, tasting, comforting. Everything about the kiss brought me to life in ways I hadn't realized I needed to be saved. And in doing that, it felt like Vex was reminding me that there was no such thing as too late. I have to go, I whispered after a while, pulling back and realizing that Jas had already left, wandering away to give us privacy. I spotted her up ahead, glancing at the signs for the self-guided student tour. But of course that's what she was looking at. No student in their right mind wanted to do 2 orientations, one that was mandatory on top of one that was self-guided and just for fun. Well, nobody but Jacinda of Brynn of Haversey.
I don't want you to go.
Vex growled, using his hands on my hips to pull me closer. He didn't seem to care that we were being watched by 3 spirits. Maybe because he couldn't see them? But I did. And I was in love with at least one of them, and I think I had a crush on another. And the third, he was just a bumhole who liked to tell dirty jokes, though I had to admit he came in pretty handy in a fight.
Let me take you back to the inn and... let me fuck you, Brynn.
My whole body went white hot as I pulled away from Vexer, with serious effort, and tried not to hyperventilate from the rush of hormones. Maybe some other time, I said as his gray eyes held my gaze and refused to let go. Jas is waiting, and I need to talk with Air about something. I tried to glance at the prince in question, but my attention was locked on Vex's face and I found that I couldn't move, not until he turned away and faced the row of houses across the street, running his fingers through his hair.
Some other time, then,
he said, his voice low and deep. When he flicked one last glance back at me, I knew that that was going to be a promise he wouldn't soon forget. Jacinda had already disappeared into one of the buildings by the time I caught up to her, jogging across the cobblestone path in my uniform and feeling completely out of place. I wished Air were here to experience this with us, and then I reminded my stupid self that he was, in a way. You like the skirts better, don't you? I asked as I started up the steps to the imposing stone structure where Jas was hiding. Air gave me a look, but his blue-white eyes, goddess, I missed their usual sea-green color, crinkled at the edges.
Does it come as a shock to you?
He replied, and Elijah and Talon both rolled their eyes. But they'd have to get used to a little flirting between me and Air. Flub. They'd have to get used to a lot of flirting. Air Rhiannon was dead, but he wasn't gone. He was still here, and even if his fingers were as cold as ice, I wasn't going to let him slip through mine. Not particularly, I said, as I followed the stupid self-guided tour signs to the one that pointed into a nearby classroom. That's where Jas was, reading a handwritten poster that discussed the benefits of a class on spirits and how all whisperers were required to take it. Pretty sure I recognized Ame, the Royal Spirit Whisperer's fancy cursive. Figured. This is fascinating, she breathed, touching her fingers to the thick vellum page stuck to the wall. Did you read this, Brynn? Not really interested, I said, as I took in the strange room with the stone pews and the odd-looking gate that took up in the center portion of the back wall. I wondered what was in there, but it was hard to care much about that or anything at all, really, with Air's confession and Vex's kiss on my mind.
Really?
A voice asked from behind me, making me whirl around so fast that I had to clamp my hands over the black pleats in my skirt to keep my panties from showing. The way the ghost in question smirked at me, I was pretty sure he'd already seen them.
You should get interested, and quick. Whisperers are so narrow-minded. We could learn so much from each other, don't you think?
The man stood up, his dark hair spiked up in a ridiculous manner, like he dipped his fingers in hair gel and slicked them right up the front. He was young, handsome, and sporting the prettiest sapphire eyes I'd ever seen, similar to Jacinda's but with a hint of turquoise around the irises. And the fact that I could see a ghost's eyes close enough and well enough to even make that observation spoke to how powerful this guy was, maybe even as powerful as Elijah of Haversey, maybe more powerful.
Why are you dressed as a first year?
He asked, sporting a teacher's uniform, same white coat that I was wearing but with epaulets on the shoulders instead of leather accents. All the buttons were undone and his black tie was hanging loose, his bare chest showing in all the right places. Also, I was pretty sure that he had tats. Lots of them. Maybe not as many as Talon, but certainly more than Vexer.
You look a little old to be a first year.
He continued, moving over to us and ignoring Air's look of warning.
What do you want?
Air snapped, obviously feeling a lot more confrontational than usual. I supposed I didn't blame him. He'd had to watch me kiss Vex, an act that honestly probably ranked pretty high up there on the cruelty scale. I shouldn't have done that, not the way I just did. Dating multiple guys was fine, it was normal and expected in Amerin, but not after one of them had just died and confessed his love. Clearly I was a mess.
Yes, clearly, you very much are.
The newcomer said, and I flicked wide eyes over to him, hoping like hell I hadn't really just said that out loud.
Not allowed.
He continued, circling around me in his academy-issued boots. He might be calling me old, but he looked way too young to be a professor.
I'm just good at thoughts and prophecies. Oh, I'm really good at prophecies.
The man paused and looked first at Jacinda as she snapped the cord on another spirit charm and sighed in relief to see who we were talking to. Her thoughts were probably something along these lines. Teacher, Royal College, safe. Too bad she was wrong about that.
But I don't think it's happening tonight.
The man continued, sliding his fingers nervously through his hair. Ah, and now I could see why it stuck straight up all the time.
No, it's not time yet.
He murmured as I raised a brow. What do you mean you're good with thoughts? I repeated, because had he seriously read my flubbing mind?
I don't read minds per se.
The man continued, lifting his sapphire eyes up to me and smiling.
When you think specific thoughts, I can pick up on them.
He shrugged his right shoulder loosely.
But I have more important things to worry about.
He continued, propping himself up on the edge of the staff desk.
Like a prophecy that isn't quite ready to come true.
I don't believe in prophecies, Jacinda said, but she didn't exactly sound so sure of herself, and the man shrugged again. Who are you?
Who am I?
He echoed, blinking for a moment in the direction of the vaulted ceilings. They were painted to look like clouds, both angels and demons soaring through the gray-gold mist.
Professor Cross.
He paused and smiled at me, and then winked.
But you can call me Spicer.
We were standing in the Royal College, in a classroom that taught a curriculum on ghosts and spirits, and I had a dead professor, a sexy dead professor, that was hitting on me. Interesting. Footsteps pounded up the steps and into the room before I could tell Professor Cross to go to hell, and the fox-masked guy reappeared. Only he didn't have a fox mask on this time. Haversey's tits, he's flubbing beautiful. My mouth gaped open as the guy stopped short and shoved his hands in the pockets of his black six-year jacket. Around his shoulders, a small purple fox with way too many flipping tails was relaxing, clearly bored out of its mind as it gazed at us with copper eyes. It had white designs all over its head, runes that I felt looked vaguely familiar, The katana was in a sheath on the guy's back, his lavender hair combed neatly and stuffed under the same black newsboy cap I was wearing. This guy was a student? He slouched and stared at the lot of us like we were insane.
Right on time.
The professor murmured, and I cast him a look that clearly said shut the flub up. He ignored me, running shaking fingers through his hair again.
Right on time.
Who are you? I asked the fox guy because I hadn't seen him since All Hallows' Eve, and I'd been too upset about Air's death to bother asking after the mysterious blade whisperer.
Who are you?
He shot back, oh so maturely, pure arrogance radiating out of a very pretty face. A stone-cold and frowning face, but a pretty one nonetheless. Bronze eyes shimmered as he looked between Jacinda and me. Clearly he couldn't see the four spirits surrounding us. I asked you first, I retorted, crossing my arms under my breasts. Yeah, I could be just as mature as the next bumhole.
That's the guy from the Vibrant.
Talon said, cocking his head to one side and sending his small red braids swinging.
He's a serious fucking badass. I'm just looking for the student dorms.
Fox Guy said, reaching up to stroke the fox's head and getting an awful-looking bite in exchange. He cursed in a language that I vaguely recognized as something from Northern Vayan, yanking his bleeding hand back and sucking on the wound with a surly expression on his face.
For 6th years?
Elijah asked, crossing his arms over his chest and mimicking my pose.
Tell him he's way, way off. Of course he's way, way off. He's an idiot,
the fox said, yawning and flashing a tiny pink mouth with a double row of razor-sharp teeth, like 2 rows on the top and 2 rows on the bottom.
So why don't you point the idiot in the right direction and we'll be on our way?
You're a shadow, I said, feeling a tightness rip through my throat. Taking a small step back, I bumped into Air's ice-cold form and felt him put his hands on my hips. Another shadow. After watching the boar monster gore the love of my life, I was just about done with flubbing shadows.
Who are you talking to?
Fox Guy asked with an exasperated sigh, his slanted eyes and pale skin a clear sign that he was indeed from up north, from Vayan, the dark country. So what was he doing here?
More ghosts? Yes, more ghosts.
The fox snapped, standing up and then sliding over the boy's head, the runes on his forehead activating with a shimmer of white light until he became the flubby mask I'd seen before. Whoa. Color me impressed. That's phenomenal, Jacinda said with that violent gleam of academia in her sapphire eyes. Do you have permission to keep him on campus?
He's my idiot brother,
Fox Guy said as he seemingly took in the 4 spirits with me with a slight curl of his lips.
We're bound together. I couldn't be on campus without him, unfortunately. You're Jacinda and Brynn of Haversey, aren't you?
And that's when I realized it. Shit. Air wasn't invisible. Air needed to turn invisible. That was the rule when we were wandering around campus, that he keep himself hidden. The entire staff had been informed that I had ghosts with me that were not to be bothered, probed, or exorcised, and students were never allowed to exorcise spirits on campus. Some of them still worked here. But...
Relax,
Fox Guy said with a scoffing snort, waving a pale hand in our direction.
I already know the prince is dead.
You what? I shrieked as Air stepped around me and lifted his chin in that haughty way of his. Part of me was excited to see that. It meant he was feeling more like himself. The rest of me was in a panic. Wartime wasn't good for anyone, and if a hostile country found out that Ermianen was dead, they'd be on Amerin borders in a heartbeat.
I'm Dyer of Ha,
the guy said, his voice this low, even tone, like mist on a cool morning just drifting across the cobblestones. It managed to be both menacing and mysterious. And Ha? That was the name of the goddess of blades, swordplay, and weapons combat. Unlike every other god in the pantheon, she was the only one that required dedication and expertise before she granted her blessing. For a 6-year student to have a blessing from Ha was unheard of. I knew for a fact, because Jacinda loved to recite facts, that there had never been a student in the Royal College that was an official blade whisperer. There had been students training to become blade whisperers, but that was it. Dyer? Jacinda echoed as I took in the guy's tall, lean body, corded and tight with muscle. He was built for destruction. As I looked at him, I couldn't help think of the woman I'd seen with the melting mask. This guy, he'd been viciously protective of her. What was up with that? As in, the Prince of Vayan. Whipping my head back around, I stared at Jacinda and then at Dyer, my mouth agape. "You're the lost prince?" I blurted, because the country of Vayan had been dark for months. No messages, no signs of life. Everest had even tried to send a group of soldiers to visit the place, and they hadn't come back. Well, they hadn't come back alive. One of their ghosts had shown up, but he hadn't been of much help. He hadn't even seen what killed him. He'd been riding on a horse one minute, and a spirit the next.
"The Queen knows I know,"
Dyer said, his voice as cold as ice. He didn't even bother to answer Jacinda, the faint light from a few flickering torches catching the rings on his lower lip.
"About the dead prince. But if you're trying to hide his death, you could certainly do a better job of it. Who asked you?"
Air snapped, bristling and reaching up, to rake his fingers through his blonde hair. His blonde hair? His hair was blonde, not a shimmery see-through white-blue color. No, it was blonde, and his eyes, as green as frisch lagoon. I guess seeing another prince in his turf was inspiring him? I had no idea, but for a moment there he looked as alive as I'd ever seen him. Dyer scoffed, the sound echoing off the high stone walls of the building.
"What are you doing here anyway?"
Elijah asked as the weird professor made some sort of noise behind us.
"What do you think I'm doing here?"
Dyer asked, but I couldn't look at him. All I could do was stare as air shimmered, flickered, and then faded back into the vaguest outline of his former self. But for a moment he was there, and it was the spark of extra hope and motivation that I needed. I'd been working tirelessly for days on that stupid list, painstakingly translating the ruins my mother had copied down with both Haversey and Helm's second sights. It was no easy task. But goddess, it felt so good to see air like that again. So flubbing good.
"My entire country was obliterated by shadows, just like the ones that killed you. One of them possessed my mother and dragged her all the way down here."
I finally forced my eyes back to Dyer and his sentient fox mask. As I stared at him, I also noticed the sweep of a fluffy purple and white tail that I'd somehow missed before.
"I intend to take her and my kingdom back."
Dyer lifted his chin in a fairly impressive imitation of air, and then scowled.
"So, if you would, try not to reveal your dead prince and start a war just yet. I'd like to go home first."
"Eat ship and choke," I called out as the vainish prince turned in a sweep of his fluffy tail and stormed out of the building. Both Jacinda and Talon were looking at me like I was crazy. "What?" He was rude. I muttered as Professor Cross hopped off the desk, looking irritated as he planted his hands on his hips and blinked at me. I figured he must be an early grad, someone that started their Royal College career at 17 and finished by 23, tack on the extra 2 years for graduate schooling, and my guess was that he was somewhere between 25 and 30. So really, we weren't all that far apart in age. Maybe I would call him Spicer? That is, if I ever saw him again. Right now, all I really wanted to do was to get back to our new place and have a private talk with Air. That's it. Me and Air. And those 3 little words. I love you.
"Students aren't to be out past curfew,"
Professor Cross said, blinking at all of us like he hadn't been mumbling like a crazy person just a few moments before.
"Off with you all before I wouldn't really report you to the dean. Not with a dead prince to worry about. You'll keep your mouth shut about all of this,"
Air said, turning to look at the professor with a less than pleasant expression on his face.
"If you tell a soul, and by soul I mean a living one, of course, then I'll have you properly exorcised. Do you understand, Professor Cross?"
He finished, giving us all an enigmatic smile and clapping his hands together.
"But like I said, you may as well call me Spicer. Unless we're in class together, then let's stick to formalities, shall we? The dean already has it out for me."
And that prophecy? I asked, but Spicer was already shaking his head and adjusting his black tie.
Not time for it yet,
he said, backing up and then pausing half in and half out of the wall.
But when it is, I'll find you.
He looked right at me with those sapphire eyes, winked again, and then disappeared from sight. Chapter 14. Brynn. Back at our new place. It was really flubbing weird to live anywhere but the castle. I stood in the kitchen and decided I was seriously going to miss the old cook's vegetable soup. Whatever it was that Jas and I had created in this pot, it looked like a spell. No, it looked like a curse, and definitely did not look anything like dinner. My tummy rumbled and I put a palm over it to quiet the sound. When does the dining hall open for business? I moaned as I dropped my wings to the floor behind me. It always felt good to give my back and shoulder muscles a rest. The Saturday before orientation. Jacinda answered as she pulled out a tray of black bricks from our wood-fired oven. They were supposed to be sourdough rolls. We sucked.
If I could still eat food.
Talon inserted, hanging upside down from the ceiling and watching us in amusement. A constant running commentary on our shippy cooking skills.
Then honestly, I'd probably starve and die living with you two. How hard is it to chop vegetables and drop them in broth? Good gods.
Stirring the food, I tried not to think of Air standing behind and to the right of me. I think he was waiting for some sort of acknowledgement of his earlier confession. Something, other than the weird shriek and the stumbling near faint that I gave him earlier. I'd get there. I would. I was just going to have a bowl of this mucky soup first. A knock sounded at the door and Elijah popped his head out to see who it was.
It's the scribe,
he said, his face sticking half out of the wall. Come in, Jas called, tossing the tray of burnt rolls onto the counter. Mats came in with 2 large canvas bags slung over his shoulders. An umbrella popped open against the rain. The wrinkled expression on his face spoke volumes as to how he felt about the smell. This is your place too, silly. You don't need to keep knocking.
Matt
said, sniffing and straightening his spine.
Right.
His eyes flicked back and forth, searching for ghosts. There really was one standing right next to him, but I wasn't about to tell the guy that. Unbeknownst to B, Mats of Athena actually had phasmophobia, a fear of ghosts. Poor dude. Did you get all the supplies? I asked, trying not to choke on a sudden surge of emotion. But supplies meant spell attempt, and spell attempt meant probably failure, but also a very slim chance that... Whirling around, I accidentally smacked Jas in the face with my hair and my wings. Oh, and also sent a dish towel flying into the wood stove where it promptly caught flame. Crap. But at least the mess was self-contained.
I got most of them,
Matt said, setting the bags down on the floor as Elijah crept up close to him, trailed his fingers over the back of the man's neck and whispered,
Boo.
The poor scribe screamed and stumbled back, tossing his umbrella into the air and falling to his butt. All that noble blood and perfect breeding, and he could barely handle a little teasing from a royal spirit? Humph. No wonder I was an anti-royalist.
What was that?
He asked, swallowing hard and looking in the complete opposite direction of where Elijah was actually standing. I gave Eli a look which he returned with crinkled eyes, a wink, and a smirk that made my skin feel tight and achy over my bones. Gods, he was persuasive, for a ghost. Elijah of Haversey, I said, and Mats nodded, like he actually gave a crud who the ghost was. Pretty sure he was afraid of them all in equal measure. Don't worry, he's harmless.
Am I?
Eli asked, reaching out and pulling a strand of Mats's ebon dark hair. The boy gulped, his eyes wide in fear, but he didn't move. Good for him. Stop that, Jacinda said, her spirit charm still invoked as she marched over and offered out a hand to Mats. You're being a bully, Elijah of Haversey, and if Air and Brynn can confirm one thing about me, I don't abide by bullies. As soon as Mats was on his feet, she swept one of the extra spirit charms off her neck and tossed it over the scribe's head. "Activate it," she whispered as the boy's eyes went wide and his jaw clenched in fear. But he did as she asked, reaching up and squeezing the glass until it broke. As soon as it did, his eyes locked onto the prince and he swept a rather magnificent-looking bow.
Your Highness.
He breathed, but Air just smiled tightly and waved his hand for Mats to rise.
I almost didn't believe you were dead.
That's the whole idea of it, Jas said as she picked up the bags of supplies and carried them over to the table. Mats followed her and took the list from his pocket, waiting as Jacinda started pulling items out one by one. The scribe dutifully rechecked them off the list, which I appreciated. Tomorrow I'll go out and start on the rarer ingredients. Since it's extremely unlikely, nigh impossible, that we'll get it right on the first try or even the first dozen tries, we'll need to locate reliable suppliers. We still had a week until orientation. That was long enough to make a go at it, right? I was almost afraid to try, because if I didn't try, then I couldn't fail. And then I could cling to the small flicker of hope deep inside my chest, the minuscule flame that told me there was a chance I could have Air back, that I could grant Elijah's wish, give Talon a chance to live a more honest life, one that didn't involve stealing panties from the castle. Groaning, I reached up and slid my palms down my face again. It was getting late and dinner was a disaster. I'd wasted enough time trying to make it that. It was getting to be about that time. Time to talk to the prince. Snagging the thick paper sack of crescent rolls we'd bought earlier in town, I dragged one out, lifted the heavy stone lid of the butter tray, and then used a knife to smear a more than generous amount across its surface. "Do you need any help?" I started, but Mats and Jacinda were already deep in a conversation about proper cataloging of spell ingredients, and there was about a 99% chance that I'd flub it all up if I tried to participate. Instead, I took a deep breath and flicked my eyes to Air, grabbing a giant mouthful of butter and flaky goodness, before I spoke again. "I'm going to bed. Wake me up when you go to town in the morning." They ignored me, conversing excitedly about the prospect of growing some herb in pots in the front windows. Good for them. I killed plants just by touching them. I most definitely had not inherited my mother's green thumb. "You and you," I said, pointing at Talon's upside-down face and Eli's smirking one with my roll. "Stay out of my room. Air and I need to talk."
Are you going to confess your love?
Elijah asked, the slightest hint of jealousy in his voice. I ignored him and reached down for Air's cold hand. Frozen as an iceberg in the Nordlich seas it might be, but it was still Air's fingers that I was grasping in mine. I needed to remember that. "None of your business," I said, and hoped my cheeks weren't as pink as they felt. Tugging on Air's hand, I led him upstairs and into my room, closing and locking the door behind us. Not that it really mattered with ghosts in the house. Spirits came and went as they liked, but I would seriously exorcise any bumhole that stuck his head in here while we were talking. "This is a beautiful house," I said, as I sat on the edge of the very same canopy bed I'd occupied in the castle. The queen had had several servants disassemble it, carry the parts down here, and reassemble it again. I guess she wanted the woman in charge of resurrecting her dead son to have comfortable lodging?
It is,
Air said carefully, standing near the door and looking confused as to what the hell he was supposed to be doing in here.
Mother certainly went out of her way.
And by that I was pretty sure he was referring to the fact that Everest had ordered all of her son's things moved into the house as well. Ermianin was dead, and yet his underwear was carefully transferred and folded into a drawer. A generous selection of soaps, lotions, and fragrances lined his windowsill, and he couldn't use any of them. The irony wasn't lost on me. "What you said earlier," I blurted, smoothing my hands down the short pleats of my skirt, and then glancing sheepishly up at Air's see-through face. I wanted to see another flicker of energy, the golden fall of his hair, the beautiful green of his eyes. Desperately. I wanted it desperately.
What about what I said?
He whispered, moving across the room to stand beside me. A gas lamp was burning on my side table, illuminating the darkness. I decided that I didn't want it on. Talking to Amerin in total blackness would be better than having to stare at his shimmering form, right? At least then I could pretend that we were just laying in bed, chatting like we used to when we were kids. When had that stopped? Right about the time we hit sexual maturity? Ugh, what a mess. Turning the metal knob on the lamp down, I snuffed it out, and then laid back on the mattress. My wings spread flat beneath me in two curved feathered arcs that tickled my bare thighs. Even though it was dark as pitch, I closed my eyes to block the slight glimmering disturbance in the air that was the prince. If we talk like this, I can pretend for a moment that you're still alive, I said. Air didn't respond, but I could feel him as he walked up to the end of the bed and crawled onto the mattress, lying next to me and bumping my right wing with his elbows as he lay on his side.
I do love you, Brynn. I wasn't just saying that because of my current state. I meant it. I'd been planning on telling you on All Hallows' Eve. I just didn't get a chance.
Sucking in a sharp breath, I tried not to think of that night, of Air's voice whispering to me, of the crash of glass, all that blood. I wish you'd told me even sooner than that. I whispered back and I felt him cringe. The high and mighty Prince of Amerin cringing? It wasn't something I'd seen much of.
I know, and I'm sorry. Unfortunately, it's the sort of mistake a man can only make once.
His words trailed off, and I was thankful that at least his voice was normal, if a little sad. But he still sounded like Air. This rich, commanding tones that spoke of his schooling, his time in court, his bloodline. It was a proud, fierce voice, one that I'd always looked up to when I needed to bolster my confidence. If I somehow managed to pull this spell off, then what? Touching a hand to the pocket on my new Royal College jacket, I felt the small, hard lump of the royal ring. Avarice must be ticked all the way off knowing that I still had it.
Then I'd sweep you off your feet or fall at your knees, whichever you preferred.
Air sat up and leaned over me, forcing me to open my eyes and look up into his face. For a second there, his image flickered, nice and strong, and I felt my heart catch in my chest.
I'd beg you to marry me, and then I'd put a crown on your head and a throne beneath your perfect arse.
My mouth twitched as he smiled down at me.
Then we'd travel the world for a few years, come back, and I'd put a royal baby in this belly.
Air poked me in the stomach and I wrinkled my nose. We'd have to finish school first, I said, and he raised both eyebrows at me.
School before royal babies?
School before traveling, I clarified, heart thundering as I studied the fullness of his mouth, the arrogant line of his cheekbones. Half of Air's heritage came from the Huldra people, a mysterious race from the country on Amerin's eastern border known as Runda. That's where he got the extra rings of emerald around his pupils, the slight yellow-gold shading on the outer edge of his irises. I couldn't see any of that color now, but I could live 1,000 years and I'd never forget.
But you would marry me then?
Air asked, and there was this smug male confidence in his voice that made me reach up and curl my fingers in his tunic, yank him toward me. I didn't pay attention to the hole in the midsection. If I thought too hard about that boar's tusk, no, I wouldn't go there. At least if I put my hand through the ruined fabric, I'd feel the hills and valleys of his abs. Ghosts didn't carry the physical marks of their own deaths unless they wanted to. Almost none did, not even the scary ones. I paused, not even sure why I was letting myself think about this. There was nothing to think about. I'd wanted Amerin forever. It was what I'd always wanted. But was promising my heart to a ghost asking for trouble? Gods, it was my literal nightmare come true. Then again, the only thing worse than him being a ghost was not having him at all.
Never mind.
Air breathed, settling his weight on top of me. As a spirit whisperer, I could feel him, even if he wasn't skilled enough in his new form to breathe true breaths or make his heart beat, warm his skin. Didn't matter, he still felt like air, if a little cold.
Don't answer yet. I don't want an answer until I'm hot and warm and inside of you.
He leaned in and pressed a kiss to the side of my neck. Even with lips like ice, it felt good and I shivered.
Once we've mastered the resurrection spell, which we will, I'll ask again, and then you can answer.
Air? I started, but I could feel his hardness against me, and my knees lifted and spread of their own accord. I swear I had no part in it. The short academy skirt rode up, and then Air was exactly where I wanted him to be, the thickness of his cock pushing against the hot heat between my thighs. Through my panties and his breeches, he wasn't quite so cold. Or maybe he was warming himself up? Putting my hands on either side of his neck, I pressed my palms to his skin and felt him heat under my touch. What in hellem's hell?
This is what you do to me, Brynn.
He purred, making my toes curl inside my boots.
You warm my spirit.
Air ran his tongue up the side of my neck to the shell of my ear, and it was warm. It was hot. Flub, it felt so flipping good. I started, but then I wasn't sure what I'd been planning to say, so I just closed my eyes again and wrapped my arms around him, holding him close and shoving down all those horrible memories of the blood and the body in the glass coffin. All my reasons for not sleeping with ghosts came rushing to the forefront of my mind. I didn't want meaningless sex without a real body to have it with, and I didn't want emotional sex with a random spirit I didn't know. But I did know Air. I knew him inside and out, and I was in love with him whether he had a body or not.
Tell me to stop or disappear, or if...
He paused and sat up, pulling far enough away that I opened my eyes to look at him. He was as corporeal in that moment as Elijah of Haversey or Professor Cross, and I could see golden strands of hair falling over his forehead, stealing my breath away. Even if he had no breath, I'd give him mine. Every last inhale, every single exhale.
If you want me to get that griffin man, I'll tell the guards to let him in.
My eyes widened, and I swear I felt tears pressing at the edges of my lids. But screw that. I'd cried so much over the last week, and I was done crying. I had two real options. Two decent ones, actually. Most people never got to see their dead loved ones again. I could literally hold, fuck, and talk with mine. Got to keep a feather this time. And maybe, just maybe, I could even bring him back to life. Not a single other person in a century got that opportunity. No flubbing way was I squandering it. You would let me have Vexer here? I asked, voice trembling. Air grit his teeth, a muscle in his jaw ticking in anger.
Yes.
He ground out, and I could tell that even though he was pissed, he meant it. You would bring another man here and let me have sex with him while you sat in the next room?
I can't let you do anything, Brynn of Haversey.
Air said with a sad smile and a sharp exhale. He was breathing. Not for real, but he was at least going through the motion. And holy shit, I loved it.
You do whatever you want, whenever you want to do it. I begged you not to go to that Grandberg house, remember?
Yes, and look how that turned out. I brought back a cousin and a spell, I said, but I could already feel my heart melting in my chest, and I had a feeling my no sex with ghosts rule was going right out the window. But Air, I can't believe you'd bring Vexer here for me.
If you need him.
He choked out, but it sounded more like he wished he was saying, if I could murder him in his sleep.
Or if you want him, then he's yours.
I love you too, I blurted, and I felt the heat rush to my cheeks in a violent wave. I was probably the color of Jacinda's copperberry lipstick.
Oh, Brynn.
Air breathed, and then his mouth was on mine, and it felt like my world was repairing itself, knitting back together in slow, careful loops. Gently he teased my tongue with his own, working sounds for me that I wasn't sure I'd ever heard before. They were embarrassing as hell, and I prayed to Haversey's erect nipples that nobody was listening in on us.
Brynn.
The prince's body got warmer, brighter, more substantial until I felt his heart beating inside his chest. And then that's when the tears came anyway. I cracked my lids and looked at him through watery eyes. The only clue that he was a ghost, the very faint limb of blue-white light around him. But everything else was exactly as I remembered. This was air. This was my air. Wrapping my legs around him, I encouraged him to thrust his hips against me, grind the fullness of his hardened cock against my panties. I could tell I was already wet, soaking the fabric and readying myself for him. But first... 1 second. I breathed, breaking our kiss reluctantly. Air rolled to the side, onto my wing, and then over to the edge of the bed so I could yank it out from underneath him. Scrambling up, I moved over to the box near the bedroom door and dug around until I found the potions for spirit birth control. There was no way I was getting pregnant anytime soon, especially not with a shadow. Sure, the fox thing around Dyer's neck was cute, but who knew what kind of horrible things it could do, would do, or had done in the past. My mind couldn't stop thinking about the boar that gored Air to death. Shaking my head, I popped the cork out, dumped the cherry-flavored liquid down my throat, and tossed the bottle aside. 1 dose was good for 2 weeks. As I rose to my feet, I gave myself a goal. I had 7 bottles of that potion, including the one I'd just taken, and 3 months in my first quarter at the Royal College, well, plus this next week, so just enough to get through my first grading period at the academy. I would solve the mystery of this resurrection spell by then. Before then, hopefully, but that was my personal deadline.
I always hated that you kept that stuff around.
Air said as I moved back to the bed and knelt on the edge of it, looking down at him, my wings folded carefully behind me. If we wanted to disrobe, he'd have to unbutton both rows in the back of my jacket, below the bases of my wings. It was the only way to slip into or out of the tight-fitting uniform with those flubbing things. Why? I asked as I watched the prince's body fade, just enough that I could see the outlines of the pillow beneath him. Reaching out, I put a palm to the side of Air's cheek, and he slowly warmed back up, turning corporeal again.
Because it meant you were planning on sleeping with a spirit, with anyone at all, really, when all along I just wanted you to be mine.
Bending down, I put both hands on the bed and pressed my mouth to Air's, tasting the tangy cherry flavor of the potion, my skin rippling with goosebumps as he put warm fingers to the back of my neck. We missed your birthday, I mumbled, and felt a wave of sadness and melancholy roll over me. Air's 21st birthday, his most important coming-of-age milestone, had literally passed by like it was nothing. The kingdom would have been celebrating. I wondered how the queen had handled the prince's absence. I'd been so checked out lately I hadn't the slightest clue.
We did.
Air purred, putting his forehead up against mine.
But I'll take my present now, no harm done.
Oh, you'll take it now? I asked, feeling Air's hand slide around my back, deftly locating the buttons below my wings. The ease with which he undid them made me nervous. How many other girls' jackets had he taken off like this? No, Brynn. Do not go there. Sucking in a sharp breath, I leaned into Air's touch, our lips working together, tongues tangling in a slow, languorous dance. The buttons on the left side of my jacket came undone, and I felt the cool swirl of a breeze against my skin. With careful expertise, the prince started on the other side, freeing my wings before redirecting his attention to the row of buttons on the front. Once he had them all undone, he slid his palms up my belly and palmed the heavy weight of my breast through my lacy black bra.
Say happy birthday,
he murmured, and I shivered in response, feeling his fingers knead the tender flesh with hard, demanding motions. I'm not saying that, I whispered back as Air grinned and sat up, moving around behind me. I tried to turn to face him, but he reached out and put a hand on my lower back, bare palm skimming my spine.
Try it like this?
Air asked, sliding his right hand under my skirt and across the curve of my ass. I looked at him over my shoulder for a moment, cheeks flaming. Pretty sure both sets of cheeks were red actually, which didn't bode well for me, since I thought Air might be able to tell from back there. Don't think you're getting special treatment just because you're dead, I mumbled, but I scooted further onto the bed anyway. Having sex in my school uniform? Kind of scandalous, right? Besides, my birthday's coming up too, so...
Trust me, Brynn of Haversey. This is a birthday present we'll both enjoy.
I rolled my eyes but scooted onto the bed and slipped out of my jacket anyway, sitting back on my heels so air could reach the straps of my bra. Instead, he slid his hands around my waist, palms against my lower belly, and held me close against him.
I'm sorry that it took a catastrophe for me to finally stop being an arsehole.
He whispered against my ear, and I folded my wings back around him, penning him in between the feathered appendages. Let's not talk about tragedy anymore, I said, curling my fingers around his and closing my eyes. In fact, let's not talk much at all. Air grinned against the side of my neck and kissed me on the edge of my jaw.
Deal.
Sliding the jacket off my shoulders, the prince chucked it onto the floor and left me feeling more exposed than I'd ever felt before in my life. It wasn't just my skin that was showing. It was everything. My heart, my spirit. Fingers slid along my ribs and around to my back, brushing against the feathers on the underside of my wings. When Air found my bra, he unhooked it with a single flick of his fingers, and then slowly, carefully slid it down my arms, tossing it aside and taking my bare breasts in both hands. Dropping my head back, I groaned, lids fluttering as Air Mianin pressed his mouth to my neck, sucking on my skin and sending wave after wave of pleasure through me. It started at my throat, pulsed in the hardened peaks of my nipples, and collected at the apex of my thighs. I was hot and wet and empty, desperate to be filled. Goddess, help me. I breathed as Air pulled back and kissed his way down my spine, releasing my breasts and then carefully placing a hand between my wings to push my chest onto the bed. I bit my lower lip as my fingers curled into the blankets. Where are you going? I asked and felt Air smile against my lower back.
To give you your half of the birthday present.
He whispered, pushing my pleated skirt up around my hips. His fingers curled under the waistband of my panties and carefully dragged them over my ass and down. I let Air maneuver my legs until the underwear were no more, tossed on the floor to join the matching bra. Before I could even prepare myself for what I knew was going to happen, his hand was curling around the swollen heat between my thighs and cupping it tightly, making me groan and writhe in response. Slipping his thumb into my waiting heat, Air tested me to see how wet I was at the same time he rubbed my clit. You're killing me, I choked out, squeezing my eyes shut tight against the surge of both pleasure and emotion. I was feeling all kinds of things right now. Regret, joy, happiness, fear. There were so many competing emotions that I decided to give into my body, give myself over to the physical pleasure. Because ghost or not, it felt good to be touched like this.
Don't die yet,
Air whispered, removing his hand. He grabbed a few pillows, propped one under my hips, and then took the other for himself, settling between my legs and putting his face to my cunt. With a sharp flick of his tongue, the prince sent violent spirals of pleasure shuddering through me. He licked along the length of me, making me writhe as he explored every spot between my thighs with his mouth. No stone was left unturned, and it felt good, like really flubbing good. Air kissed, licked, and caressed me with his mouth until I started to whimper, my body turning into a pliant mess. And then he slipped 2 fingers in and kept going, teasing my greedy, pulsing insides as he swirled his tongue around my clit and then sucked it into his mouth. My body bucked and my hips thrust back into his hand as a low, guttural groan slipped out of me, barely muffled by the blankets I was now biting down on. Air kept sucking, moving his fingers in and out of me as my muscles fluttered and then clamped around him, a warmth exploding from my core and making my fingers tingle. It took everything I had in me not to fight that orgasm, thrash and tear myself away from him. The pleasure was almost too intense. And as if that weren't enough, Air slid his fingers from my heat, gripped the curve of my hip with his left hand, and used his right to fit us together. The head of his cock bumped against my wet and extremely ready opening.
My turn,
he whispered as he pushed inside of me, fighting the tightness of my muscles as I struggled to recover from my previous climax. Before I was even finished, he drove in all the way, slamming his pelvis against my ass and teasing me in ways I'd never been teased before. Like I said, I wasn't very sexually experienced. This position was new to me, and I liked it. I loved it. Air held me tight and moved inside of me with fiercely tender but possessive strokes. Each one sent new sensations traveling to my limbs, making my fingers curl in the blankets, my toes curl in my boots. I pushed back into him, rising up onto all fours and curling my wings back to embrace Air's body the same way I was doing to his cock. Peeling the fingers off one of my hips, Amerin grabbed my wing at the joint and squeezed it, making me groan as he took a fistful of feathers and yanked just hard enough to steal a groan from my lips. His other hand came up and tangled in my ridiculously long hair until he had a tight hold on my scalp and my wing. Pumping his hips, Air filled me with the thickness of his shaft, drove into me until I felt like there was nowhere else to go. Moans perfumed the darkness of my bedroom as he worked my body to the edge of insanity, and then with one last violent thrust, pushed me right off the cliff. Throwing my head back, I let out a dramatic sort of sound as Air grunted and came hard, his climax making echoes of magic shiver through the room in hot pulsing waves. It mimicked the tight clenching of my own body around his cock, just before I collapsed onto the pillows, drooling. Ugh, it really wasn't the prettiest sight, I was sure. Rolling off of me with a groan, Air landed on his back on the bed, still corporeal, still beautiful, panting as if he were still alive. Lying there next to him, it wasn't so hard to imagine that as a possibility. "Happy birthday," I grumbled, and then turned my face into the pillows to hide the redness of my cheeks.
Happy birthday to you too,
he breathed, and then he was leaning over and kissing me on the temple, a soft, sensual brush of lips that made everything seem like it was going to be okay. Whether it was or not was a different story altogether. Chapter 15. Brynn. Vexer met us at the market the next afternoon, dressed in a sleeveless royal blue tunic that made the tattoos on his hands and forearms seem that much brighter, his gray eyes catching on mine through the crowd, stealing my breath away.
Part of me hates him a little bit,
Elijah whispered in my ear, standing on my right and watching the big griffin man weave his way toward us.
Agreed.
Amerin growled from behind me, but I ignored him. He needed to stay invisible and out of sight, and if a spirit whisperer came anywhere near him with the second sight, we all needed to run like hell.
He seems like a nice guy to me,
Talon said, sighing as he squinted up at the burning brightness of the sun. The open-air market was bustling today, as students prepared for the upcoming move-in and orientation at the Royal College.
The perfect compeer.
Would you all stop saying compeer? I choked out as Jacinda tossed me a look over her shoulder. She was browsing through a stall of dried flowers, most of them imported from other countries, some of them from other continents even. But they didn't seem to have the one we needed. Of course they didn't. That would be too easy, right? Nobody here is anyone else's compeer for Haversey's sake. The only person I'm even dating right now is Air. Swear on the goddess's tits, I felt him smirking behind me.
You're not dating the master of the Travelers Guild?
Talon asked skeptically as Jacinda bartered with the stall owner, and Matt scribbled notes on a sheet of parchment attached to a clipboard. The cost the merchant was quoting for a single bunch of the ever-dark flowers was astronomical. Of course, once my handler produced the royal crest the Queen had given to Matt's, his price decreased dramatically.
Well, I have a feeling that'd be news to him.
Vex approached us, a mountain of a man with wings just a tad bigger than mine. Blech. I was cursed to topple over for the rest of eternity. And also, I was a tad sore between the thighs, shifting uncomfortably as Vexer paused just inches from me, his muscular form casting a shadow across me that gave a welcome relief from the sun.
Good morning, Brynn of Haversey,
he said, his silver eyes sparkling as he took me in from head to toe, clearly very appreciative of the sleeveless red tunic, black leather pants. Why did I wear leather in the hot sun? And white boots. He didn't let his eyes linger on my breasts, and he didn't leer at me, but I could still feel the wild heat in his gaze. Crap! A feather popped off and drifted in the breeze. Oh, come on, Haversey! But seriously, Talon was right. Vexer really did look at me like he thought we were a thing. When did that happen? Why did I care? Vexer was honestly pretty flubbing amazing. You smell like grass. I blurted and he blinked at me, eyes crinkling at the edges before the big man leaned down and kissed me. Air made a growling sound behind me that Vex obviously couldn't hear, but holy shit. He tasted like sunshine and lemonade, and he smelled like grass and wildflowers. Alive. He smelled and tasted and felt alive, heart pounding against his broad chest as I pressed my palm flat against it. Oh, we were at the casual kissing stage?
And this is why I hate him,
Elijah mumbled, turning away with a shake of his head. Talon grinned and gave me an "I told you so" sort of look that I ignored.
So,
Vex said, his voice a rumbling boom that cut through the annoying buzz of the crowd.
you're shopping for the big event, are you?
His tail flicked as he spoke, and I had to curl my fingers into fists to stop myself from grabbing it, seeing what that tawny fur would feel like against my palm. There are about 36 ingredients required for the spell. I grumbled, reaching up to push white bangs off my sweaty forehead. Vex beat me to it, using his fingers to swipe the hair away from my eyes. I felt my cheeks flame, and about 10 that were having trouble getting a hold of.
Well, you came to the right man.
Vex told me, the sunshine catching on his hair and bathing it in a rich auburn color that made my stomach feel tight.
Whatever you need, we can find a way to get it.
That's good, Jacinda said, popping up next to us and gesturing for Mats to step forward. We just got an exceptional deal on the Everdark flowers, but there are a few herbs from Nalahari, a mineral from Scythia, black earth from Runda,
All of which I can procure.
Vex said, curling his thumbs under his leather belt and grinning.
Not a problem.
The crowd parted naturally around him, not a single soul daring to brush any of his brown and white feathers. And silver ash from Vayan.
Good luck on that last one.
A cold voice said, and I flicked my gaze over to find Dyer, the lost prince walking by in his Royal College uniform, the shadow fox curled around his shoulders.
You'll never get into Vayan, or if you do, you'll never get back out again.
He kept walking, breezing past us with his fluffy purple tail poofing out arrogantly behind him. I wasn't sure how something could poof arrogantly, but that's exactly what it was doing. I reached out and grabbed it in my fist, stopping him short and drawing this sound from his throat that was halfway between a squeak and a shout. Dyer whirled on me, the fox on his shoulders howling with laughter.
She's got you by the tail.
It chortled as Dyer's bronze eyes locked on mine, and he gave a violent sort of scowl.
She must have as big a crush on you as you have on her.
Releasing his tail, I stumbled back and right into Vex's massive chest. His huge hand steadied me as I stared down at my open palm and realized what I'd just done. The equivalent of grabbing some chick's boob to get her attention. Oh, gods above and below. Sorry, I stuttered as Dyer's eyes burned with an inner fire. He looked at me like he wanted to kill me.
He's been crushing on you since he saw you fight,
the small fox said, pausing only when Dyer clamped his hand over the beast's head and squeezed.
Shut up, you prick!
He ground out, his lavender hair shimmering in the sunshine. It was such a pretty color, a sign of Dyer's kitsune heritage, an entire race who could trace their lineage to the fox god Inari. They weren't demigods like Everest and Air, their blood was far too diluted, but most of the natives in Vayan were kitsune through and through. They didn't have a lot of mixed races there, not like we did in Amerin. What were you saying about the silver ash? Jacinda asked, pushing the conversation back in a scholarly direction. Good for her. All I wanted to do was crawl into a hole and die. I just grabbed some strange prince's private place in the middle of the market. That was sure going to cause some sort of scandal.
Silver ash is impossible to get now.
Dyer growled out, holding the fluff of his purple and white tail against his chest and sneering at me.
It's a mineral collected from the mines in the farthest northern corner of Vayan, and I don't know what you've heard, but there's not really much of Vayan left anymore.
You're in the Queen's confidence, it seems. Jas asked, but Dyer just narrowed his eyes and didn't bother to answer. He was, however, wearing a royal crest pin on his uniform, the same as Eyre had worn, a sign of royal favor. It meant that Everest was aware of his presence, and was probably working with him to find out what the hell had happened in Vayan, and why the flub all these shadow creatures were pouring down from the north. So you know what we need the spell for. This is important, Your Majesty.
Right, that's nice, but the level of importance doesn't change the fact that Vayan is an impenetrable nightmare right now. Silver ash isn't often traded anyway. It's a mostly useless mineral. Years ago, they used to make eyeshadow out of it. But then people started going blind.
Dyer's eyes turned back to mine and held there.
Nobody wants or needs silver ash anymore. Try to find some old lady with an ancient stash of makeup. Otherwise, you're shit out of luck.
He mumbled something else under his breath in Vayanish and then turned with the intention of leaving us behind. Have lunch with us? Jas blurted, and Dyer paused, glancing over his shoulder.
No thanks.
He growled, giving me yet another violent sort of glare.
That'd be lovely, thank you,
the small fox said, leaping off his brother's shoulder and into my arms, curling up in a ball against my chest.
I'm famished. Get over here.
Dyer snarled through clenched teeth, but the fox ignored him, glancing up at me with copper eyes.
My name is Trouble,
he said, waving his nine tails seductively.
And my brother wants to mate with you.
Dyer was worse company than Talon, who wouldn't stop making inappropriate jokes about the state of my 3-meat sandwich, comparing the pink folds to, you don't want to know. But at least he was friendly and smiling, his tattooed arms bulging as he played with a small braid on the side of his head. Ugh, my hormones were so out of whack. I so desperately wanted to see Eyre, but he had to stay hidden from the other spirit whisperers. And it sucked. We'd had the best sex of my life last night, and I didn't even get to hold his hand. My chest ached, that same stretched feeling from before taking over again, just like it had right after Haversey and Helm had tangled together inside of me. That's how I felt right now. Except, instead of being empty, I was full, rife with emotion for Ermianen that I wanted to get out but couldn't. Can you please stop scowling at me? I asked Dyer, as I held my sandwich in tight fingers and glared right back. It was your brother that accepted our lunch invitation. We didn't make you come.
We're bound together,
Dyer said, sulking and glaring at anything that moved. He was a surly sort, that was for sure. I almost liked him for it. I don't know. I must be going insane. I scooted a little closer to Vex and let his muscular thigh warm up all my cold places. We exchanged a glance, his gray eyes holding my gold ones hostage. He dropped a tattooed hand down and squeezed my knee in a way that was so comforting. I was tempted to crawl into his lap, curl up, and put my head against his broad chest. He just brought that out of me, I guess.
Sad but true,
Trouble said, taking a bite off his own plate and swallowing a chunk of bread and meat.
I'm as bound to him as your ghosts are to you. It makes for such a boring life, you know. He never does anything fun. Also, he's a virgin.
My cheeks heated as all eyes at the table turned to look at Dyer, who was now clenching his fork and looking about 2 breaths away from stabbing his brother with it. His brother was a shadow. That meant his mother had, at some point, slept with the spirit and become pregnant. Dyer was Kitsune all the way through. His looks made that obvious.
Don't try and deny it. You are a virgin. He's never had his dick touched, sucked, or fucked. I'm going to murder you in your sleep.
Dyer snarled, flashing slightly pointed canines. The sight made me miss Eyre's teeth. His canines were even more pointed, while the rest of his teeth were just slightly sharper than a human's or an angel's would ever be. Personally, I found them adorable. Can you please just draw us a map to these mines? Jacinda was begging, taking a piece of parchment paper, an inkwell, and a quill pen from Max's bag and trying to pass them over to Dyer. I figured she had some ulterior motive for inviting him to lunch. He wasn't exactly the talkative type.
No.
Dyer repeated for the 100th time, sitting up and crossing his arms over his chest, his katana sticking up over his right shoulder.
I'm not sending a bunch of idiots to their deaths in search of something they'll never find. He has a point,
Vex said, drawing my attention over to him. His wings were lifted high, and as I watched, he shook them out and lowered them to the floor for a rest.
Trade with Vayan is banned right now. Nobody crosses the border, or if they do, they don't come back. 3 different members of the Travelers Guild have risked it in the last month, and they're all missing now.
With a sigh, I swiped a hand over my face. No silver ash meant no spell. The gods were pretty specific in their requirements. So we get the Queen to make an announcement, asking all Amerin citizens to deliver any silver ash they have to the castle, I said, feeling tired and heavy all of a sudden. I didn't want to admit it to myself, but the fact that Vexer was going to be leaving this evening to collect some of the items on our list made me feel sick. I didn't want him to go. Flub, I wanted him to come back to the house with us and crawl into bed with me and Air. Crud. I really did like this guy, huh? Talon saw the perplexed expression on my face and gave a slow, dramatic nod and a wink. If he hadn't been wearing an entire bandolier covered in poison, I'd have punched him right in the family jewels. But he was right. He was so flubbing right.
That's the most logical course of action,
Vex said, finishing his drink and brushing the crumbs from his lap.
Try that first, and if it doesn't work, then we consider a more dangerous course of action.
We? I asked, looking up at his face.
You think I would abandon you now, Brynn?
He asked, and even though he was supposed to be a stranger, I felt a surge of warmth inside. Vex reached out with one of his large hands and cupped the side of my face. Without even meaning to, I leaned into the touch.
Besides, I'm an Amerin citizen now, and I have a duty to the crown.
He smiled at me, the edges of his eyes crinkling just before the corner of his mouth curved up in a slight smirk. We both knew he wasn't doing any of this for the Queen.
I should probably get going,
Vex said, dropping his hand from my face and leaving a suddenly cold space where his palm had been. He stood up from the table, nodded at my companions, and then held out a hand.
Come outside with me for a moment?
He asked, and I smiled, taking his giant hand and watching as my own bronze-skinned one was enveloped completely. A shiver of pleasure passed through me as Vex pulled me outside and into the shady outdoor seating area. Leaning back against the side of the restaurant, I sighed as Vexer put a palm on either side of me, using his massive wings to give us a moment of privacy.
I can't stop thinking about that kiss yesterday,
he whispered as I swallowed hard and looked into his eyes. He stared at me like I was his. Half of me was thrilled, and the other half felt a natural sort of need to rebel. I wanted him to, but he would have to be mine.
I thought about it all night when I touched myself.
I had sex with Rhiannon. I blurted, because the most important part of being a good wife was being honest with one's husbands about what happened with their compeers, the other men they shared a spouse with. I mean, not that I thought anyone was my husband or even future husband or whatever. I was still reserving judgment, even when it came to marrying Air. But still, honesty out of the gate never hurt anyone.
I don't care about that.
Vex growled, but he was gritting his teeth, and the muscles in his neck were taut with strain. I reached a hand out and put my palm against the side of his throat. Yes, you do. Griffins are monogamous, right?
They are,
he replied carefully, his gray eyes glittering dangerously. I had a feeling that Air was lucky to be invisible right now, or Vex might have tried to punch him. After a moment, the big man reached up and brushed hair away from my face.
And if I could, I'd have you as my mate, and mine alone.
Vexer exhaled, smelling sweet and fragrant and wild. When he leaned in closer and used his giant body to push mine against the wall, my heart went crazy, beating so fast that I felt dizzy.
But I would also never want to cause you pain. You're in love with the prince, and I don't care.
Vex reached down and curled his fingers against my hip, pulling my pelvis against him. I could feel the thick, hard warmth of his arousal through his pants, and my nipples pebbled in response. Using his other hand, he threaded his fingers into my hair and dropped his mouth to mine. Holy shit, I thought as he took me with a possessive neediness that had me melting into his touch. Crud, I'm losing this battle, aren't I? I wondered, but there was no fight left in me, not when Vex was grinding me into the wall with the hardness of his erection.
I'm going to miss you,
he whispered as he broke our kiss apart far sooner than I wanted. How long will you be gone? I asked, trying to act like I didn't give two flubs either way. But to be honest, I gave a whole hell of a lot of flubs. This guy, he'd become like an anchor in my world, tying me to the living when I was constantly surrounded by the dead.
A week or so?
He guessed, his eyes half-lidded and heavy with sex. If he'd asked me right then to come with him to an inn, I'm not sure that I'd have said no.
I'll come back as quick as I can, and then, me and you, we're going to have a proper date.
A proper date, huh? I asked, practicing a haughty lift of my chin the way Elijah and Air always did. Who said I wanted to date you? I don't even know you.
But you will,
Vex said as he took a step back and sighed, his jaw tight with the strain of holding back. I could see it written all over him, this desperate, achy want for me. This guy was determined as hell. I had to give him that.
We'll get to know each other, Brynn of Haversey, and you'll come to like me, I promise.
Maybe I already like you, Vexer of Rysender, I quipped, and he smiled, this big, feral, wild sort of smile that promised that if I did actually submit to his whims, that I'd enjoy it a whole flub of a lot. Now get on with you. The sooner you go, the sooner you can come back to me. Neither of us missed the way I'd phrased that particular statement. As soon as we were back on the Royal College campus, Rhiannon reappeared at my side, looking a tad flustered. Clearly he wasn't into Vexer, but he'd also offered to have the man brought to my bed last night, so I reached down and curled my fingers with his. Talk about a selfless act. You should still stay out of sight, I whispered, but this place was a ghost town, at least for now. In a few days' time, students and staff would flood the campus in preparation for orientation week, but today it was just us.
Playing with fire,
Talon murmured as Jacinda fingered her spirit charm and watched me and the prince with a secretive little smile playing on her lips. As soon as I saw it, I blushed, which only made her smile wider.
Well, well.
Elijah purred in that lazy way of his, nodding his chin in the direction of the big stone building where we'd met the professor yesterday.
Look who it is.
Speak of Helm's demon and he will appear.
Good afternoon,
Professor Cross said, standing on the bottom step with his hands in the pockets of his breeches, his blue-green eyes taking our little group in with unabashed curiosity.
What are you kids up to today? Kids?
Elijah asked, looking the man up and down, pausing for just a moment to shove his torn shirt sleeve back up to his shoulder.
I'm 23. How old can you possibly be? We look the same age. You think?
The professor asked, slicking his fingers through his hair again. It seriously stood straight up in black spikes, teased to attention by the mind whisperer's long fingers. If the thought-reading and the murmurings of prophetic visions were enough to give his profession away, Spicer Cross wore the god Verstan's symbol around his throat, a piece of metal in the shape of an eye.
I'm 30 years old, son. Oh, please.
Elijah said with a harsh laugh.
You're 30? You mean now, after having been dead for a while? Does it matter?
The professor asked, giving Eli a curious look.
You have a prophecy of blood and ice to worry about. Is this what you were murmuring about yesterday?
Talon asked, standing there with his hands on his hips, his tattoos a brilliant storm of color down both muscular arms. He was projecting hard, and to the untrained eye he might actually appear to be alive. Glancing over at the prince in his shimmering white-blue haze made me want to take him to my bedroom again, see him light up in all the right places.
It was.
the professor said, taking his loose tie off his head and opening a few more buttons on his shirt, like he was hot or something. But ghosts don't get hot unless they touch the living. I wondered if he was doing it out of habit, reacting to the harsh beams of the sun falling over us.
All of you are going to be involved in something awful, something with blood and ice. But it's not the right time yet. When will it be the right time?
Air demanded, nostrils flaring slightly. The professor just shrugged, nice and loose and unconcerned about his ominous declaration.
I might not know until it's too late,
he said, his eyes traveling across the sea of faces in front of him.
My magic is unpredictable at best. Mostly it's just a whole lot more trouble than it's worth.
He paused for a moment and then pointed at Jacinda.
But silver ash I can definitely help you with.
I flicked a glance over to my handler and then turned to face the professor. Yep, he was reading minds again. Crossing my arms over my chest, I steeled myself against any thoughts about last night with Air or kissing Vexer this morning. No way a professor at my new school needed to see that shit. I yelped as a feather plucked itself off and danced away in a light breeze. You can, Jacinda asked skeptically as Spicer sat down on the steps and then unbuttoned his shirt completely, setting it aside and flashing a muscular chest covered in tattoos. He leaned back and closed his eyes against the sun, reaching up briefly to fan at his face. What a weirdo.
Absolutely. There's a generous stash in the catacombs, buried with a former dean of the Royal College, who...
Spicer paused and cracked one blue-green eye.
Just happened to hail from Vayan.
I felt my brows go up. Seriously?
At the time of her death, cosmetics made with silver ash were quite common.
Professor Cross said, as he lounged with all 8 of his glorious abs on display. I pretended not to notice. There were enough annoyingly beautiful men around that I had to deal with already.
So, they buried her with a hoard of it, so she could make those shimmery silver shadows for her eyes in the other side.
Wow, thanks, I said, a bit surprised at our run of luck. We'd have to contact the Queen and have someone fetch the silver ash from the catacombs for us, but there was no way she'd protest considering her son and her throne were on the line. How do you know about that?
I know all sorts of tricks,
Spicer said as Eli gave him a withering glare and adjusted his beautiful white wings.
I've been around campus for a while. I might not be able to leave this building.
He gestured with his chin.
But I hear gossip, enough to have kept me entertained for the last 5 years.
Eli smirked.
I knew you'd been here for some time.
He murmured, but the professor ignored him.
If you need help with anything else, my door is always open to students.
I stared at him while he sunbathed, and then realized with a small start what he was doing. He was feeding the tattoos on his chest. Those weren't just regular designs. They were living ink, creatures trapped and bound in Spicer's flesh. At a moment's notice, he could snap his fingers and they'd peel off, materialize, and be ready to kick some serious bum. Even with Spicer being dead, the living ink needed sunshine to sustain the magic. Fascinating. Never in my life had I wanted to be a mind whisperer. I had a feeling that the visions would drive me slowly insane, but the living ink was totally cool. We appreciate the help, I said as I hooked my arms through Air's and Elijah's, nodded at Professor Cross, and started back toward the house. It was right in the middle of campus, painted in the Queen's colors of purple, red, and white, and featuring an ostentatious rendition of the royal crest right above the doorway. Within hours of students arriving on campus, everyone would know where we lived.
Beware the blood and ice,
Spicer called out after us, but when I glanced back at him, he was smiling.
Chapter 16. Talon. Crouching on the edge of the receiving sofa, I stared at Brynn's class list and tried to imagine sitting through horrors of this stuff every week. I had to admit, it was terrifying. Hour 1. I read aloud as Brynn used some flour to mock up the spell circle on our common room floor. It was a good idea, testing it out like that. No point in wasting what little of the silver ash the Queen's servant had dug up from the catacombs. There was a decent amount of it, but for the number of times I was sure we'd have to try this stupid spell, it probably wasn't enough as is. Fuck, we're going to have to find more. I could feel it in my bones. I might not be prophetic like the weirdo professor with the living ink, but even I sensed that this particular mineral was going to give us trouble. Hour 1, I repeated as I teased my fingers through the piece of paper and then with a push of energy actually picked it up. The assistant, the scribe kid was his name, widened his eyes in terror as he watched the class list float off the table. Too bad his spirit charm had worn out. Well, too bad for him. Personally, I quite liked picking on the guy. Historical studies in relations to politics? I rolled my eyes. Gag. Shaking out the page, I continued. Hour 2. Ghosts and spirits. Okay, no surprise there. Brynn and her handler seemed to be ignoring me, but that was okay. I was used to it. Years spent hiding in the castle's shadows meant I was well accustomed to talking to myself. At least now there was a chance they might be listening, and a chance was all I needed. Hour 3. Basic combat. A nod of appreciation. I could get down with that class. Brynn was decent in a fight, but she could definitely use some extra training. Hour 4. Manners and etiquette. I snapped my eyes up from the page and was surprised to see that Brynn was actually looking at me. Her gold gaze focused on my amber one, her lip curled up at the corner. I think we were wearing matching expressions of disgust. What a serious waste of time. Believe me, it is, the prince said, and I knew for a fact that that was true. I'd seen him attend a number of lessons over the last 5 years, and they were gods awful. But it's a required class for everyone. It's even on my schedule. Huh. I quirked a brow and watched as Brynn went back to drawing runes in bread flour. It wasn't like I hadn't spent a lot of time admiring her in the past, but it never got old. Never. And that was one of the things that had surprised me. How often I came back to this girl, watched her eat, read, talk, laugh, smile, sleep. It was one of my few pleasures in the other side. I couldn't live life. But when I watched her do it, well, let's just say it made the whole being dead pill a little easier to swallow. Cursed spirits, if I hadn't gotten caught with those goddamned panties that night, I'd be living like a king in some foreign land with enough magic to destroy an army. I knew for a fact that even if Brynn did manage to resurrect me, the Queen was never going to let me go. I'd have to escape. Which meant leaving this girl with the bronze skin and the white hair and wings like ebony. Fuck Venon's big hairy nuts. There was the teeniest tiny little chance that I was crushing hard on this girl. I snapped my wings together and drew everyone's attention with the sound. They were small, with a whopping 2-foot wingspan, but they weren't totally useless. Even if I couldn't fly with them, they were sensitive as hell and felt damn good being sucked. It wasn't like a dude's nipples had much more purpose than that anyway, right? Lunch hour, very descriptive, is followed by hour 5. Spirits and shadows. Seems redundant, but okay. Do we really need the running commentary? Elijah of Haversey asked, slouching in a chair and letting his white wings spill across the floor on either side like snow. I scratched one tattooed arm, then ignored him completely. Hour 6, maths. Wow, talk about a shitty class schedule. And you guys worked for years to get into this place? What in the fuck were you thinking? There's no better education on the continent, the prince said, narrowing his eyes at me, but when he flicked them back to Brynn of Haversey, once again dressed in that short, black, pleated skirt, I wondered if he had ulterior motives. The Royal College uniform was nothing to scoff at. Forcing the students to dress up in it just to pick up their class schedules at the admin office, though? Brilliant. Another good excuse for me to stare at long, bronzed legs and powerful calf and thigh muscles. The prince and his cousin both were glaring at me, so I grinned, winked, and then went back to the schedule again. Hour 7. Does this thing ever end? Geography and the culture of Europia? I paused and sat back, the paper drifting from my ghostly fingers to land on the floor. Holy crap, this sounds like pure torture. What sort of sane, rational person would subject themselves to 5 fucking hours a week of geography and the culture of Europia? I said, sniffling and straightening my spine, as I mimicked a haughty royal accent. And that's not even the last class of the day. Hour 8, Whisperers, General Studies. Talk about a serious yawn fest. Spend a few weeks with me trolling the city and I'll teach you more useful information than you'll learn in an entire year here.
Don't mock a Royal College education until you try it,
Brynn said as she took a step, slipping in some flour, and fell right on her arse with a massive poof of white. The air reeked like sourdough bread as she sneezed and sent more of the powdery dust up in a cloud to coat her black wings.
Flubbing mother flubber son of a blitz,
she cursed as Jacinda helped her to her feet.
Why does this have to be so damn complicated?
Because you're doing the impossible, I suggested as I reached down, focused my energy, and grabbed her class list, setting it back on the surface of the table. Restoring life to spirits long dead. That, and clearly the gods are intent on torturing you. Brynn cast me a look with raised white brows. They'd only assign you to 9 hours of hell a day if you'd had past life sins to make up for. Her lips quirked into a smile, and she shook her head at me. What? I'm telling the truth. I paused as she moved over to the couch and flopped down in another explosion of flour. Okay, so I'm exaggerating slightly. I'm sure lunch will be perfectly acceptable. So 8 hours of torture a day then.
It's an honor and a privilege to be here,
Jacinda said, tugging on her waning spirit charm and plopping down next to her handler.
The resources at our fingertips.
Her sapphire eyes sparkled as she trailed off. Make you want to come? I finished for her, and she scoffed. Fortunately, Brynn chuckled at my stupid joke. Can teach you how Brynn bound us all to her in the first place? Because if this resurrection spell is going to take a while, I'd like to be rebound to the castle for a few weeks. As dry as that place is, it's got to be infinitely more interesting than manners and etiquette. It was all a joke, of course. Well, not the part about gag, manners and etiquette. But I really did want to know how I'd been bound to Brynn. After 5 years stuck in the castle, one night out on All Hallows' Eve, and everything was different. But it did seem as if my circumstances were changing for the better. Now, if only I could get another kiss. It was tough, being in love with someone that I felt I knew even better than myself. And yet, she didn't know me at all. That's what I got for watching from the shadows. Choking back a sigh, I stood up and stretched my arms above my head. It was impossible to miss the way Brynn's gold eyes traced up the ropey muscles of my arms, taking in the brightly coloured ink that traced all the way to my fingertips. There's nothing on that class list about poison, I said as I adjusted the black bandana tied around my head.
So?
Brynn asked, her full lips quirking into a smile. I'm just saying, it's worth a person's time to build up immunities to poison and... I touched the knives at my waist. To learn to throw.
I'm taking basic combat,
she said, but we both knew that class wouldn't cover the sorts of things I knew. So, you're already devoting 1,000,000 hours a week to nonsense. Set aside just 1 or 2 for me, and let me teach you all the worthwhile skills I have under my belt. My mouth quirked up at one corner. I couldn't help it. I'd had a lot of sex in my life, and I fucking loved it. But Brynn, poor thing, had such a limited repertoire to pull from. I was only trying to help. Well, that and I'd been celibate for 5 horrible years. Why not kill a whole flock of birds with one stone by convincing her to sleep with me?
If he managed to break into the royal palace, then he probably does have skills worth learning,
Jacinda said as the scribe boy started to sweep up the flour on the floor, looking at Tad put out at the chore. God, I hated Amerin nobles. Not that my people were any better. Daemon were notorious for their rigid class structures. At least the nobles here didn't sacrifice their own people, like literally sacrifice them, to appease the darkest and most corrupt of all the gods. Leaving home was the best decision I'd ever made, even if I did end up swinging from a rope in the castle courtyard. I wouldn't have made it past age 12 if I hadn't gotten the hell out of there. The god Helm loved my people, treated them like chosen pets, which made me nervous for Brynn. Being a shadow whisperer, being bound to a god that allowed the sort of behaviour I'd witnessed back home. That made me nervous.
Just so long as you don't think I'm interested in learning skills on my back,
Brynn said, crossing her arms under her full breasts and making me raise an eyebrow. I reached up and played with the pointed tip of one of my ears. Why does everyone always say that? On my back, on her back, on their backs. There are a million ways to have a good time in the bedroom that don't involve being on one's back. I lifted up a hand and started to tick fingers off, one by one. On all fours, I paused and gave Brynn a meaningful look. I may or may not have glanced into her room to check on her the other night and seen something that perhaps I shouldn't have. On one's knees, against the wall, in the waters of the bathhouse, the possibilities are endless. And you can keep those possibilities to yourself, thief, the prince said as I levelled a look at him. As far as nobles went, and especially princes, he wasn't a bad guy. Really, he wasn't. But I knew all his secrets, every single one of them. He best remembered that, especially since I intended on competing for his girl, and becoming his compeer one day. Maybe. Then perhaps I could stick around and not get murdered by the Queen for the second time? Because, although the Crown Prince of Amerin was a decent person, that didn't mean his mother was. And I knew that firsthand because I knew all of her secrets too. Something that she wouldn't soon forget. Really, I doubted I even needed to wait to be resurrected before she tried to have me killed. My gut told me she'd send someone to exorcise me sooner or later. With the things I knew, I could destroy everything for Everest of Hecate.
Chapter 17. Brynn. I'm terrified. I told Air as I shucked my boots and tossed them onto the floor, running both hands down my face. The last few days had flown by far too quickly, especially with Vexer out of the picture. It frightened me, how much I wanted him back. Scared completely shipless.
Shipless, huh?
The prince asked with a slight smile, flashing me those slightly pointed teeth of his.
That's a new one.
He watched me carefully as I shed my clothes and slipped into an eggplant purple nightgown, made of Amerin silk, of course. I checked to make sure my uniform was pressed and clean and hanging in my wardrobe. Tomorrow was the first day of school, the beginning of orientation week. I'd managed to avoid the rush of new students by using Air as an excuse. I mean, it was true that we didn't want anyone to see him, but we were going to eventually have to learn to walk the campus while keeping him hidden anyway. My excuses weren't going to last forever. In fact, as I moved over to the windowsill and checked Jacinda's timekeeper, I realized with a fresh burst of anxiety that they weren't going to last another 12 hours. No, in 11.5 hours I'd be seated in a classroom with a few dozen other first years, soaking the armpits of my uniform with sweat and trying not to puke. 3 years Jas and I had worked to get into this place, and now it was happening. And I wasn't even going to have Air's hand to hold to get through it. I'm going to miss you tomorrow, I told him, glancing over my shoulder and pushing back that familiar wave of melancholy. I'd already decided I was going to beat it, that I wasn't going to let those feelings get the best of me. Still, I couldn't stop them from rearing their ugly heads every now and again.
You'll do just fine,
he promised as I surreptitiously checked my uniform pocket for the royal ring. I couldn't help myself. I'd taken to carrying it with me pretty much wherever I went. That didn't mean anything, though. Nope, not a darn thing. I was going to wait until Air was alive and breathing again before I made any decisions about marriage.
Now, come to bed,
He whispered in low, sultry tones that promised there was a hell of a lot more the prince could show me than just what we did for our dual birthday celebration. The last few nights I'd been catching up on sleep, taking advantage of having Air in my bed to calm my frantic nerves. That and yesterday evening Jacinda had snuck in here to cuddle up with me, the way we used to when we were kids. I wasn't the only one that was nervous about starting our royal college career. Of course, that meant Air and I hadn't had sex since, and my body was not happy about it. Not one bit. Turning the kerosene lamp down, I crawled on top of the blankets and scooted closer to Air, curling up against his side. Being under the blankets with him was not fun because he didn't have the skill yet to actually keep them on top of his body. They just fell through and ruined the whole illusion that he was still alive. I didn't let it bother me, though. Instead, I just made sure there was a big roaring fire in the fireplace, the orange and yellow flames sending dancing shadows across the wall. Speaking of, I reached up and curled my fingers around my double necklaces. I knew almost nothing about my new magic or how to use it, but studying here, I'd find out. Even if Talon thought the classes were ridiculous, yes, some of them were, the Royal College campus had an extensive collection of resources that I could pursue in my own time. If nobody here wanted to teach me about being a shadow whisperer, I could learn on my own.
Once I'm back, we'll rule the campus,
Air said, stroking my hair with his fingers. My eyes closed in bliss as I felt his fingertips go from ice cold to scalding hot. Touching me in any capacity, sexual or otherwise, seemed to heat him up now.
This is what you do to me, Brynn. You warm my spirit.
That wasn't just a line the Air had fed me. It was literal. For now, I'll have to beat Felixa off with Helm Steel and hope she doesn't notice that I'm carrying around a few extra ghosts, I said sourly. The Amerin noble was going to be my biggest hurdle. She'd be looking for an excuse to cause me trouble, and more than anyone else, she'd be suspicious about Air's absence, and of course, she'd probably blame me for it.
You hate her, don't you?
He asked with a chuckle as I snuggled closer into him and buried my face against the side of his neck. Lying here like this was pure heaven, Haversey's ironic gift. Wait until the prince was dead and then gift him to me. Having him at all, though, was satisfying. Knowing that I had his heart when Felixa didn't made me feel just plain smug. Can't stand her, I said with a shrug. Air was trailing his fingers down my arm and making me shiver, stroking up and down with careful, unhurried motions. She wants to marry you.
I've already given my soul to you.
The prince breathed, and I smiled, waves of fatigue washing over me as the fire crackled and burned. I thought the oral was a good birthday present, I whispered as I felt myself being pulled under, into Samil's, the goddess of sleep's starry realm. But that's even better. At some point during the night, the fire went out and the cold of early spring crept into the room, making me shiver with violent trembles. At the same time, my mind was twisted up in a nightmare, repeating the prince's death over and over again. I'd had this same awful dream on repeat for days after the All Hallows' Eve celebration, but then I'd had Vex's warm hand to soothe away the fear. This time when I woke up, it was with a choking gasp and the chattering of teeth. Even though I was still cuddled up against Rhiannon, he was cold as ice. I backed up, looking at his sleeping spirit and wondering why the hell he wasn't warm anymore. "Wake up," I whispered, and his eyes snapped open. But when he reached for me, his hands were freezing, and his body was the blue-white of a spirit. The prince curled his hands around my neck and started to squeeze, one last quivering breath escaping me before he cut my air off completely, lifting me from the bed and rising up through the still night air, until I was dangling high above the ground, the way Jas had when Helio Granberg had gotten a hold of her. Glancing down, I met Air's eyes, but they weren't his anymore. Instead, I was looking at the copper gaze of the shadow woman with a melting mask, her fingers an impenetrable stone collar around my throat. Reaching for my knives, I realized I wasn't wearing them, that they were sitting on the side table next to the bed. Instead, I pulled on the magic inside of me, the natural well of power I'd been gifted by Haversey, and reached out, putting my palm on the woman's ruined mask. Exorcising her now without Jacinda around might send my soul to the other side, but if I didn't stop her, she was going to kill me, and there was no guarantee that I wouldn't cross over anyway. Nobody knew how or why certain spirits became ghosts, not even the spirits themselves. None of them remembered that split second between life and death. It was a big, black, empty space in their memories. Goddess speed and happy endings. I thought, the words powerful enough inside my mind to work. This was why the light goddess was so picky about negativity, even in thought form. I needed to be able to use my spell words regardless of their method of delivery.
Stop!
A voice shouted, and I felt hot hands close around my wrist, yanking me back with a violent surge that toppled both me and the mystery man to the floor in a pile of arms and legs and wings. Lots of wings. 4 of them to be exact. Vex? I grumbled, blinking myself awake and finding Elijah of Haversey instead. His fingers were scalding hot where they curled around my waist, his ice blue eyes wide with fear as we both panted, taking quick, short, desperate breaths. Eli?
You almost exorcised him in your sleep,
He whispered as I flicked my gaze toward the bed and found Amerin, so pale and translucent that I could barely make out his edges.
What the hell is going on?
Sitting there on the cold stone floor, it was almost impossible not to lean back into Elijah, feel his warmth surround me like flames. He was as hot, as vibrant, as alive as Vexer. Well, almost. He did a damn good job of playing at it anyway. I don't know, I whispered, feeling this sick, yawning pit open up inside of me. I had a nightmare that morphed into another nightmare. Lifting my fingers up, I probed at my neck to test for injuries and found nothing. But Holy Haversey's tits had felt real, way too flubbing real. Fear took hold of my heart the way the masked woman, apparently the possessed Queen of Vayan, had taken hold of my throat. I'd almost exorcised Amerin. In my sleep. How did... I started, but my throat was tight and I was having trouble breathing.
I felt the surge of Haversey's magic and woke up.
Eli said with a sigh of relief, standing up and lifting me from the floor. He was shirtless and wearing... Oh, he was wearing nothing. I guess even ghosts like to sleep in the nude? That's never happened to me before. I whispered, reaching out for air and cupping the side of his face. I waited for him to warm to my touch, but it didn't happen the way it was supposed to. But then I've never slept next to a spirit before this week either. And why the fuck isn't this working?
You're too upset,
Air said, sitting up and scooting back on the bed to make room for me and Elijah.
I don't think the warming thing works if you're scared, Brynn.
I sat between the two boys, the enormity of what just happened making me sick. I didn't know if the nightmare was just a nightmare or if there was more to it than that. Something to do with the masked woman, the darkness in Vayan, and the horde of shadows. But honestly, I was downright terrified. I can't sleep with you anymore, I said, feeling sad and sick and desperate all at once. Those feelings I'd managed to push back came roaring to life as I closed my eyes and let both Eli and Air hold me, one of them cold and the other scalding hot. I can't stay in the same room as you anymore.
This is the first and only time that's happened.
Air whispered, but it didn't matter. A mistake like that only needed to happen once to ruin my life. Closing my eyes, I exhaled and wrapped my arms around myself, wishing Vexer were here. I couldn't exorcise a living person in my sleep now, could I? That, and if I had any thrashing nightmares, he was as big as, well, a griffin. He could handle anything. I'd slept alone my whole life, but in that moment, it sounded like the worst thing in the entire world.
What if I stayed in here too?
Eli asked, stroking my hair back with his long fingers.
Ghosts don't need to sleep. Air and I could take turns, sleeping on and off every night. That way, we'll stay sane, and you...
He shrugged loosely as I opened my eyes and tried not to look down at his crotch.
Don't have to worry about hurting anyone.
It's too risky still, I said, exhaling, pulling myself together. I was stronger than this. Smiling at them, I did my best to put on a bright facade. Maybe stay in here until I fall asleep and then slip out? That would work.
Brynn.
Air started, but it was Elijah who frowned and looked at me like I was being ridiculous.
We're not leaving,
He said, glancing over at his cousin.
are we, Air? Not a chance in all of Helm's Hell.
He murmured as I raised my eyebrows. Inside I was still shaking, but on the outside I put on a brave face. Like exorcising Amerin and wouldn't have been the worst thing that ever happened to me. But oh, it would have. It would have shattered me irreparably. And all because of a dream? Seriously, when I saw that dire guy again, I needed to ask him about his mother. This whole thing was just too damn creepy. Elijah smoothed one of his warm palms across my belly and made me shiver, drawing my attention over to his face. He was looking at me the way he had the last time he'd been inside my bedroom. And once again I was reminded as to why the bedchamber was a sacred and private place. Just having him in here made me want to continue what we started.
We'll take turns sleeping,
Eli repeated, his dark hair falling across his forehead, drawing attention to the strong, elegant features in his face.
It was pretty obvious when you started pulling power. We couldn't miss it if we tried.
That is not going to happen, I said, but the prince was already lying back in the pillows and pulling me down with him. His hand, as he brushed it across my forehead, was still cold, but I imagined that had more to do with me than it did him. He wasn't strong enough to warm his own body, and I wasn't in the right state of mind to do it for him. You guys are being stupid and stubborn, I growled out, but with Eli locked on my left side, and Air on my right, there was nowhere to go. When they wanted to be, spirits were strong, stronger than any living person. They didn't get tired, didn't have to breathe, didn't need to worry about stamina.
If you're having trouble sleeping,
Eli continued, sliding his fingers down the side of my cheek. I almost hated to admit how good they felt. Strong, hot, alive. Just thinking that made me realize how addicted I was to life in general. I wanted more than anything to give it back to these two men, but I couldn't do that if I exorcised them in the middle of a damn dream, now could I?
I can come up with an activity to keep you entertained. Eli.
Air warned, but then he placed his cold hand on my tummy and bumped Eli's fingers, shivering slightly.
Gods, you really are warm, aren't you? Practice makes perfect.
Eli said, looking down at me with those ice-blue angel eyes of his.
And I'd be happy to show you that perfection right now, if you want me.
He leaned in close to me and I could feel the heat of his bare erection against my leg. My nipples pebbled of their own accord, and I knew by the way they stiffened up that both guys had noticed.
Brynn,
Air said, drawing my attention over to him. I rolled onto my side to face him and accidentally hiked my nightgown up around my bottom, my bare cheeks pressing against Eli's erection. The effect was sudden and instantaneous. I wanted him. Flub, I wanted them both. Air? I said as I reached out and cupped the side of his face, bringing his lips to mine. Now that Eli was touching me, I was starting to calm down. I knew in my heart that I'd never be able to sleep in the same room with them again, but we weren't exactly talking about sleeping just now, were we? My tongue slid into Air's mouth, his skin heating up instantly beneath my lips and tongue, my fingertips. Arching my back, I simultaneously pressed my breasts into him and pushed my ass into Elijah.
Fuck.
I heard him curse from behind me, one of my wings sliding beneath him as he scooted closer, the other lying across the top of him, brushing against his own. Black feathers to white feathers, a symphony of color and sensation that I couldn't see, too wrapped up in my kiss with Air.
Do you want me to go?
He asked in a strained voice, and I wiggled my butt against him in response.
Are you sure?
This time Eli's voice was a cracked and broken thing. Pulling back from Amerin, I looked into his eyes as they settled into their sea-green color, and he came to life beneath my touch. Without speaking a word, I reached down, popped his button, and slid my fingers into his breeches. My fingers curled around the pulsing warmth of his cock as I leaned in and kissed him again, starting a rhythm with my fist that made him groan and buck his hips. Shifting back, I pushed myself into Elijah and felt the warm press of his mouth on my shoulder.
Thank Haversey,
He moaned as he reached between us and guided his shaft to the desperate pulsing heat inside of me.
I've been wanting to do this since you walked into Grandberg Manor.
With a sharp and violent thrust, he filled me up from behind and made me gasp at the temporary feeling of discomfort. This angle with my legs still pressed together, it was a tight fit, almost painful at first. But as Elijah began to move, snaking his hands around my front and palming my breast through the silk, it started to feel just right. Air scooted even closer to me, shoving his pants down his hips and freeing his cock so that I could pump faster, grip harder. Even as a spirit, he made his own pre-cum, and I used that as lube to tease his shaft, sliding my thumb in a circle around the head of his cock and drawing these sounds from his throat that were animalistic, almost base in nature, and I loved that. It was grounding in a way to see that our baser natures were still there, hiding beneath the surface. Even in death, Eli and Air were still men, and they wanted a warm-blooded woman in their bed. It bolstered my resolve, even as I felt my mind being obliterated with bursts of hot pleasure. Eli was kissing my neck, driving into me with greedy force. Clearly it'd been a long time since he'd had sex, since he'd felt anyone touch him at all. He was desperate for it. Air, on the other hand, was content to wait and take it slow, his hand on my hip partially covering Eli's, holding me in place as I pleasured him with my own hand and felt him thrust gently against my fist, pushing against my belly. Our mouths never left each other, sharing breath and heat and feeling. But I didn't forget Elijah of Haversey, his hot panting and sweaty skin so close to real life that it was unbelievable. He really flubbing was a master of being dead. With a sharp cry of triumph, Eli came inside of me, squeezing so hard on my hip that I yelped against Air's mouth and bit his lower lip. The feeling of Elijah's climax forced my own hand into a faster, harder rhythm, desperate to steal the same feeling from the prince. And as Eli finished with a few desperate final pumps, Air slipped his hand down and cupped the front of my cunt through the silk, squeezing tightly before he flicked his thumb over my clit. My climax shattered through me, making me groan against Air's mouth, fingers slowing and then slipping off his shaft. He took hold of my hand and put it back, using his own to keep the pace up until he too was spilling hot seed across the front of my nightgown. Since he was a ghost, unless it found an egg to fertilize, it would disappear in a few minutes, just like I was planning to. As Elijah pulled out and then rested his forehead against my upper back, stroking his fingers through the feathers on my wings, I placed my palm on Air's chest and closed my eyes. As soon as the guys drifted off, I was going to leave, and then probably go wake Jacinda up and squeal about what just happened between me and Eli, or maybe cry about what I'd almost done to Air. Gods, I had no idea. My emotions were so mixed up, it was hard to know exactly what it was that I should be feeling. Cracking my eyes open, I watched a bit of silver moonlight slide across Air's sleeping face, keeping track of the time. After an appropriate amount passed, I carefully, quietly sat up and started to scoot away. I would sleep in Elijah's bedroom and leave the men in here.
I don't think so,
Eli said, banding an arm around my middle and yanking me back into the pillows. I cracked my eyes to find Air watching me with narrowed eyes.
You two sleep, and I'll keep watch. Tomorrow, Air and I switch. It's not a hard thing to do, Brynn.
We'll see about that, I said, planning on staying up all night and then warding my bedroom against them both tomorrow. See if they could get through Spirit Whisperer enchanted walls. But just as I was starting to formulate a plan in my mind, exhaustion took over me and I fell asleep with the bodies of two warm ghosts on either side of me. In the morning, I'd remember to be scared, but for now, everything was okay. Better than okay. It was hopeful. And that's just about all that I could ask for at this point.
Chapter 18. Spicer. The first day of school always made me feel alive in a way that surprised me. All those fresh faces, the array of uniforms in different colors, the smell of fresh paper and ink. When I was alive, I'd liked it too, just not as much as I did now. Now, it was the only thing that truly kept me from begging the spirit whisperers on staff for an exorcism. I thought at this point the only reason they kept me around was so the Queen could occasionally come by and try to wring prophecies from my undead neck. And because I haunted the classroom used for most of the ghost and spirit courses. What better way to learn than with a real-life example floating around? Plus, nobody else on staff wanted to teach historical studies in relations to politics to the mixed year Hour 1 group. Oh well, at least it gave me the opportunity to surprise the students with the orientation assignment every year. It was always something different, something dangerous, and something that got them up and out of the classroom. We'd spend the rest of the year in these stuffy stone walls. Okay, I'd spend all of the year in these stuffy stone walls, so why not start the quarter off with a bang? Something that quite literally I was going to do. The images that had been crowding my mind lately, they were making me sick, making my ink curl and whisper against my chest, desperate for release. Something bad was going to happen today. I knew that. Something with blood and ice. But that was just about all I knew. The stink of copper blood steaming in the snow. The difference was, this time, I intended to be there to see it. Slicking my fingers through my hair, I leaned back against the desk where the container of spook dust awaited. It was a hell of a lot easier to sprinkle some of that on before a day of classes than to provide rare and pricey spirit charms to every student, or have a spirit whisperer enchant each one of them personally. As rare as spook dust was, this was an efficient and practical use for it. Tapping my fingers against the front of the desk, I felt my mouth curve into a small smile as Brynn of Haversey appeared under one of the stone archways with her handler, looking nervous as fuck as she chewed her lower lip and shifted her large black wings nervously behind her. Her long white hair rested in a braid down her back, swaying slightly as she took a spot in the back row, third seat down. Just like I knew she would. Okay, so my powers aren't entirely useless, I thought as I tried to get a read on her mind and found her completely blank. The corner of my lip twitched in a slight smirk. She was blocking me on purpose. Clever trick. Smart, too. But that wouldn't stop me from doing what I needed to do. I was done with this building, sick of being stuck in one place. I was meant to travel, to experience things, to study and learn, share my knowledge with the world. I wasn't the Queen's pet. Not that I often had much useful information for her anyway, and I wasn't quite ready to give up on life either, even if I was dead. No, Brynn of Haversey was a mediocre spirit whisperer, but only because she had untapped potential. In reality, she was a walking, talking weapon just waiting to be unleashed. It was already clear with all the spirits she carried that she was on her way to being one of the most powerful whisperers in the country, if not the entire continent. Luckily for me, that meant she could act as a point of binding for a number of spirits. All it took was a bit of focus from the ghost himself and a spark of magic from her. Perhaps I should have asked before taking the liberty of arranging such a moment for myself. But I was quite desperate. Seriously fucking desperate. And I wanted out. Keeping my focus trained on Brynn, I waited for her to get settled, searching the room for her 3 tag-along spirits. I could sense them in here, but I couldn't see them. Good. If it was only the crown prince that was hiding, someone might be tempted to seek him out, but a cluster of random spirits? Most people would overlook that, at least for a while. Maybe Brynn and her crew would figure out that resurrection spell was running through their minds on repeat. Fascinating thing that, and I so desperately wanted to be a part of that research. Any spirit would, really, which was good reason to keep it hidden. The double blessing on that girl was bad enough. If word spread too quickly or reached the wrong ears, she could be in for some serious trouble. But the gods liked their favoritism and their symbols known. So, while it was a good decision not to announce such a thing, it was also impossible to keep it completely secret. Reaching back, I grabbed the container of spook dust and moved it forward, silencing the chatter in the room almost instantly. Taking a small handful, I tossed it over my head and waited for the expressions in the room to change from bored or nervous or apathetic to interested. "Good morning, everyone," I said as I scanned the room and found the vanished prince, Dyer, sitting in front row with the fox around his shoulders. I didn't know much about this prophecy of mine, other than that he was in it. And 2 seats down from him, a blonde half-angel that I also recognized. So, today was indeed the day then? I'd thought it was possible, but I wasn't sure. "My name is Professor Cross, but you're welcome to call me Spicer, so long as the dean isn't present." Several students in the room chuckled, and I smiled. Focusing on Brynn of Haversey, I sent out a thread of magic, a probe that would push on her mental shields, and, if I wanted to, delve as deeply into her mind as I needed to go. That is, if she'd let me. But someone with as much magic as that girl, she'd put a stop to it right off the bat with a little surge of her own power. And the magic circle I'd drawn under her chair, that should take care of the rest. "Don't get too comfortable. Before we get started on anything in here, we're going to get to know each other out there." Pointing my finger toward the stone arches, I gestured vaguely in the direction of the forest side gate to the Royal College. "You'll be broken up into groups of 5, 4 first-year students with a 6th-year student to mentor. And then we're going into the woods." I winked just before I shoved forward with my power, and made Brynn gasp, her handler reaching out to comfort her, just before those shields of hers snapped into place. Exactly as I thought they would, making my stomach lurch and my head feel dizzy. All it took was an ember of her magic, and that circle I'd drawn would flare to life and readjust my point of binding. For most people, it wouldn't be quite so easy, but I'd been living at the college for a long time with nothing to do but study and eavesdrop. That and Brynn was a natural focus point, drawing spirits to her like a moth to flame. And she had the heat of power to support that light, a wealth of strength inside of her that even she wasn't aware of. With a small snap and dizzying little flutter in my belly, it was done. That easy. My grin morphed into a slight smirk. Even if the visions I'd been having were nightmarish in quality, it was worth the risk. I'd rather go with Brynn of Haversey and find out what those bloody flickers of the future entailed, than sit around here gathering dust and cobwebs for the gods only knew how long. "Stand up," I said with a clap of my hands, pushing off the edge of the desk and striding to the front of the dais. I took a deep breath, even though I didn't need one, and caught Brynn's gold eyes from across the crowd. "And check the posters on the back wall. I've already assigned your groups." There were a few moans here and there, mostly from the younger students, but the class was a good mix of young adults, ranged age 17 to 21. Much less dramatic than a normal secondary school group would be. Thank the gods, I couldn't abide teenagers. "Brynn," I said, pausing at the end of the row as she stood with her handler and waited for the crowd around the posters to thin out.
Yes?
she asked, turning to face me with one cocked brow and a wary look settling over her features.
What do you want?
I grinned at her, couldn't help myself. Why, I said as I dragged out the moment for my selfish suspense. You, of course, and that's why I just bound us together. I didn't quite expect her to punch me.
You can't do this.
Brynn was saying as I rubbed at my jaw and wondered how ballsy a student really had to be to punch a teacher, even a dead teacher, on the first day of class.
I don't want you following us around.
Well, there's not much to be done about it now, is there? I asked as she folded her arms over her chest, and her handler looked at me with blatant disgust, shoving a fall of blue-black hair over one shoulder, dressed up in a fishtail braid, just like her whisperers. Do the spell again and rebind yourself somewhere else, another voice said, and a moment later Elijah of Haversey, the prince's cousin, reappeared at her side. He fluffed his wings up and stood close to her, close enough that their feathers mingled in what most certainly did not appear to be an accidental caress. Lovers then? They were both actively trying to shield their thoughts from me. I'd have to wait for them to let their guard down if I wanted to know for sure. Which, gods, what was wrong with me? Of course I didn't want to know. Even if we didn't have much of an age gap, there were boundaries. I was a teacher. They were students. Period. End of discussion. What they did in the bedroom was none of my business. The mineral I used for the circle, I said, pointing back at the seat, is none other than the silver ash you were looking for the other day. Once you'd mentioned it...
I didn't mention it.
The handler Jacinda inserted, narrowing her blue eyes on me.
You stole the thought from my mind.
Skimmed it accidentally, because you were thinking so hard about it. I corrected, lifting a finger and then rubbing at my sore jaw again. Within a few minutes, the pain would fade completely. But it was nice to feel anything at all, so I wasn't complaining. Blocking off normal emotions and feelings was what turned a spirit into... something. I'd rather feel pain than lose my sense of self. And unless you want to offer up some silver ash, the pinch I used on that circle was the only pinch I had. Besides, I can help you keep your thoughts shielded, protect the prince, and the resurrection spell from other mind whisperers. I'm not the only one on campus, you know. Brynn of Haversey just gaped at me as the boy with the blood-red hair flickered into view on her other side, looking me over like he was considering cutting my throat in my sleep. Even as a ghost, I wouldn't put it past him. It'd still hurt, and to be fair, I'd probably deserve it too. I say you exorcise him, and then beg the Queen for forgiveness. I'm sure with Heir's blessing, she'd grant it. The Daemon man smirked at me as I tucked my fingers in my pockets and canted my head to one side. I won't invade your privacy, I promised, but Brynn was already raking her fingers through her white hair and pacing.
There is no privacy already, and now you want to tag along for the ride? Sorry, but I'm not exactly thrilled about any of this.
Blood and ice, I said, and she paused, watching me as I reached a hand up and put my palm to my chest. My ink was going wild today, further confirmation that I was right, that this was happening, and soon. All I have are flashes of faces, blood, snow. I think it's happening today. Your prophecy? Elijah asked, and I nodded, slicking my fingers through my hair. It was a bad habit, but better than what a lot of mind whisperers resorted to. Cutting, drinking, snorting spook dust, committing suicide. Oh, wait. I had done that last one, but only once in a moment of weakness.
So can we avoid it?
Brynn asked, and I smiled. It wasn't a happy smile, though. Trying to avoid it could make it happen. Trying to make it happen could make it null and void. It could make something worse happen. Just be alert is what I'm trying to say. What use are your prophecies if you don't know when or where or even why you're being shown them? The thief boy scoffed. I'm not being shown them as a blessing, I said, feeling very much like the teacher educating his students. It's a side effect of the Verstan's madness. My God's faults bleed into me. Seeing these visions is a curse.
And falling right into them is an inevitability?
Brynn asked, pausing her pacing as the blonde girl waiting on the steps cleared her throat dramatically, obviously frustrated that we were the last group to leave. Wasn't she going to be surprised when she saw me tagging along? I hoped it didn't cause any further animosity between the two spirit whisperers. But fuck, it probably would, wouldn't it? Nothing is inevitable, I told Brynn, gazing into burnished gold eyes, rife and brimming with power. Just stay sharp, pay attention, and hope the blood that's spilled isn't yours. Chapter 19. Dire. I can't believe we got stuck with that girl, I said, even as my eyes followed Brynn of Haversey up the side of the hill, my tongue sliding across my lower lip. I wasn't fooling anyone, least of all my brother Trouble. I couldn't hide anything from him. He'd probably been able to read me inside our mother's womb. The snooty blonde one? I agree, she's insufferable, Trouble said, curled around my shoulders, and watching the two half-angel women glare at each other as they trudged up the path and into the snow. We'd spent all day on flat ground in the relative warmth of the sun, but now that we were starting our ascent into the mountains, scattered bits of snow chilled the air and clung to the limbs of trees. No, I mean the other one, I grumbled as Trouble and I lagged behind the two spirit whisperers and their handlers. It was easier this way if my brother and I kept to ourselves. First off, he was hard to explain. It wasn't the simplest thing in the world to tell a stranger that my mother had been sleeping with the king of Vayan and a spirit at the same time, that my brother and I were twins. He from the spirit seed and me from the king's. The clumsy one, I added, just seconds before Brynn tripped and seemed to magically right herself. The ghosts. She had a whole horde of them with her, didn't she? I didn't care to look. You are so full of it, Trouble said, yawning as he took in the surrounding forest with interest. The woods down here in eastern Amerin were nothing like the thick, dark nightmares up north. You've wanted to mate with the girl since the first moment you laid eyes on her. Don't say mate, I grumbled as we climbed the mountain, following the rather simple path. This whole excursion was a joke, a useless exercise attempt to create some sort of bond between students. And assigning me as a sixth-year mentor, that was just plain silly. I don't want to mate with anyone. You're a virgin, Trouble scoffed, and I had to resist the urge to reach up and smack him. When he bit me, it hurt. Of course you want to mate, you're practically desperate for it. And you're a whore, I told him, because there was only one day a year that he was able to shed his fox form and walk amongst humans, and he didn't exactly do a lot of walking during that 24-hour period. Instead, he spent the whole time scheming on how he could get girls on their backs. If you like her, you should just tell her, instead of skulking back here like some sort of mouth-breathing creeper boy from school. Be a man, Dyer, and confess your feelings. Gritting my teeth, I ignored my brother as best I could, and kept walking, wishing there was more than one day a year that we were able to get more than 80 feet apart. It'd be nice to have a break from him. As it were, I was about 10 seconds from tearing him off my shoulders and throwing him into a snowdrift.
The air seems much thinner up here,
Brynn's handler, Jacinda, was saying as she took the lead and sucked in a deep breath.
Is anyone feeling lightheaded? I'm fine.
Brynn huffed, but she looked like she was damn near falling backwards and about to go rolling the rest of the way down the hill. Maybe her ghosts were keeping her upright? If you keep staring like that, she's bound to notice your interest sooner or later. It'll just come across as creepy. Say something. Ask her out. They can hear you, you know. I snarled. But my brother was too busy fluffing his 9 tails to pay me much attention. I don't want to ask her out. She has enough boyfriends already. That's ridiculous, Trouble said with a yawn, biting my ear in playful warning. If you like the girl, then it doesn't really matter how many other lovers she's got. What's Amerin law allow again? 9, or is it a dozen? Leave me alone, Trouble, I growled, but the sound only served to draw Brynn's attention over her shoulder. Our eyes locked, and I felt my entire body grow hot, my palms going sweaty, just before she slipped on a rock and fell backward. Without thinking, I darted forward and managed to catch her, my arms sliding through ridiculously cool patches in the air that must be spirits. You just touched another guy's balls, Trouble added helpfully as Brynn readjusted her footing and smiled at me.
Thanks,
she said, putting her hands on her hips and taking a deep breath. Just standing this close to her made my heart feel like it might just beat right out of my chest. Ever since that night in the Vibrant, when she fought off the Gashado Koro, I'd been interested. There was something about her that fascinated me, even as she annoyed and frustrated me at the same time. Because she did. She was clumsy and weird, and I had no idea why the queen would entrust her with the crown prince. Seemed a tad ridiculous to me, but what did I know? I was only here temporarily, and only because I needed to find some way to save my family, restore my mother's throne, bring my country back to life. The Royal College was a means to an end. I was Vanish. I didn't belong in Amerin. My little brother has a crush on you, Trouble blurted as I reached up and covered his tiny head with my hand. He bit me, but I just gritted my teeth and pushed myself through the pain, moving past Brynn's surprised face, past her handler, and walking quickly enough that I ended up next to that noble brat Felixa and her handler. She gave me a wary look and narrowed her eyes, but I ignored her. All I wanted to do was get this stupid assignment over with, find the mushrooms on our spell supply treasure hunt list, and head back to campus. Group bonding exercises weren't really my thing. Stop being so antisocial, Trouble muttered when I let go of his face and sucked the blood from my wounded palm. A day's hike there and back, what's the big deal? Can't you at least pretend not to be a weirdo for that length of time? I refused to acknowledge him this time, and finally, he settled down like he was going to sleep. Meanwhile, we continued up the side of the mountain until we reached the short peak. This was just the beginning of the range. Up ahead, snow-covered triangles drove into the gray sky, the sun reflecting off the blinding virgin white with a glaring intensity.
Jesse, you have the list?
Brynn asked in that husky voice of hers, hooking her thumbs in the straps of her pack and breathing way too hard for such a short climb. She was terribly out of shape, but also curvy and round in all the right places, with bronze skin and hair the color of snow. And those wings, as black as night. I wanted to touch one so badly, see what the silk length of a feather might feel like against my fingertips.
Got it,
the Amerin girl said, presenting both the provided list and a notebook with ridiculously detailed drawings, and notes in it that laid out the mushroom's prime growing locations. Wow, in this at least I was impressed.
We should be at a high enough elevation to find this one.
The girl tapped a long finger against the image of a solid black mushroom with white spots.
It's the most difficult one to find, so if we start there, we can work our way back through the simpler fungi. This is so stupid.
Felixa of Haversey mumbled under her breath, and just hearing her say it aloud made me want to take the moment more seriously.
Who goes out and collects their own spell ingredients? That's what the market is for?
She paused and glanced over at the empty space next to Brynn, mouth gaping open.
How dare you, Elijah of Haversey?
She gasped, putting her fingers to her chest and rearing back like the ghost had just tossed a grievous insult her way.
If you were so damn knowledgeable, you wouldn't be dead, now would you? Leave him alone.
Brynn growled as Trouble sighed and slipped over my head, activating his magic and sliding into place as a mask, allowing me to see all three ghosts present. His cousin, the thief, and the professor. What was he doing here anyway? While the prince was conspicuously absent. My brother was a shadow, so as such, he was technically one of Helm's children, though he had no official title. Shadows were born with inherent powers, not gifted them later. Trouble was definitely a mixed bag of skills. Me, I was just a kitsune with a weird twin. I had to work my ass off to get Ha's blessing. I hadn't been handed my powers like everyone else. "Stop being so sour," Trouble whispered inside my head as I watched Brynn and Felixa square off like they were about to have a fight.
Spirit whore!
Felixa spat, ignoring the butter-yellow feather that drifted from her wing.
I should have known you'd stoop to betting ghosts. You've always been a desperate social climber. Guess even a dead guy with noble blood is enough to get you to spread your legs.
She lifted her chin as the noble, Elijah, stepped up close to them. "You'd better shut your mouth, or
Heir isn't here, Eli. He's not here. You're dead, and this bitch is never getting the throne."
Felixa smirked and crossed her arms over her chest as I watched in disgust. Gods, she was awful, wasn't she?
The prince might agree to pity you as a second wife, but I've already been promised as his first wife. He's taking a harem. Did he tell you that last time he was fucking you?
Brynn pulled back her arm and punched the blonde girl in the face as hard as she could, cursing and tucking her fist up close to her chest as Felixa stumbled back into her handler's arms and came up swinging. With a single step between them, I threw an elbow into Felixa's stomach and took her breath away, knocking her right back on her ass while she wheezed and gasped in the thin mountain air. "We're not here to squabble," I said as Brynn fumed and shook. "It's happening," the professor said suddenly, stepping up next to Elijah and staring off into the trees behind him. "Do you feel it? It's the prophecy. Blood and ice. I can smell blood and ice." Gods, mind whisperers are annoying, aren't they? Trouble scoffed, but I wasn't about to brush off the man's ramblings just yet. After all, a mind whisperer had predicted the fall of Vayan, and she'd been disturbingly correct in her predictions. "We need to go," Professor Cross said again, turning to Brynn and reaching out a ghostly hand to grab her arm. "This is a staff order. We need to get out of here immediately. Don't worry about the assignment. Just run."
What?
Brynn asked, but the word had barely left her mouth when a howl shattered the quiet air. Razor wolves. This close to town? We were maybe 6 hours out at most. That wasn't right. Then again, not much was anymore. When the shadows swarmed my kingdom and slaughtered my people, possessed the queen, drove me to the Amerin border, fighting for my life, there'd been razor wolves everywhere, gobbling up the souls of the dead.
Razor wolves?
Brynn asked as an icy pit of fear took over my stomach. We had 4 spirits with us, including the crown prince, even if I couldn't see him. And I wouldn't wish the fate of a razor wolf on any spirit but my worst enemy. They ate souls, and they lived hundreds of years. They also weren't above killing a living person just to see if they could get a spirit out of it. "Let's go," I said, sliding my katana from its sheath. "Can you two fly down?" I started to ask the 2 half-angels, but that only would have worked if we'd been able to get a jump on the pack. Razor wolves had wings too. As soon as I heard the thunder of dozens of padding footsteps, I knew we were in trouble. Large, furred bodies barreled out of the trees, some of them leaping into the air with snapping jaws. others skidding through the snow and kicking up powder. As they came, they brought their stench with them, this violent reek that tore at my nostrils and made my stomach churn.
Try not to get bit,
Jacinda screamed over the chaos of snarling and loud clack of razor-sharp fangs.
The infection could kill you in hours or less.
Whipping the katana out of its sheath, I spun it and took off, straight into the fray. Running from razor wolves only worked if you had a head start. This close-up, it was kill or be killed. You want me, or you think I can do more damage on my own? Trouble asked, but I wasn't sure yet. So I left the mask on. If I wanted my brother to fight on his own, all I had to do was take it off. Sidestepping a wolf the size of a small pony, I whipped my katana up under its chin, just barely avoiding its jaws with the bite force of the giant crocodiles that lived in Nalahari. If they got hold of me, the razor wolves would sever one of my limbs with little effort. If they got hold of me. I'd basically have to let them do it, though. I was a child of Ha, the goddess of blades, swordplay, and weapons combat. She'd keep me safe in this fight. At least she'd saved me, and only me, from the shadows in Vayan, so she must have a purpose for me, right? As I brought the blade up, I severed the wolf's head and sent it flying across the clearing in a spray of viscous red. Even monsters bleed. Smirking, I spun around and caught sight of the thief boy. Talon, was it, tossing out several glass bottles from his bandolier. They crashed into the wolves with varying results, melting the face off one, causing another to stumble and throw up, and a third to start bleeding from the eyes. Gods above and below. He dropped out of a rather impressive jump directly behind a razor wolf, whipping out 2 knives and spinning them in his hands before he brought them in, and stabbed the creature in the spine from either side, ripping the weapons out and coating himself in gore. My eyes moved to Brynn, a pair of knives in her hands as well as she kept her wings tucked in close, and focused on the monsters above our heads. One swoop and they could take our heads off. I'd have to watch her. Although she'd proven impressive in the fight at the dance house, the circumstances here were different. Razor wolves were not shadows and couldn't be exorcised. They had to be killed. "Stay close to me, Brynn!" I shouted as she stumbled a little ways down the hill before being cut off by several wolves. The blonde girl was right behind her, teeth gritted in frustration, with only her Haversey steel for protection. And with both handlers tagging along behind them, it was an entire nest of sitting ducks. Whipping my blade around in frantic circles, I spun and leapt back until I was in the center of the wolves threatening Brynn. With a whistle, I activated the runes on both Trouble's head and on my sword, sending a wave of energy out as Masayoshi, that was my katana, glowed with the goddess blessing. Everything I touched bled, no matter where I hit it or how hard. Wolves screamed and fell away from us as I flicked my tail and sneered. "Heads up!" the professor shouted as he tore his shirt open and closed his eyes, clutching Verstan's metal eye in a tight fist. A swirl of wind swept up the snow around his feet as the tattoos on his chest shifted and peeled away, fluttering like pieces of paper in the supernatural storm. But when they settled, monsters clawed their way to life. A black jaguar with eyes the color of my hair and runes like Trouble's. A dog with red slaver dripping from its jaws, and a bird with flames instead of feathers. Holy hellum's hell! I'd never seen a mind whisperer with that many Irizumi, the vainish word for living ink, before. Throwing my sword up, I speared a flying wolf through the jaw and then chucked his corpse across the clearing. He slammed into a tree with the crack of groaning wood before slumping into the snow and leaking red. The creatures were everywhere now, in shades that ranged from brown to black, from lavender to violet, and white to tawny brown. Their wings were membranous and hairless, like those of a bat, and their eyes had the square pupils of a goat. "Ugly buggers, don't you think?" Trouble asked, and I ignored him, drawing on his strength to throw up a shield around the people behind me. I realized too late that Brynn was no longer in it. Instead, she was with the prince and his cousin, fighting off the wolves with knives. Well, she and Elijah were anyway. Amerin was glimmering with a black light and taking sweeping throws at the razor wolves above us, hitting them with bursts of magic that obliterated their insides and rained awful down on the clearing. It was easily one of the most disgusting things I'd ever seen. "Let me go and I'll hold the shield over the weak ones," Trouble said, but I didn't like the fact that I'd be stripped blind, unable to see the spirits fighting alongside of me. Besides, if I took the mask off, I was suddenly as fragile as the Spirit Whisperer's handlers. It was my twin's protection that made it so I was able to take a mortal blow and live. But then, I trusted in my goddess. She had plans for me. I knew she did. Ripping the mask off and tossing it into the snow, I watched as Trouble burst forth in a blur, now the same size as the wolves. White runes glimmering on his forehead, he burst into the pack and started tearing the beasts apart with his rows of double teeth. Getting bit with those things hurt, I knew from first-hand experience. Refocusing my attention on Brynn, I raced over and leapt up, cutting a wolf down from the sky with a violent swing, dropping to my knees in the snow with the katana held out behind me. A quick spin put me back to face the pack, my heart thudding in my chest, every nerve in my body alight. If I died here today, Trouble would be set free, a wandering shadow like all the rest of them. I had no idea what he would do if that happened. Wrong train of thought, Dyer, I told myself as I swung my weapon in a wide arc, spattering several other wolves with blood. With the magic of Ha bright and active, those hits were enough to split the creature's skin, making them howl with the pain. The wind carried the sound around us the same way it ferried the stench. My nose burned with the stink of rot as the mournful scream of the monsters seemed to shatter my eardrums. As we slaughtered them, their bodies shuddered and shook, bellies splitting open and spirits streaming out. I couldn't see any now since Trouble was gone, but I could feel them, hear their mournful cries echoing in the wind. The sound and sight of so many spirits at once knocked Brynn to her knees with a gasping breath. I saw her grab either side of her head as the energy in the clearing swirled around her. So many of the lost souls desperate to cling to something in this world. And Brynn of Haversey, she was very easy to cling to. Her screams shattered me inside as I saw her feathers sloughing off, her hair whipping around her face, blood leaking from her eyes, nose, and mouth as she was assaulted by ghosts, overwhelmed. As I was fighting my way back to her, several wolves moved in as one, a coordinated attack from behind, from the front, and from above. Magic obliterated the razor wolf in the sky, and with a quick flick of my wrist, I sent my katana across the 20 or so feet that separated us, and watched it as it speared into one of the wolves. But the last wolf, I wasn't fast enough.
Talon!
Brynn screamed, blood speckling her lips as I grabbed a handful of Trouble's fur and swung myself onto his back, watching as the scene exploded into grisly color. The thief ghost had slid in front of Brynn to protect her from the pack, and as Trouble and I raced toward them, he was dragged back through the snow, his face crushed by the wolf's jaw. With a sharp slurping sound, the creature breathed him in and consumed his spirit. My brother slid in the bloody snow, and I leaned down, grabbing my katana from the carcass of the wolf I'd killed before sitting upright, just in time to be snatched from Trouble's back and lifted into the air. I brought Masayoshi up and around, slicing the wolf from snout to stomach before he dropped me back down, just in time to grab Brynn around the waist and keep her from stumbling, bloody and disoriented after the wolf that had eaten Talon. Shoving her behind me, I found the razor wolf Alpha in my face, her mate locking his jaws around my brother's throat and shaking. In the distance, I heard the shouts of other students and staff just before a fire whisperer appeared in the clearing, dressed in a professor's uniform, and lobbed a ball of flame at the wolf attacking Trouble. But the Alpha, she was still directly in front of me. I whipped Masayoshi in her direction, but she dodged at the last moment, baiting me to follow up with the swing and turn toward her. As I did, another wolf came flying at Brynn, and I had to make a choice. Her or me. Fuck. Why am I crushing on this girl again? Turning, I swung my katana and severed the head of the wolf that was lunging toward Brynn, even as she struggled to fight off another onslaught of spirits. For a split second, our eyes met, and I prayed that she was worth her weight in gold. Her beautiful eyes certainly promised that she was. The alpha slashed me across the middle with a vicious bite, spilling my blood and intestines to the snow, making it steam. I fell to my knees as my brother let out a wild scream, so much more beast than human, and several more staff members surged over the crest of the hill toward us. The giant wolf moved in for the kill, and Brynn was there, leaping in front of me and plunging both her knives into the alpha's head at the same time. I was alive just long enough to see it collapse onto its side, before I did the very same thing, slumping into the heat of my own blood. The last thing I saw before I passed out was the Amerin queen, and a sleep whisperer who touched 2 fingers to Brynn's forehead and dropped her body into the red snow beside mine. As my eyes closed and my spirit fled my wounded flesh, all I could see was blood and ice.
This has been Spirited, a reverse harem fantasy romance, The Academy of Spirits and Shadows, written by C.M. Stunich, narrated by Kylie Stewart and Eric Rollon. Copyright 2018 by C.M. Stunich. Production copyright 2018 by C.M. Stunich.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.